All right, I believe it is that time. Welcome everybody to all who are watching. As you know, my name is Ashton. I'm the coach of the Halifax Hunt-Tails and the commissioner of both the Ultra Recon Singles Draft League and the Ultra Recon Doubles Draft League. And I'm very happy to announce that after a successful fourth ever season of this league, we will be entering into the recap for our fifth ever season. Um, so yeah, without further ado, I think we'll get on into it and go ahead and introduce the coaches. So first off, we have a returning favorite. Of course, he's got too many belts under his name in terms of our draft leagues here. That would be Cadillacs. He ended up rebranding his team name to be the BNZ Breakers as he's traveling abroad and wanted to represent some other places. So yeah, he will be representing the BNZ Breakers this season. And then we have Evil, coach of the Vietnam Venomoths. He's another returning coach and well-known coach in the little family here. He ended up getting the second seed. And just to reiterate once again, as for normal, um, the order to which the coaches appear on your screen is the draft order. So as you can see, yeah, Cadillacs ended up getting the first pick there with his BNZ Breakers, and Vietnam Evil got the second pick with his Vietnam Venema. So we'll go left to right and top to bottom. So yeah, Vietnam Evil returns as the coach of the Vietnam Venomoths this season. I ended up getting the third pick as part of the randomization, and as a result, um, that's why you see my team logo there, the very crisp Halifax Hunt-Tails team logo. Love to see it. And then we have another returning coach. He ended up participating in a couple seasons very early on in the beginning growth of this community, and that would be Jax and his Louisville Chadots. Very excited to have him back. And then continuing on, we have Froggerman225, coach of the Ylander Gudras. He did a couple seasons with us. I believe he did one in the double season 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. Um, you were here after all.
Yeah, I don't think I did doubles.
Oh, okay. Shoot. Okay. I thought so maybe. Anyway, we're
I
happy
wish
to
I
have you
was
back.
fun.
It sounds good. And then we have another rebrand. We have Pyro, who I believe was the Cooking Cinderaces team last season. He's now representing the Super Score Bunny this season. Followed by him is DD. DD. I will say DD because I don't know if I 100% know how to pronounce the second part of his username. But Mark, he's formerly known as Mark. He's representing the Philadelphia Vampies. He's a previous champion of this league. So I think he's the returning favorite for the season go around. I think he's the returning or the current champion. Correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, see what he cooks up here this season. Then we have iNasty, coach of the London Drapion. We have Dagster, coach of Aaron's Aarons. Then we have a newcomer in Jinx Psychic. She's coaching the Sacramento Slow Kings. She is also one of my friends, so kind of look forward to see how she does this season. And yeah, hopefully she enjoys enough to return for future seasons, but we'll see. Then we have the coach of the Draven Dustclops. It is Dustclops himself, the man, the myth, the legend. And then returning with another rebrand, going back to his roots, it is my partner in crime for today, Mr. Grimes. Say hello.
Hello, internet.
Hello, internet. Yes, so you used to have the Mr. Grimes team logo. You've now rebranded to be the coach of Vish City yet again. Uh, can you give us a hint on what we can expect from you this season?
Uh, Probably just a lot of bad gameplay. Um, we'll see where it goes. There's a
Okay.
lot of there's a lot of good teams this season. We had a lot of powerful Pokemon in S tier. I mentioned this in my PRs. I think we're running a UU Ubers League just from
Mm-hmm.
some of the Pokemon we have allowed, and I did not really abuse that. But we'll see where it goes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hopeful. I'm optimistically hopeful.
Yeah. Also, I
But
just like to.
it's
I think just to kind of give people a little bit of a hint towards what you have going on, I think your draft is pretty strong. Personally, I know you're your own worst critic sometimes, but I think you
no,
have a lot of tools.
no,
um, I just wanted to take a quick second to say hi to everybody who joined so far. Hello, Ari. Hello, Cadillacs, Tilly. I hope you're all doing well. Hello, Hyper. How are you? So happy to see all of you. Um, you can barely hear me, or you can't hear. Oh, you can't hear. Okay, I will turn the audio up for you. Okay, yeah, I had the desktop audio kind of low. That might be affecting it. How's that?
Is this better? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello? Hello?
how's that, Hyper? Get closer to the damn mic here. Let me put my mic up closer to me. There. I was like looking away to read the chat, and my mouth was facing away.
I don't have professional grade gear. I'm sorry.
You're good. What is this, Hyper? This is the draft league that I'm hosting. It's a Pokemon draft league, and we're playing it on the Pokemon Showdown website. Basically, what it entails is that there are a bunch of coaches, in this case 12. Each coach drafts a team of 12 Pokemon, and nobody else can use the Pokemon that the coach has drafted. So if you draft 12 Pokemon specifically to you, you're the only person that can use those Pokemon, and vice versa. Hello, LG. How are you? Thanks for joining. Thanks, Ari. I appreciate you joining. So yeah, should we get on into the picks? Like only Rayquaza for you. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and
well, we didn't allow Rayquaza, but
yeah, unfortunately Rayquaza is there are a lot of really strong Pokemon that are banned. So there's Pokemon that are considered really good in this format. So a lot of the Pokemon that you would typically see is like legendary Pokemon, or if you're a competitive nut, Ubers are all banned for the most part. There's some exceptions, but Hyper, are you able to hear
yes,
my friend?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? I am the friend.
A little bit more. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, improvement. I'll just start shouting.
There. Okay, that should be better. Is the music okay now that I've turned that up? I'm good now. Okay, the music's not too loud.
Okay, there we go.
I'm sorry, Ari. I'm very professional.
I get to be even more annoying, even louder.
Oh, there's music. You can't hear it. Damn. Hold on. Let me try to. Can you hear that? Okay. Sorry. You just totally saw what I was streaming.
Professional stream. This is a professional. This is a respect Ashton. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. I think we're gonna get into it. I'm just gonna turn my headset down so I don't have to hear the music as loud. Okay. All right. So, as stated previously, so to get into, actually, I'll get into the format of, goddamn Rachel. We'll get to get into the format of the league a little bit. This is a National Dex Draft League consisting of Mega Pokemon being allowed and Terra Captains being allowed. So each coach is allowed to draft 2 Terra Captains for their draft and 1 Mega Pokemon. So it's kind of a little mishmash of how things were in Gen 7 Draft League days, while including some of the more recent concepts introduced in the Gen 9 formats. So yeah, without further ado, we're going to get on into the first pick. Yes, Z-moves are banned, important to note, and Dynamax and Gigantamax are both banned as well.
Although I am hyper vigilantly fighting for a season where we allow all past gimmicks.
Everything.
It will be the worst season.
One captain for every single thing. Yeah. And Little Cup. We have to have Little Cup as well. But yes, so as stated previously,
Ubers.
Yes, 1 Uber as well. And as stated previously, the order that you see the coaches on this page here is the order in which they will be drafting. So this is a snake style draft. Therefore, Cadillacs being the first team logo on your screen at the top left will be drafting first in round 1, and he'll be drafting last in round 2, as it'll go all the way down from him to the 12th pick of round 1, which is in this case Mr. Grimes, and coach of the Vicious City. And then in round 2, Mr. Grimes will pick again, and then I'll go all the way back up to the BNC Breakers for round 2, and I'll go from there. So yeah, without further ado, the first pick of season 5 of the URSDL was Mega Alakazam. This is a very, very strong staple first pick. I will iterate to anyone who follows Pokemon competitively, Nasty Plot on this Pokemon has been banned for this draft league because it is almost impossible to prep for that thing. Where it already has base 75 special attack and base 50 speed or 150 speed, it is by no stretch of the imagination a very strong special wall breaker, having access to a lot of different special coverage moves. It's just an absolute beast on the special side. Is there anything you can think to add about this Pokemon TCG that I haven't already talked about?
Not really. I'm not very experienced in Mega Alakazam. I've never used it myself, nor have I really seen it used. Trace is a little bit of an unfortunate ability on it. Yeah,
I think
that's
you use
about it.
Trace
I
in a
was
good way.
surprised this went first, considering all the Pokemon that were available, especially in S tier. But I know Cadillacs usually likes to sleep on his S tier pick and pick it later, so I guess I shouldn't be that surprised.
You do be kind of an experienced drafter.
Yeah, but
He
I
has
was kind
won
of
seasons,
surprised
so
with
can't
some of
knock
the
him.
Pokemon that are in the S tier. We'll get into those later in this round. That this went first, so this is a very good Pokemon.
It's still a really good Pokemon. I think he wanted to establish where this is such a unique format. He wanted to establish just a really strong Mega Pick first, and I don't fault him for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mega Alakazam goes first. We will be moving on now to the second pick of round 1, which is going to Evil and his Vietnam Venomouse, and he picks Palafin. So Palafin, a Pokemon that has been kind of exploding in the competitive meta as of recent, where it is a newly introduced Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. It has access to an ability called Zero to Hero, which allows it to change form and become this absolute monster with base 150 or base 160 physical attack and just an all-around range of really decent stats, or to above average stats. So yeah, very, very sorry, I was just reading chat. I was seeing that Ari could hear me better. That's good to know. Yeah, very, very well-rounded Pokemon. It's a little bit polarizing, but it does so well at the job that it does that it's just amazing. It's just very good. Yeah, I don't know.
This, in my opinion, is probably the best Pokemon available.
Probably
just
is.
because its stats are insane. I mean, base 160 attack, 100 speed may not be the best thing around, but its defenses is also very good. And you can also prep for this thing as a special attacker because it also has a good special attack stat.
Yeah, above average
it gets
special
good
attack.
moves, good coverage. It gets a better Aqua Jet and Jet Punch. You can just like Choice Pan Jet Punch, or you can Choice Scarf Sets.
Yep.
This thing is.
You could either take it as a hindrance or a benefit to this Pokemon, but it does unfortunately only get to activate its ability when it pivots out. So you'll be seeing this Pokemon use Flip Turn a lot, which you can kind of play around. But
I've seen this Pokemon be the lead like a lot.
Absolutely.
Every time I've seen it drafted, I've just seen it as the lead. So
yes. So yeah, very strong Pokemon to go round 2. This could have easily been a round 1 pick for sure, or a first pick. Yeah. Yeah. To continue on. So as you might have remembered, I got third pick, and for anyone who knows me, I have been trying so long to get a specific Pokemon drafted. I've come very close a number of times, being within 1 or 2 picks. I finally got a chance to draft it, and with the third overall pick of Season 5, I draft Dragapult. Thank gosh, I was so, I was stretching so hard to get this Pokemon. I was like, okay, if I get it, this is what we're doing. I was so committed. There was no really other sight in mind as to what I was going to pick. I was stuck between this and a couple other things, assuming that Evil didn't pick this or the other Pokemon. But yeah, this ended making to me.
The best Mon.
Yeah, this is a scary Mon in draft because it can do so much. base 142 speed allows it to be able to, run more investment in bulkier and offensive stats, which I think is kind of nice. Speed is the name of the game, of course, in Draft League. It's a big name of the game anyway. It's not necessarily a staple, but yeah, you can kind of see that with mine and Cadillac's first picks here, really trying to establish those higher echelon of speed tiers. But yeah, this Pokemon's gonna be fun to use. I'm excited.
To me, there's no other Pokemon in existence that fits your style more than Dragapult does.
Thank you.
Because it's just so versatile.
Ah,
I think it suffers from. I don't mean to point out the bad in every Pokemon, but I think this Pokemon has an unfortunate move pool to where it's better on the special side, despite it having a higher physical attacking stat. And you might see mediocre defenses there, but it's still one of the best defensive Pokemon around just because it's so versatile.
Absolutely. Yeah, you have things like Sub-Hex sets with Will-O-Wisp, and you can, really make use of things like even Pain Split if you wanted to, where it's, it's not something that commonly runs, but, you never say never in Draft League. Yeah, look out for Dragapult this season.
It's also probably the second fastest pivoting mon around right now.
I believe so. Behind, well, yes. If you count the Volt Switch users in Zeraor and Regieleki, you might not be.
Did somebody get Zeraor?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. We'll have to see.
I know Regieleki was drafted.
Yeah, I wonder who. Anyway, so moving on. I'll try not to make this. Oh, I also promised to Mr. Grimes that I wouldn't make this a 5-hour draft stream. I'm going to try to pick up the pace here in the earlier stages, even though it's very exciting to see how people are going to start their.
You can make drafts, this long if you need to be. I don't want to ruin the fun for everybody else because I might have stuff to do.
No, it's all good. I also just want to. I know by the end of this I'm going to be so dead. Anyway, moving on. 4th overall pick goes to the Louisville Chadots, aka Coach Jax, and he picks the other Pokemon that I was considering, Urshifu Single Strike, which was allowed. For some reason, this thing is allowed, and yeah. For those of you who don't know what this does, or who are new to competitive Pokemon and recognize a lot more of the Gen 9 things, this is a Gen 7 monster. It gets access to a move called Wicked Blow, which is a Dark-type move that always crits, and off of a base 130 attack stat, this is broken.
It also has Unseen Fist, which allows it to go through Protect.
Absolutely. So a very strong mon in VGC right now is this, just where it has the ability to kind of denounce a lot of Pokemon's usage with Protect. Due to its ability, Unseen Fist. It's able to just kind of break through things and not give a damn about what you're trying to avoid. So the only thing I kind of don't like about this Pokemon in terms of its strengths and weaknesses, it's a little bit frail on the special side, not to mention all of the things that are hyper offensive especially are going to threaten this Pokemon out. But that being said, it does have Sucker Punch and things like that, so you're able to run a lot of common sets on this Pokemon that can help deter those threats. One of the notable ones being Scarf. It's a very common Scarf user where it gets access to U-turn. So yeah, I like this pick.
This is also probably the second best Pokemon that was allowed behind.
I think this is probably, yeah, it's probably up there. It's definitely close between it and Palafin.
Also, it went to a coach that absolutely adores this Pokemon. I think this is one of Jax's favorite Pokemon. He loves this Pokemon so much. I have no idea why. But I'm glad he got it because he wanted to use it, even though I wanted it. But unfortunately, I went 12th. So
welcome to the stream, Gem Dragon. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I agree. It seems like Jax has really made a name for himself in drafting this, so I'm glad he was able to get it too. But yeah, next up we have another returning coach to at least some of our draft leagues. I made the mistake in saying that he played doubles before. I think I recall him picking up this Pokemon before, actually, because he ended up picking it first round, I think, in another season of another league. It might have been this league, actually, last season. But anyway, Froggerman, coach of the Ylander Gudras, picks up Conkeldurr, and I think this is the second time he's done that. If you want to correct me, Froggerman, I believe you're still in the call with us.
Yeah. So my thought process is I really like Conk. This is the 5th time I've done this between all the draft leagues I've played. So
Okay.
No one's taking it from me.
No one's taking it from you. No, I mean, it's a really good Pokemon. You can see just from the stats alone, it's pretty solid. It's got the kind of Urshifu effect in just a little bit of a slower speed tier. A lot of coverage. Very, very strong Pokemon. Gets a priority move.
I think even though this Pokemon's slower, it might be better than Urshifu in some of its versatility sets, because this Pokemon gets both Guts and Iron Fist, and Iron Fist boosted Mach Punches from this thing, and Bullet Punch from this thing just hurts.
It does get
like
Bullet
you can
Punch?
just run an Iron, yeah, you can run an Iron Fist set with Mach Punch, Bullet Punch, Ice Punch, and Drain Punch. And like I said, it also gets Guts, so if you're not really worried about this thing outspeeding anything, you can just run Guts, Flame Orb, or Toxic Orb. I think Flame Orb is better. I don't know what its blast ability is. It may be sturdy.
Sturdy,
right off the top of my head.
Or is it not sure now.
I don't
Is it
know.
Iron Fist and Guts? Yeah. Those are the two that he uses the most, I'm sure.
It's
yeah.
Sheer Force. Oh
sheer,
god.
He learned Sheer. I forgot about that. Yeah.
I don't
so
think I've ever used Sheer Force.
interesting.
Yeah, this thing is just nuts.
Well, it's the
It is
epitome of a
really-
tanky offensive Pokemon. Yeah.
It does suffer from its low speed and low special defense. Its normal defenses are okay. It has a good HP stat, so it's compared to its defense, it is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I gotta say about that.
Yeah. No, it's a really good Pokemon. Kind of cool to see Froggerman establish this pick for him early. Yeah, we'll see how the rest of the draft goes for him.
We found our new Galarian Slowking.
Next up, we have another returning coach for this season. It is Pyro. He's coach of the Super Score Bunny, and he ends up picking Iron Valiant, which I think probably is another mon in the conversation of one of the top 3 Pokemon, at least in S tier in this draft. I'm definitely not surprised to see this go as early as it did, although I think it could have gone ahead of a couple of the picks that were made so far. Still a really strong pick up here by Pyro. As you can see from its stats alone, it's very hyper offensive. A lot of versatility in this Pokemon too. You can run it Specs, Life Orb, Booster Energy with its ability Quark Drive. You can run it Scarf if you really wanted to, I'm sure. I haven't really seen too many stats on that, but you never know. Has a lot of setup options. I believe it has Calm Mind and Sword Stance, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of coverage moves. I probably said that already, but yeah. I've seen this most commonly used as a choice specs user, and not a lot of things can really deal with this Pokemon as a choice specs user, where it's natural speed and very high offensive stats come into play. So yeah, this thing's gonna be a menace, I think, and it's kind of worrying for my Dragapult.
Yeah, the thing about Iron Valiant is if the move exists, Iron Valiant probably gets it. It's a lot like it's some of the best parts of Mew and some of the best parts of Dragapult in one. Its offensive stats are very good. Its coverage options are very good. I'm looking at it now. It does get Sword Stance. It does get Calm Mind. It gets Agility. It gets an offensive option for like every single typing. It gets Shadow Sneak. It even gets some defensive options. It gets Trick. It gets Thunder Wave.
I've
So on those choice specs sets. Yeah, so on some of those choice specs set, it can just as easily trick away those choice specs and ruin walls that are trying to come in on it. Like, this thing is insane on its own. Like,
yeah.
and what's scary about me is we've allowed some of the more broken Pokemon. This Pokemon probably would have been allowed anyway.
It's true. Yeah,
People sleep on Iron Valiant.
A lot of things that were banned previous to the season were unbanned by vote, of course. There were still things that are left banned. There were polls for Flowermane, for example. That thing was left banned. Yes, so yeah, this thing, regardless of what was added, is still in the upper echelon of S tier. And yeah, very strong pickup here by Pyro. Moving on, we have DD in the call with us. He has the 7th pick in the first round, and his pickup was his tried and true, to sum up in some sort of short fashion, Galarian Slowking.
This is the equivalent of Ash's Pikachu.
Yeah, there's nothing like Ashton as Pikachu, and the equivalent of this is DD and his Galarian Slowking. He's used this to so many very, needless to say, difficult for your opponent ways. This Pokemon's just really good. Curious Medicine's an interesting ability, but often you'll see this thing running Regenerator. It can run Assault Vest sets, it can run bulky Slack Off sets, it can run Trick Room support sets, it can run tanky offensive sets. It's got a really decent typing defensively and offensively, where it, it can hit a little bit of everything with its stabs, and then it has the coverage moves to hit things that it couldn't normally hit with its stabs, such as Flamethrower and Fire Blast for Steel types. So, I don't know, DD, do you have anything to say more about this Pokemon?
It's just, it's amazing. It's carried me. I think it's just a really great facilitator of my team and how I like to build. So when people start beating it, I guess I'll stop drafting it. But...
That's very fair. Yeah. I guess this league just hasn't figured out how to beat your Galarian Slowking drafts.
It's also one of the 2 Pokemon that get chilly reception.
That's right. That is right.
I don't know if he picked up any snow abusers, but if he did, that just makes this thing all the more threatening. And because of the format with moves, this thing gets Slack Off. It unfortunately doesn't get Teleport, which I thought it did, but the Galarian versions do not get Teleport.
They do not get Teleport.
Yeah,
this thing going...
It doesn't need that to still be good.
Yeah. One of the better A tiers, as DD said, very good facilitating, just a reliable Pokemon to pivot out of into things. If it had Teleport, I will say it would be a very, very annoying Pokemon to face, just where you can bring in more offensively threatening Pokemon
and it does
a little bit more safely. It does get chilly reception, so I guess
which
even if you don't have a Pokemon that uses snow, it's still fine as a pivoting move. But yeah, I'm curious to see how DD decides to build around this Pokemon this season. Yeah, we're a little bit closer to the end of round 1 here. We're gonna keep moving. iNasty's up next. He's the coach of London Drapion, and he decided to pick his first pick, a Mega Pokemon, Mega Medicham. Yeah, this thing gets Trailblaze now. And it's a little bit scary. Pure Power, of course. All the punching moves, I believe. Yeah, good coverage. Ability to kind of just come in and click a button. It doesn't have to... I can't really say that it suffers from its speed tier anymore because it gets a speed boosting move. And it's a move that will help him, or help it with Pokemon that might be threatening it defensively. So, yeah. I'm not excited to face this.
Yeah, and there really isn't much to say about this Pokemon that hasn't already been said or isn't already widely known. It's one of the best physical attackers in the game. One of the best Mega Pokemon available.
Yeah, don't let the stats fool you. It's basically base 200 attack. But, it's not, but it's double its attack.
Argument to be the best Pokemon available, but Mega available. Even some of the moves that aren't considered very good. I'm looking at the usually useless moves right now. It gets Acupressure, which may be banned. I'm not sure.
I think it is.
Axe Kick is there. Upper Hand is a move that this Pokemon could see usage in if it doesn't want to run Trailblaze and it's a priority.
Right.
It's nuts.
Never seen that one before? You never seen Mega Medicham? Oh, this is welcome to Hell on Earth. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. It also gets Baton Pass.
It does get Baton Pass. The ability to pivot as well. Add that in there. But yeah, very strong wall breaking Pokemon to kick off iNasty's draft here. And yeah, I'm gonna try my best not to overlook this thing because it could just easily wreck any draft on its own. With the addition of Trailblaze, of course. But yeah. Are we ready for the most intriguing pick of the first round? I think we should just dive on into. What do you think?
Oh, we're ready.
Oh,
we're always ready.
Why Why would you want an S tier, A tier, or a Mega when you can go right into C tier and get your first Terra captain like Dagster did? He drafts Terra Diplin. This thing needs to go away. And I can't think of a way to make it go away now that it has access to Eviolite. Oh my goodness.
I
Yeah.
don't personally have a lot to say about this Pokemon. I've never really seen it used. I don't have the DLC.
I feel
My copy is Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, I
but,
feel the same with you. Like, I haven't seen a lot of users on this Pokemon yet. I don't follow competitive
Looking at its
as
stats,
closely.
it looks very bulky. Its defensive stats: 110 defense, 80 special defense, boosted by a Violet. So that's, if my math is correct, that's like base 165 defense and then base 120 normal defense.
Oh my goodness.
It being able to Terra, you can't Toxic Stall except for just Terra Steel. If it comes in on an S type, once again, just Terra Steel. Probably going to see this thing Terra Steel a lot.
Yeah, it's
Its
probably one of the
offensive
better Terra
options
options.
seem a little lacking, but that doesn't really seem like too much of a problem since this is
But
a
its
defensive
stats are
Pokemon.
nothing to sleep on offensively either. Like, base 95 special attack's
Yeah.
pretty solid.
Yeah, I don't think, in my opinion, it is the best Terra Pokemon around, but it top 5, top 10 maybe.
Seemed like Dagster wanted to establish it as something for his draft plan really early on. So even if it might not be the best one, it's definitely something that he wanted to, it showed of great importance to him for what he wanted to draft. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how he wants to decide to build around this Pokemon and in what way he wants to follow that path.
Where I just needed this good Pokemon.
Cadillacs did also just correct us a little bit on Mega Medicham. Given the pure power ability, the base stat of Mega Medicham's physical attack, according to what Cadillacs is saying, is the equivalent of base 250. That's pretty gross. If that's true, that's pretty gross. Yeah. That Pokemon's left. But yeah, this Pokemon is going to be interesting to see used.
I see now why we banned Mega Mawile.
Mega Mawile is pretty fun. I'm going to miss it, but it's okay. There's always Tinkaton. So, Jinxed, our newcomer, has decided to take the route of drafting Gouging Fire as their first pick. Very much a clickbait Pokemon in my opinion. So we'll have to see if Jinx is able to use this to swoon some viewers if she does decide to create content. I don't know if she's a content creator or not. I'll have to ask her. But yeah, she goes with the route of Gouging Fire. Right off the bat, this Pokemon stats are nuts. Very well-rounded. A little bit lacking on the speed side. Of course, speed being the name of the game draft, it is kind of sad to see this with a slower speed tier. But yeah, what are some things that are unique about this Pokemon? I don't really know too much about it.
It does get a special move in Burning Bulwark, which is basically protect for burns.
Right.
It is looking like one of the best photosynthesis users in the game, because like the only stat it cannot realistically get a boost off of a special attack. Its defensive stats are very good on its own. Its offensive stats are very good on its own. It may not be fast, but it gets Flame Charge.
Does get Flame Charge, okay.
This thing is... I wonder if this is going to be on a Sun team. It does get Morning Sun. It gets Raging Fury, which is basically Outrage for fire types.
Right.
This thing just comes in and goes ham. And also, like, one of the best physical attackers that you cannot burn, because it is fire types. Yep. Gouging hams.
Gouging hams. Yeah. Possible Sun team incoming. We'll have to see.
I wonder if that's gonna be a Sun.
What are the chances? All right. Yeah. I also like the typing of this Pokemon. I know Mega Charizard X already had kind of this before. But yeah, curious to see, given the new meta, what this thing does. Yeah, excited to see how this draft continues to shape. With that being said, we're going to move on over to the second last pick of round one. Draven Dusclops coach is Dusclops, of course, and he decided to pick another new Pokemon, Archaludon, or Archaludon. I think it's Archaludon.
Archaludon?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's Archaludon.
Daddy Duraludon. No. Yeah, those stats
The
are pretty
Pokemon
cool.
that's supposed to look like a suspension bridge, but it looks like a stapler remover.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, a couple of Eiffel Towers for arms. You know, it's what it is. But yeah, this Pokemon's pretty cool. Got a lot of coverage. Very bulky typing. Very bulky stats as well. Another one of those like tanky offensive Pokemon we're seeing here, where it's got
Yeah.
that very solid offensive stats on both ends. Pretty decent defensive stats all around.
You just slap an assault vest on this thing and run stamina on it. It's one of the best bulkiest Pokemon around. The
Yes,
only
they just
unfortunate part about it is it doesn't get reliable recovery. And if you do decide to do that assault vest set, then you forfeit leftovers.
right.
But it does get, like, you can even run power herb sets because it gets Meteor Beam and Electro Shot. So you don't necessarily have to run bulky. You can just be straight offensive. Its speed stats not bad. So I guess if you really wanted to, you could run Choice Scarf. It could also be physical because it gets Sword Stance. This is a really good Pokemon. And I actually know this draft personally kind of well because I looked at it a lot when I was doing my PRs. This is a staple of the team.
Literally, no pun intended.
No pun intended. That was real. I did make a pun. It also gets body press, so yeah.
This thing's gonna be
Yeah,
ham here.
that's
It's gonna matchup check. It's gonna matchup check a lot of drafts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a steel type, so you can't poison it away. Burn
Curious to
doesn't do much
see-
to it 'cause it's a special attacker.
Yeah, curious to see where this is a Pokemon that is newer. You know, it seems like a Pokemon that might be able to go on a lot of different teams. So I'm curious to see what kind of draft this team looks like, or what type of draft Dusclops decide to choose to surround this Pokemon with going forward. Yeah, very curious. Last pick of round 1 goes to you, of course, Mr. Grimes. Do we have anything to say before I switch over to that pick?
When it comes to this pick, we do a little thing here where we vote on if a Pokemon should change tiers. This was one of the first Pokemon in A tier, or really one of the first Pokemon overall that I saw. I was like, this thing needs to be an S tier Pokemon. I think people sleep on this Pokemon because of the other Pokemon it is associated with is typically known as the better of the two. And this thing was voted to stay in A tier. So I thought to myself, yeah, this is going to be my first pick if I lose Urshifu.
Damn, you were expecting Urshifu to get all the way to round 12, or pick 12. Sorry. Yeah, Iron Treads for Mr. Grimes. You pretty much said everything about this pick that needs to be said. It is a very good utility offensive Pokemon. And it also has the stats defensively to back it up, as well as the typing. Ground and Steel, of course, being a very, very common defensive typing, as we know of the Excadrill effect that it had on earlier generations. This Pokemon does that even better, where it has access to Volt Switch. So, yeah. Very good Pokemon. Lots of versatility. Booster energy sets are pretty cool. Yeah, there's some stuff you can do here. Don't really know too many sets that are, different other than the ones that have been listed so far, but
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
no worries, no worries. I thought it was pretty
But yeah,
funny how you just left after I made fun of you for not getting Urshifu. So
I'm sorry. But yeah, this thing, it's kind of nuts for this thing to be an A tier. I think people think that Great Tusk is so good that they forget Iron Treads is just as good, and the only thing that's really stopping this Pokemon from being as good as Great Tusk is its typing. In my opinion, its stats are better. It's more well-rounded. Its special defense is better. It can run Assault Vest sets. It gets Rapid Spin. Its coverage options are just as good as Great Tusk's. And for this thing being an A tier Pokemon is honestly insane. Because this, in my opinion, is the best Pokemon in A tier.
Okay. Yep.
Because
I can see your argument for that.
like in normal drafts, this is the 4th best Pokemon available.
Right.
Behind Great Tusk, Guldengo and insert fourth Pokemon here. But
Iron Valiant if it's allowed.
yeah, its typing is good. I was debating because, spoiler alert, my team does dive into sand a little bit. I was debating getting Extra Drill, but this thing is so much better.
Yep.
Even though Sand Force would be good to abuse, this is just better.
It's just better.
I don't know how else to put it. It's such a good Pokemon for it to be an A tier.
It's like Excadrill.
It also looks really silly. So
it does look like it do be a wheel. So yeah, that closes out our round 1 of season 5. What do we think about these Pokemon here? What's your favorite pick? I mean, I'm no bias, but Dragapult do kind of looking nice.
There's so many good Pokemon in this round that it's hard for me to sit here and say, "Oh, this one is my favorite."
Mm-hmm.
I could just, because there's so many serious options here, I could just be silly and say the Diplin is my favorite. But if I'm being 100% honest here, I'm looking at the Pokemon that are really just good value for what they are.
Right.
And I hate to pat myself on the back, but I really do want to go with the Iron Treads.
Fair enough.
Just because like all these Pokemon are really good in S tier. So that's like,
why not just skip ahead a tier and get a good A tier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to like I said, I don't want to pat myself on the back because haha, smart drafter, but it's just a high value pick. Like I've basically picked an S tier in A tier.
Right.
And I still have an S tier pick available.
That's it.
Iron Valiant is another good one. Palafin, like there's no bad pick here.
No.
Like nothing here is like, oh, okay, that's an okay Pokemon. Like no, all these Pokemon are very good.
Oh, this is a very reasonable first round of picks here. Makes a lot of sense to see all these Pokemon. Yeah, I probably have to give it to Iron Valiant personally, just given how potent that Pokemon is in so many formats. Given what it can and can't do, it's probably one of the more valuable team members to have, I'd say. My personal opinion, but I'm also scared about that Mega Medicham, so we'll see.
Yeah, if I had to pick one, it would either be the Iron Treads or Iron Valiant, or maybe the Palafin, or the Slowking, or the Urshifu, or the Kingaldr, or the Arcaladon, or any other picked round one.
Well, now we're going to see that snake style part of the draft come into effect. Are you ready for your second pick?
I am ready for my second pick.
All right, Sylveon. Tell me about it.
Oh boy. Okay, well, when it came to Sylveon, when it came to this pick, I knew I wanted Sylveon because I wanted a good special defensive fairy. It was also around here where it was actually, we'll get there when we get there, but I knew when it came to Sylveon because of where I was in the draft, it was either I pick it now or I don't get it. And it was actually a good thing I got this thing, so I think I sniped 2 or 3 people. Sniped. Almost said snap. Sniped 2 or 3 people by picking this Pokemon. And there is a reason why this thing is picked in almost every draft league that is ever.
Yep.
Gets wished. Pixelate Hyper Voice, its stats are pretty good. It's one of the best special defensive Pokemon, 130 special defense, 110 special attack. Its speed is lacking, but there's a lot of Choice Scar sets in existence. Its health is good.
You must be
pretty
proud. Yeah, I was just gonna say you must be pretty proud to have such good value picks as your first 2 picks, like for their tiers.
Yeah, I think so. Just the thing with Sylveon in particular is I have a lot of history with this Pokemon. I started doing competitive, really doing competitive around X and Y, and this Pokemon was on my OU team.
Yeah. And
I enjoyed using it so much because I don't know if this is still a thing, but if you baton passed with Choice Specs, because I had Choice Specs on this thing, it passed the boost from Choice Specs to the Pokemon you swapped into for that turn. And
is
another
that right?
Pokemon on my team, I think so. I think it was just one turn it would pass the boost, but you could do it. And I always baton passed it into Mega Charizard Y and just fire off Sun Boosted Fire Blasts. And
that's gross.
I just really like this Pokemon. I didn't like it for the longest time because I was a hipster and everybody liked Sylveon. But I have come to peace with Sylveon. I really like this Pokemon. Also,
Sylveon's
just
kind
being a
of
fairy type. Also, just being a fairy type makes you one of the best Pokemon ever.
right. Yeah, Fairy's such a good offensive and defensive typing. Yeah, and to pair with a Pokemon like Iron Treads, you've already started a very optimal Dragon Steel Fairy core there. So yeah.
I wonder what my dragon's gonna be.
Oh boy. Woo. Yeah, very good pickup here by you. So
Yeah.
as previously iterated, this is Snake Styles draft, so it'll go back up the order from you to Cadillacs, which will end up rounding off our round 2 pick. So our 11th pick is now our second pick for this round. So Dusclops, you'll be picking your second pick up here. Pair with that very scary Arcaludon, you end up going with Pelipper. So this is kind of hinting towards rain, obviously.
This may be a rain team.
This might be a rain team. Yeah.
I don't want to call this the rain team. This is a cats and dogs team.
Right away,
Because it is.
these Pokemon core very well together. With Arcaludon's couple of its main weaknesses being ground and fighting are already covered by this Pokemon here. Not to mention the reverse side of things, Pelipper, Electric, and Rock, even though Rock is not the most common offensive stab typing in draft. If you consider things like Stealth Rocks, it's a pretty nice pairing where Arcaludon resists Stealth Rocks. So yeah, Arcaludon can switch into those offensive ground type or rock type Pokemon, excuse me, and cover that for Pelipper. So yeah, Pelipper being able to weaken the damage or the output of fire types as well on the special side for Arcaludon. It's gonna be a nice little package of 2 here, and obviously leaning more towards this team being a little bit more hyper focused on rain. Arcaludon's definitely going to be able to benefit from that, I think.
This Pokemon differs from Politoed in a very specific way. It's actually viable outside of just setting up rain. It gets heavy duty boots, so you can run a defensive defog set. I've seen choice spec sets start to arise, firing off specs Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Surfs. It also gets U-turns, so it can pivot. I mean, it's good. Compared to rain setters, there's really only 2 available in existence.
Other than the unnamed Kyogre, which is banned.
This is definitely the better of the 2.
I agree.
It is a good A tier pick. Just because of what it does, like utility wise,
yep,
and what it can do versatility wise, I think this would be drafted in S tier reluctantly. But it would be drafted in S tier because it is a very important Pokemon when it comes to rain teams.
Absolutely.
That's just how much better this thing is than Politoed.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? He might draft both. We'll see. But yeah. Ooh,
hint, hint.
No.
Ooh. So
yeah.
spooky.
I love Pelipper. I've ran it on some fun teams and consisted. I think the last time I drafted Pelipper was in I think it was your league where you had run Ubers, and I drafted Melmetal and Calyrex Ice Rider, and it was pretty good on that team.
PPO.
I know, sad moments. But yes, love the pickup. Big fan of the Pokemon. As you said, it does a lot of things other than just utility Pokemon that moves, gets everything. So Pelipper's a really good pickup, and I'm excited to see how potent this raid team is going to become.
I'm gonna run and get some water real quick.
Sounds good. Yep, no worries. Yeah, moving on to our newcomer Jinx again. She decides to go with Walking Way. So another photosynthesis mon. I'm very intrigued by this because there's another dragon type in S tier that she already drafted, but at the same time, they don't really do the same thing. One main difference, of course, is that this thing is a special attacking monster, whereas Gajigvar is more of a physical attacking monster. I know Gajigvar can do both. I know this thing can do both. I'm sure probably get some sort of physical setup move, maybe Dragon Dance, so I'll have to look back on that. But yeah, Walking Wake's gonna make an appearance here. It's very much leaning towards Sun, where Protoss. Yes.
This may be a Sun team.
It's maybe a Sun team. Maybe just maybe.
Maybe a Sun team.
Maybe a Sun team. Yeah. Oh, she said she told you she hates the Pokemon Hyper? Oh, no way. And she just drafts it? Okay. Well, competitively, I think she wanted it because of Sun, but yeah.
Suicune on its own is already like one of my favorite Pokemon to use. I love using Suicune. And then imagine you slap the dragon typing onto Suicune. and you make it viable in both rain and sun.
Oh,
Like this thing technically is better in the sun, but there's that rain team flying around, and this is probably going to be one of the better counters to that rain team.
right.
I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
they'll be
Imagine having
fighting
the rain setter and then like, oh, I'm gonna bring rain on walking wake. See how it goes. Like Jinx literally has set herself up for counter prep for sun.
I don't know what its special move is called, but it gets boosted by both the rain and the sun.
It's not Strange Steam, that's Weezing Galler's thing. It's not Steam Eruption, that's Volcanion's thing. Oh shoot. Anyway, yes, it gets a base 130. I believe it's base 130 special water type attack. That's basically just a Scald on steroids.
Hydro Steam.
Hydro Steam. I knew it was something Steam. Oh my goodness.
It's power 80.
Oh, it's only base 80 power?
Oh, you're talking about yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. I don't know what I'm thinking of.
But yeah, this thing, it gets agility, it gets Dragon Dance. No, it does not get Calm Mind, unfortunately.
It's fine. Doesn't need it.
The thing would be insane if it did get Calm Mind.
Don't even think about it.
But even agility by itself kind of makes a special attack better because you can run Modest. This thing can set up both the rain and the sun. It is, spoiler alert, this is on a sun team. It gets flip turn. It gets flip turn. It doesn't get many coverage options. It seems like its only special coverage options are fire, water, and dragon, but it doesn't really need it.
I would eventually like to draft this thing on a rain team. See.
Oh, Jax ran a summer showers team one season in the DPL where he had sun and rain, and if this Pokemon had existed back then, he would be sitting pretty.
Be set, yeah. Oh my. Yeah, really good pickup here. I'm curious to see what cores Jinx decides to go with the pair, both individually with her two picks so far, and as well together. See if she picks up a good grass type here to kind of match the theme of these two. So
spoiler alert.
We'll see. Probably going to be a sun team, but we'll have to wait and see about that.
Could be snow.
Or a veil. Yeah. So Daxter's going to be making his second pick to follow up that interesting Diplin pick. Still think it's a pretty good pickup, but anyway, Pekkarunt. So another new face. So for those of you who don't know much about Pekkarunt, this Pokemon is kind of fat.
Annoying.
Very annoying. I think the word to use is annoying here because of its ability Poison Puppeteer. Poison Puppeteer.
This Pokemon technically breaks the rules, but it's Daxter, so it's okay.
So yes, so there's kind of a loophole in the rules where this Pokemon's only ability is Poison Puppeteer. It can't run anything else, and it was allowed. So the rule is you may not use a ability or a move that can lower evasion, I believe, or that can influence a Pokemon's evasion or confusion. Sorry. Yes, so that's excluding things like water pulse and stuff like that. So things that have a secondary effect aren't guaranteed.
I suggested we just get rid of guaranteed poisons, but
yes, but
apparently it's Daxter, so it's okay. No, I'm kidding.
It was too late. We had passed the part where rules and things could get voted on in tiers. So Pekkarunt's gonna sit here and poison things and confuse things. It's fine.
I personally don't like this Pokemon as an S tier pick, as annoying as it is. Its defensive stats are good. I mean, its defense stat and its ability are really the only things it has going for it. But it's not that fast for an S tier. It's not that strong for an S tier.
I mean,
it's
a fat poison's pretty good.
Outside of physical. Wait, what?
A fat poison? I mean, it's kind of.
I mean, yeah, but that's only on the physical side.
I guess, but you can run
special defenses. I just see this Pokemon as like okay for an S tier. Like it'd be one of the best A tiers in my opinion, and that's just me. Yes. I don't like this Pokemon. It'll be very annoying if it's backed up correctly. And this thing poisoning everything and just firing off Venoshock is horrifying.
Yeah.
For anything that's not immune to it. It does only get offensive ghost and poison moves. I'm not seeing any other typing. Oh, it gets foul play, but
yeah, what does that do?
Other than that,
well, that's a good utility move.
Yeah, that's the only other move that it gets. Oh, it gets Astonish. Never mind.
Astonish.
But this This is definitely, yeah, it is a Pokemon. Considering the rest of his draft, I think Daxter will get a lot of use out of it. I just personally
Yeah.
don't care
I-
for this Pokemon as an S tier pick.
Because I'm
It
biased
gets
and
parting shot.
I was discussing Dagster's draft with him. I think Dagster's gonna be able to make good use of this, given what I know from how his team's going to function.
It also looks so sad. Why are
He
you
looks so
sad?
sad. He's sad because
so
he
sad.
can't use confusion moves. No, he's
Okay.
able to. He's able to.
It's okay, Peck
well, not
is
confusion
trash.
moves, but yeah.
I agree, Cadillac.
Yeah,
This
that's
is the worst
why.
Pokemon.
I was laughing when I read chat and Cadillac said it's okay, Peck's trash. Okay, yeah. Next pick is a little
Justice for
heartbreaking.
Pekkarunt.
Just Pekkarunt, yes. Next pick's a little heartbreaking because one of the people who was discussing with me the draft plan got it sniped from them. I nasty picks Goldingo, and I know Jax wanted it because Urshifu single plus this would have been so crazy. But, you know, it do be draft league. You have to live with the snipes. This thing is a very good partner for Medicham anyway. Yeah, offensively, defensively, great Pokemon. Good spin blocker too. Probably the best spin blocker around, if I have to be honest.
It also blocks defog because of Good as Gold.
Is that right?
So this, yeah.
Oh wow.
What Good as
works.
Gold does is it stops status moves from affecting it, and because defog's primary function is to lower evasion, it blocks Good as Gold, or it blocks defog.
I didn't know
So this
that
is good on
worked on
hazard.
defog, huh?
Yeah, this is good on hazard stacking teams. So if you want to do the dual steals and you draft this thing along with something like Fortress or Ferrothorn, and it just blocks hazards.
Unreal. Well, I'm learning more about this Pokemon, even though it's been out for a while.
It gets nasty plot and make it rain.
Yep.
Special defense is
Enough
already
said.
insane.
All you need to see is nice plot making rain. That's it. That's all you had to say.
That's it. Next Pokemon.
Yep. Next Pokemon. Actually, the next Pokemon. We're back to DD.
Hold on. I have one more thing.
Oh, sorry.
This is also one of the Pokemon that's already like one of the best S tiers around. I was surprised this thing went round 2. Because I know when we were talking about Jax's draft plan, you was like, we should do Goldingo along with Urshifu. And I was like, Goldingo's not making it back. And I was, I just said that because I'm surprised this thing went as late as it did. This is like almost a dedicated round 1 Pokemon.
You did warn it, like, not making it. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think his backup pick he got is also very good. I'm a very big fan of what he picked up.
Yeah. No,
That's what we call foreshadowing. We're hyping up the fans.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, look forward to Jack's backup pick for Goldingo. Anyway, DD's up with the second pick. So as you might remember, he ended up picking down a tier as you did your first round by going with the A tier first. DD is establishing some very key components to his draft, and he ended up picking Samurai Hisui. I believe DD's still in the call with us. I'm not entirely sure if he's around.
I have one major thing to say about Samurai Hisui. Yuck.
That's fair. That's fair. It's really want some spikes. I feel like spikes are really good this generation, like better than like Stealth Rock. So might as well get something that can do it offensively and be a good dark type to go with Slowking. So just another facilitator. Since at this point in the draft, I didn't know like what I wanted my S tier to be. So just picking good puzzle pieces, I guess.
You're definitely.
I just remembered his S tier pick, and I'm like, oh god. And I'm just now putting it together how that pairs up with Slowking, and oh god. But Samurai Hisui, I don't mean to steal your thunder, but you go ahead.
You go ahead. Me?
Okay, I'll go.
Okay.
Ceaseless Edge is one of the most annoying moves ever, because it sets up a layer of spikes on top of being an offensive move. Its stats are good. It's pretty much the inverse of normal Samurai stats. It's part dark, so it's not affected by any prankster moves. Its defenses are okay, so it's kind of easier to swap in compared to some offensive Pokemon. It can run Choice Scarf because of its speed stat, both of its attack stats, so it could be physical or special. You got to really be careful for both. Gets Flip Turn, Knock Off. There's so many sets you can run with this thing because you get so many different moves like Sword Stance, Sucker Punch, Throat Chop, Toxic, Waterfall.
A lot of utility versatility with this Pokemon.
Yeah, it's crazy. This was in C tier when we started,
For some reason.
and
Who did
I
that,
think
Ashton? You
oh,
dumbass.
it was me. I'll do it.
Oh,
I'll
you
take that
taking
L.
the heat? Okay.
I'll take the heat. I'll do it. I think I made a play for this thing to be A tier, and it stayed in B. And I was like, well, that's gonna go
You
pretty quickly,
did. Yeah, you did.
and it did. Yeah.
This stayed in B
That's all I
tier
have to
and
say.
Fluttermane's banned. That's yeah. Answer me that one. It's fine.
That's all I have to say about that.
I just want to be able to use everything. I don't know. Eventually, we'll see. But yeah, Samurott,
Yeah,
I love
we
them
had
all.
to run our. We fought hard for it not to be an Ubers league, just for us to run UU Ubers. So
He is. But,
anyway,
yeah.
what would
This Pokemon's a very good utility, and I think I can see where this draft is headed already. So I'm nervous. But yeah, let's see how Pyro decides to, what he decides to pair with his Iron Valiant pick here. See if he decides to give it some supporting role here. Oh yes. We're going to see Quark Drive activation
does it
every
get that?
time.
Oh,
Yes, Tapu Koko.
okay, yeah, the team does get better. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you can get much better than Iron Valiant, but prove me wrong. Surprise, Tapu Koko's here. He does exhaust 180.
Pick up Furret and maybe we'll see if it gets better.
We shush. So he does choose to exhaust 180 free points, which I believe is worth it 100%. You have the ability to have a very strong pivoting option, allowing you to pivot in Pokemon like Iron Valiant freely. So for those who don't know about what Tapu Koko does, it abuses its own electric terrain with electric stab moves. Often they are special moves. You have seen some physical sets run with coverage moves that are lacking, but still there in Brave Bird and such. In Iron Head, I believe it gets
This thing
too.
also gets Roost.
It does get Roost, so you can run a more utility offensive set.
It also gets Defog. Like this thing is just, it's very versatile.
It's one of the few electric types that gets both Volt Switch and U-Turn. Nature's Madness is also a very good utility move. I believe, I don't know if it lost Defog in Gen 9 or not.
No.
No, it didn't,
still
because it
gets
wasn't even
Defog.
in Gen 9. Yes, so Defog user. I could be a good Boots user, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it in this current meta. Not bad
Yeah,
Boots user.
this and Iron Valiant's already disgusting, and the team gets even more disgusting as time goes on.
Oh, here, let me threaten something out with Coco. Oh yeah, Nature's Madness. Oh wait, what does Iron Valiant do? Kills things. Well, they're already at half health.
Yeah.
Fun. Oh, it also gets taunt, so you don't have to worry about recovery.
Basically, if you fight this guy, just quit.
Yes, you've already lost. We've already lost the season. Yeah. So
Not to make
main
this
focal
thing
point
even
here
more better,
is yeah.
but it gets withdraw.
Shush. Yeah. Main focal point
God,
here
no.
is the electric train compatibility with Quark Drive Iron Valiant.
Yeah.
See how Pyro chooses to use that to his advantage in his battles in the regular season.
Draft.
But yeah.
Next pick.
Next pick. We have Froggerman back with his second pick to pair with his Conkeldurr, another bulky A tier. Very, very bulky offensive A tier too. Gudra Hisui. It's really too bad this thing couldn't have been a Terra Captain because for those who don't remember, for those who followed the previous level season, which I really did try to do a draft stream for, I had some computer issues. Dagster drafted this Pokemon as a Terra Captain, and man, was it annoying.
No, it was George, wasn't it?
No, it was Dagster. Jord helped him. But Froggerman, if you're still here, tell us what made you decide to Gudra?
So, I'm normally a UU player. I don't touch OU,
Okay.
and I had to step down from UU into RU. I'm a refugee, because
Power
as
creep.
we all know about UU, yes. But I love Gudra. I love Gudra H, and I definitely like some of the sets with it. Now, I pretty much only run one set. I'm not going to say what that is for obvious reasons, but I've found it to catch people off guard, especially.
Time for me to stake out the Pokemon Showdown replays to see if there's any Froggerman 225 replays with Goodra Sui in them.
I wonder if it has anything to do with body pressure.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Don't do that. I'm going to start making my games private.
You're great. Yeah, I love
Loading
this
up the poison vials, Mr. TSG knows too much.
One thing I like about this form, rather than the Kalos form of Goodra, is that its base defense is a lot higher, and I think that was a big struggle for the Kalos version of this Pokemon.
Colossian.
Yeah, or Colossian, yeah. Yeah, I also like the Dragon Steel typing as a thing. I think this is arguably the best. Well, I don't know what Arcaludon does yet, but I was gonna say this is arguably the best Dragon Steel type.
If it got reliable recovery, I would agree with you, but it doesn't. So
Which
I'm
one
still gonna have to
does?
go with Arcaludon.
Does Arcaludon get
Well,
reliable recovery though?
No, neither of them. Neither of them do.
I think this Pokemon's better. Don't.
It's
don't
a good
at me.
Pokemon. It's a lot more versatile. Well, then again, Arcaludon's very versatile. Oh no.
We'll see. We'll have to
Let's
learn
just
what
see where it
Arcaludon does
goes.
first. Arcaludon does
Arcaludon is
Stamina.
not.
Yeah.
It is not.
Yep.
I think this thing is typically you'll see it more offensively, where Arcaludon is more defensive.
Maybe.
Even though it has offensive options, and it is very good offensively, it's just Goodra. It has the coverage.
Right.
It gets toxic where Arcaludon doesn't.
Right.
I don't think Arcaludon gets knockoff, and this thing does. I'm gonna call it the wrong name like every single time. But
How many different times can Mr. Grimes pronounce Arcaludon?
Arcologus doesn't get chilling water. Arcalingo doesn't get bulldoze.
All right. I think we've covered it.
Arcarliftus doesn't get ice spinner.
There's also trick room opportunities with this Pokemon. Which I think
Oh,
would
yeah,
be
'cause-
annoying.
Honestly, its speed, even though it's lower, it's better for Goodra.
Yeah.
It doesn't get iron defense, but it does get shelter, which is the
That's
same
Shelter.
thing.
Same thing. More PP as well, I believe.
No, I think
Yeah.
it's the same. Actually, iron defense has more, because I think iron defense has 24.
I thought
And
Shelter.
shelter
Had like...
gets 16.
Oh, okay. I thought it's 64 for some reason. Might be thinking of a draw. Jax picks up Enamorous Incarnate to pair with his Urshifu Single Strike. I helped him pick this after his Goldengo Snape. Jax, if you're here, if you'd like to talk about this at all, what you think about it, what you make of it, what things kind of attracted you to this Pokemon as a pick, feel free.
I know what attracted him to it. You told him to draft it.
It's true.
There you go.
Okay, no worries.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
He said anyway, sorry. I basically
I
DM'd Jax. I was like, yeah, so there's only few Pokemon that are fairy types that are faster than Urshifu. You should definitely pick one to offensively pair with a physical poke. Like, have a special attacking one that pairs well with like your physical attacking Urshifu that you don't have to deal with week to week. And I think Enamorous provides that, and as a special wall breaker 1 and 2, it is one of the Pokemon that innately checks Urshifu on paper. So yeah.
I like this Pokemon because it swaps into Intimidators. Trying to come in on Urshifu with Contrary.
Yeah.
So this thing doesn't specifically have to be ran specially. It doesn't get many physical options, but they are there.
Does it get superpower?
It gets Play Rough, Superpower, Zen Headbutt, Outrage, Body Slam, Iron
I
Head.
forgot I got outraged.
I mean, it's there. Astonish.
See, more astonishes.
More Astonishes.
Yeah.
This thing, even though, like you said, probably specially, it has to run Contrary. I can't run Cute Charm because Cute Charm's banned.
Yep.
But it also gets support options and Tailwind. It gets Taunt. Healing Wish if you really need to.
It's gonna
You
be
know, you
faster
managed
than
to
a
whittle-
lot of the dragons as well, given the base 106
Yeah.
speed.
You
Very
managed to
important.
whittle down Urshifu. Guess what? Healing Wish back into Urshifu. It's up to snuff now.
Yep.
And like we said, it gets Astonished, so it's automatically the best Pokemon in draft.
Yep, that's it. Yep.
Yep,
Already
gets
lost.
Astonished. Get ready for those
Too many
Toy
auto
Scarf
lost.
Astonished.
Too many auto lost Pokemon already. We're already an hour and 17 minutes, and I guess I'll try to speed up here a little bit. I'm going to make my second pick of the draft and decide to pick up Togekiss. I had a core in mind with Togekiss. Well, I had Dragapult Partners in mind, and Togekiss was one, and then I had Togekiss Partners in mind, and so I was kind of putting a lot of importance on getting Togekiss in order to fulfill my draft plan. So I was really adamant on getting Togekiss now. I felt like it did a lot for me, and mainly start off my Dragon Steel Fairy Core. Give me a pretty solid bulky Wish Passer into Dragapult. A special wall. Well, could be a special wall. And just an annoying thing that can spam air slash and flinch people. That's a nice
I like
here.
this Pokemon a lot. I don't really draft it a lot anymore. I don't know why.
Also, hello Evil,
Right.
thank you for joining the draft. For
This
this
is a
stream.
very annoying Pokemon. I would have liked it if it was faster, but it does get Choice Scarf sets to exist. And it is, in my opinion, behind Jirachi, the best Serene Grace abuser. So, comfortable second place thing in Serene. Oh. I dropped them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Uh,
It is.
also, Ashton has this thing, so yeah, Dragapult and Togekiss and Ashton. We took that.
I drafted this before and it did so well with you one time. I couldn't pass it up again. It's a really good fairy. I like that it's a fairy too that can defog.
All right, let's keep it rolling,
Yeah,
Ashton.
sounds good. Evil, you're here in the call with us. We want to talk about your Great Tusk pairing with Palafin, the two physical monsters that you have.
This Pokemon is inferior to Iron Shreds. I'm just saying.
Hi. Yeah, so Great Tusk I picked up, and kind of with what Ashton was talking about. I used it last season with a Sun team that didn't have Gouging Fire, didn't have Walking Wake, but with just Photosynthesis itself was so busted. It was hard for me to give it up. Maybe I should have picked Roaring Moon. I was really contemplating that. But
Wow.
I think running about Great Tusk is good. I'm surprised it fell down at the end of second round though. That's shocking.
Oh yeah.
Great Tusk is a first round Pokemon. I'm very shocked it went this far.
And last season it went second round as well, because I think I was like near the bottom of last season's draft also.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 years in a row. I'm not sure why, but I mean I'm okay with it.
You're okay with picking up your
I think
second
they were
round Great
just-
Tusks?
There were just so many broken Pokemon in S tier. This thing making it all the way there. I mean,
it's believable, but
I
still
mean,
unbelievable.
still, for it being the Pokemon it is, for it to make it all the way back to you at this point in the draft is crazy. But so many people, they just wanted to guarantee they got their good mechas because everybody would be focused on S tiers. Some people went for their high value picks.
Yep.
Not getting S tiers, and then again, once again, the broken S tiers were there, so a lot of people just got them. But yeah, for this thing making it where it did is crazy, especially with the dangerous Sun team around.
Yep. We'll see. We'll see how Palafin does in the Sun when Evil decides to draft Ninetales. We'll see. Yeah.
Or roll pick.
Or Vulpix, yes. Yeah, I'm always threatened by this Pokemon. So to see it paired with Palafin, yes, let's continue here. We have Roy Moon, as previously stated by Evil, being drafted by Cadillac. So he will be the person closing out round 2. So he'll have the wheel pick for round 3, being able to immediately follow up this Pokemon with another very threatening pick. Roaring Moon, very, very strong Pokemon. Gives a nice little cushiony second Pokemon above base 110 speed.
Is dangerous.
It is. It's true. Cadillacs do be
Also,
kind of
I want to point out, for some reason in the PowerPoint, it's saying that Cadillac's name is spelled incorrectly.
Does it?
Yeah,
No, it
it's got the
doesn't.
little bar under.
Really?
It's got the little bar under it.
Oh, I see. Oh, like his name. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm being dumb. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. God, man, the dictionary doesn't like recognize Cadillac, but with an X at the end. Damn. And with one less L. Anyway, it's fine.
Anyway,
Roaring Moon and Alakazam, very good offensive core there. Obviously, Alakazam is threatened by ghost types, which Roaring Moon can easily check, where it has a very strong physical attack stat and often outspeeds ghosts other than a few select ones. And yeah, you can run some very fun sets with this, such as like Life Orb, Choice Band, Expert Belts, Booster Energy. One of the better Booster Energy Pokemon in the format. So yeah, very, very worried about this pick here. But
I drafted this once, and spoiler. This is like the biggest spoiler. I'm not very good at Pokemon. And this thing, I actually did good with it, so it's probably one of the best Pokemon to ever exist. But yeah, I guess we're going over our favorite picks of the round.
Yes.
Honestly, it's got to be Great Tusk for me.
I was gonna say Great Tusk too. That's the one I immediately was leaning towards. Was Evil's Great Tusk. That is such a good value pick for this round, and given what he already had, having a different speed tier Pokemon that is just able to wall break the way that Great Tusk does. It also has a lot of utility too. Being able to rapid spin things away for Palafin. I think that's just a really good pick.
It also gets Side Shot.
I'm curious to see how Evil gets
Roaring Moon and Goldango.
Yeah, Goldango's up there too for another great value pick given the round. Coco as well. Coco's got so much like weight and importance and usefulness now that Cork drives a thing. Not that it didn't already before, but Coco could literally be drafted on multiple different drafts. This time, people are kind of tailoring their picks towards Coco. So, yeah.
I don't want to speak on Ashton's behalf, but I don't think we really have the need for a graphic designer.
Oh, dear Lord. Yes. No thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. LG, you twit. No, I know LG. He's fine. Thank you for the graphic design. I'll look into it. Okay, yes, okay, moving on. I don't want to waste too much more time. I don't also respect Mr. Graham's time here as my co-commentator. Can we just talk about this for a second? This man is drafting so many cool Pokemon. Look at what Calyx is doing.
He is a Stegosaurus.
It is a little curious why he drafted 2 dragons, but maybe where he's in the call, he can iterate. What is up with this Raging Bolt? What is the purpose?
I think they just were both way too good, and they're here to still be there, so I took them.
Fair
I
enough.
didn't think too much about it.
Yep.
It also looked silly.
Yeah, I think regardless of whatever season or whatever draft you're in, Calyx, you find you have a knack for finding the gems in every draft.
I mean, initially I was gonna wait to pick my S tier again, but Moon was still there, so I was like, I have to.
Yeah, and as a partner for Alakazam. Yeah. No, that's already just, if you can't prep for one, you can't. If you prep for one, you can't prep for the other. That's what it really is. Like, there's no one Pokemon. Yeah, I'm scared about this.
It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a very offensive team, I think.
Yeah, and Raging Bolt's a decently bulky Pokemon too, like base at 125 HP, and they don't do the same thing like the 2 dragons you have. So.
Nope.
Yeah.
Honestly, neither of them click dragon moves very much. One's mostly an electric type, and one's mostly a dark type.
That's it.
If you ask me.
Yeah, and Thunderclap's such a good move too. It's basically a special electric sucker punch. Should be fun to see this Pokemon being used for the first time in the Ultra Recon draft leagues. So yeah,
I don't have much to say about this Pokemon. I've never seen it used, but I mean, its stats alone, it looks very good.
It's slept on.
Yeah.
I think it's slept on. We'll
yeah,
see.
I tried to get it voted into S tier because I thought it was going to be too good for A tier.
Giraffe, buddy.
Well, we should have voted it there because you never disagree with Cadillac. All right, next pick.
Yes. So we have back to Evil, following up with 2 physical breakers with a very strong Terra option in Dragalge. So, Evil, mind telling us why Dragalge in this round?
Dragalge was quite honestly not the greatest pick. I was actually going for Raging Bolt. I thought it might have lasted another round. Obviously not. I didn't think he would. Cadillacs would pick 2 dragons back to back like that. I don't know. I needed a special wall breaker. And I didn't like any of the other dragons left. And I thought that if I waited more, Dragalge might have been taken. In hindsight, I was pretty quick on it. I could have waited another round and gotten like Jirachi. But for what it is, I still really like hazards. You're gonna see I really prioritize hazards. Pretty much most of my mons have some form of hazards. And I don't know, I just kind of kept that up, and I think adaptability plus Terra is pretty nice.
Yeah, you could just not use adaptability. Fantastic, thanks. No, I like this.
Poison point, preferably.
Yeah, I mean, don't sleep on it.
Physically defensive. Yeah.
Free toxic spikes. You don't have to worry about it. Anyway, but yes. Yeah, Evil basically hit everything right on the nose there. Very strong Terra option with the option to allow hazards for his team as well. So, yeah, we see a couple Terra captains being picked so far. I'm excited to see if there are any more picked this round. Dragalge is definitely one of the top ones.
The strongest Draco Meteor in the game, and being able to Terra Dragon on top of that and fire off more Draco Meteors is kind of nuts.
Yeah, well, even with the Terra boost, like the -2 special attack drop that you get from this is not going to matter. Because you're still going to be able to 2-shot everything.
It also gets some options to... It gets Flip Turn, for example. It gets Haze.
It does.
It unfortunately doesn't get anything to boost its special attack, but if it did, good god, like you can just throw choice specs on this thing and like Terra Dragon, Draco Meteors. It doesn't get Astonished. Which is unfortunate.
Something I failed to iterate. Now that we've seen so many Terra Captains, you can only have Terra Captains be designated in C tier or lower. So only C tier or D tier Pokemon can be designated Terra Captains in this league. I failed to mention that at the beginning, so I apologize. But yeah, moving forward, now that we have that information, I love the Dragalge pick. Me with my 3rd round pick to core with Tokias Jirachi. I hate to let everyone down. I did end up dropping this Pokemon, but it was voted into A tier, so I felt at the time it was very, very tempting. And something about 2 Pokemon with Serene Grace flinching ability just sounded kind of toxic, so I wanted to draft it. But yeah, it cores very well. It gives me another bulky Wish user that kind of cores with the other Wish user, which I kind of felt was kind of neat there. But I really don't know why I dropped it, other than the fact that I'm kind of a sucker for wanting to make thumbnails with Pokemon that are better than certain other Pokemon. So I'm just going to say that. But yeah, Jirachi was a very good pick at the time. Has a lot of coverage moves. You're able to see it used very has a lot of versatility, both in singles and doubles. You might have seen it being used by a couple coaches in both seasons. Yeah, lots of coverage, great mon, versatility. Can run Scarf, Banded, Leftovers, you name it.
Yeah, for it having the stats it does and having the ability it does, I think it's very underrated. I think a lot of people sleep on this Pokemon and just don't pick it, and that's what I mean by it's slept on. A lot of people don't pick it. It's not just an offensive Pokemon because it gets so much defensive options like Toxic Trick, U-Turn, Wish, Stealth Rocks, Reflect. It gets Light Screen. It gets Healing Wish, Doom Desire. Well, that's an attack, but it can set up with Calm Mind. It gets Meteor Beam, Power Up Punch. I mean, this thing it has it all.
Yep. If a certain Pokemon on in my final draft, doesn't do well, you might see me swap back for this thing again, because I feel like it does fit on my team pretty well. If I had my way, I'd have it and the other thing, but yeah. We'll see.
I've done that before where I've dropped Jirachi and picked it back up in the same season.
I might have to. It seems too good. A tier.
Yeah, this thing is insane.
Yeah.
Not as good as Iron Treads, but
Jack's
and
back.
It also doesn't get Astonished.
Stop it. So I probably should have put both the shield form and the blade form stats on the bottom right of the screen for Aegis Slash. However, I opted for this form because that's what comes in its first form is. As you might have remembered, Goldengo would have been Jax's second S tier pick. However, it got sniped. Aegis Slash was the next best thing that filled the role that Jax wanted. It was an A tier, and I believe Aegis Slash is very much worth it as well for what Jax was trying to accomplish with this pick. And this Pokemon's very strong. Defensively, offensively, has a really good typing, as well as very good stats defensively. Blade form is just very broken because you get to stay in shield form if you're slower than the Pokemon that's attacking first, take very little damage, switch to shield form, and do a massive amount of damage back to it. King Shield's also a very cool ability as it allows the form change to happen as well. And didn't King Shield at one point lower defense? Or am I crazy?
Oh, it still does, but it lowered it by 2 stages. Now it only does 1.
Okay, well, still a really good ability. So
It lowers attack. Sorry.
oh, lowers attack. No, you're good. Thank you for correcting us. It's got very unique protect, and this paired with the bonds he's drafted so far, I think has very good synergy.
Once again, I hate to point out all the flaws in all the Pokemon, but I'm not a fan of its speed and HP. I think this thing would be just a little bit better if it had some more. I don't know exactly where you pull it from. Maybe you pull... We don't need to go over that. We're on a timer here. I'm not going to go over that.
You're good. Great pick
next
here.
pick.
Yes, so Froggerman is going to be picking his third Pokemon here, and decides to go with Thundurus. So again, delving into the A-tier pool, establishing that he wants to make use of his free points and pick up the A-tiers that he seeks a lot of value in for his draft plan. Froggerman, if you're here, would you mind describing why you picked Thundersarian?
So, I'm pretty experienced. I've probably used it along with Gudra and Conk. A couple of thousand battles
Okay.
in between RU and UU, so it's just a familiarity that I'm comfortable with.
Okay.
So
That's fair. It's a very strong Pokemon. I mean, you got agility with his base special attack like that, and you're gonna have fun. And it's got pretty decent coverage moves. Like it has, Grass Knot to hit those bulky water grounds that it's sometimes struggling with. So.
I've never clicked agility on it once. I didn't
Really?
even know it had it.
Oh, it does.
So,
I'm
Yeah,
sad
I
I
like
told
if
you
you're
now.
if you're gonna set up with this thing, it does get nasty plot.
Double dance
off of one
Thundurus
base.
is the thing.
Yeah, off of
I
base
knew it had that, but
145.
I've never clicked that either.
Really? Okay. So Scarf and
It's
Spec
just a
sets are-
fast, strong. It's a fast, strong pivoting Pokemon. It's also good on rain teams because it gets Wild Bolt Storm. It gets Taunt. It gets defensive options. It gets Defog. I mean, this thing is insane. I could see this thing being an S tier Pokemon, honestly, because I think it's just that good. Yeah. That's all I
think it
gotta
would've
say about that.
I think it would have gotten overshadowed in S for sure.
Yeah,
But
but
then
I
again,
still
Peck runs
thi-
in S, and that's not like something that be like, oh yeah, this is one of the top Pokemon in S. Anyway,
I mean, there's always bound to be a worse Pokemon in every tier.
that's true. Can't really make that comparison. But yeah, Thundurus, really good
Don't
Pokemon.
move,
Sad to
don't
see
move
use.
my Precious up to S tier.
Yeah, that would have been kind of sad seeing that show up on the slide as an S tier pick, alongside the other two. I think it fits I think it is a good fit for where it is. But yeah, Thundersarian goes, and we're gonna move on back to the Quark Drive team by adding another Quark Drive Mon. So Tapu Koko is gonna have a lot more necessity coming week to week. Well, not necessarily, because all these Pokemon are really good on their own too. But yeah, Iron Bundle gets drafted. Another Pokemon that can abuse the electric terrain provided by Tapu Koko. As you can see from the stats, this spawn is another one of those very optimal speed tier control Pokemon, being able to outspeed the vast majority of the Pokemon available in this draft league. Iron Bundle is nuts. The only thing I don't really like about Iron Bundle personally, after drafting it in the PWC very recently, in the current season actually, you can feel free to follow that, is the fact that its only really good water coverage move has a chance to miss in Hydro Pump. Other than that, it is nuts. It is very nuts.
You are witnessing what is the best core in the entirety of the draft. Hold on, I'm actually fact checking you right now to see if it gets any other good water moves. It gets Water Pulse, so you're wrong.
Water Pump space 60. Hydro Pump space 110.
Yeah, this thing is just, it's fast, it's strong.
This thing needs surf. It needs surf in its life.
It gets a pretty good defense stat. Its HP is lacking, but its defense is still pretty good. 114 obviously is nothing to sneeze at. It can split turn.
But if you sneeze on it specially, it will die.
It's a fast pivoting Pokemon. Oh yeah.
It does get U-turn and flip turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Pokemon's a threat. It's a threat that every time it comes in, it's gonna be a nuke.
It is the definition of a glass cannon.
It is.
But yeah,
a lot of Pyrus Pokemon really so far are glass cannons. But yeah,
that's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, Iron Bundle is here. I'm worried. DD is back with
Pivot Water Spout. God no.
Water Spout. God, good lord. Another Terra Captain being picked here. Swellow for DD in the round 3 of the draft.
Yeah, I feel like with this draft, like Terra's pretty busted, and I think there's only maybe like 10 or 12 like truly great Terra Captains. So I knew I wanted to get one early, and I don't know. I feel like you use Swallow a lot, but like just having the advantage of going either physical or special with the addition of like Terra coverage makes it at least one of the top tier like Terra options for a C tier pick. So
every time this thing comes, you have to decide, is this thing going to be like your opponent's like, is this Boom Burst or is it Facade?
That's it. Yeah, is it Guts or is it not? Somebody just turn on the camera. Sorry.
I don't think this will be anything outside of Terra Normal. I mean, it has other sets. It's just a really good Pokemon. And for it to be a Terra Captain is insane.
No, that's it. It's definitely one of the better Terra options available. Yeah.
There's not much to say about that.
I know. Like speed tier, bang. Scrappy, bang. Boom burst, bang. Terra.
I mean, Bex Boom Burst or Guts Facade. and it's Terra. It's one of the best Terra Captains around. In my opinion, Mark has the best Terra Pokemon because his other Terra Pokemon is like crazy. I actually made a movement for that Pokemon to be banned, but it wasn't.
Like
I
Terra banned?
That Pokemon is it. Just for it to be B tier, just so it wouldn't Terra.
Oh,
but yeah, Terra banned.
Swallow or the other one?
The other one.
Okay.
Yeah, Swallow I think is kind of manageable.
Yeah.
But the other one, I just think, considering how bulky it is, it's crazy.
Just switch into Ghost type. You surely won't get hit. Yeah. Swallow Terra goes, and
next Pokemon.
iNasty with your third pick of the your third pick is Clodsire.
Claude.
Interesting to see this kind of go earlier for iNasty's draft. I figured there might be a chance that he might have grabbed another S tier or an A tier at this point.
Claude.
I mean, this is one of the better hazard setters. I tried to say status and hazard at the same time. It ended up being statter.
Setters.
But yeah, one of the better hazard setters where it gets access to almost all of them. I believe it gets.
It also gets 3 really good abilities in Poison Point, Water Absorb, and Unaware.
Yeah. Water Absorb's very useful on this Pokemon.
Yeah, especially with some of these teams around.
Yeah, with
like the Iron Bundle team.
With the added Poison type, it's gonna be very hard to break a Pokemon like this unless you have the right tools on your draft. If you don't, you might as well just kiss, easy time with this Pokemon goodbye, because if you allow this Pokemon to get hazard set up on you, then that's just another element of things you have to worry about.
Yeah, this is another Pokemon I've drafted before, and I did really well with it. So, Yeah, probably a really good Pokemon.
Yeah, not much more to say about Cloud Sight, so I think I'll continue with the theme of picking up the pace and move on.
Yeah.
Dagster drafts Mandibuzz. Please stop this, man.
Oh, Mandibuzz.
This is gross. Like, Mandibuzz has very few weaknesses. And the ones, well, no, I can't really say that. But the ones that it is weak to are generally covered by the other two Pokemon, which are also defensive. So, yeah, figure that one out
Maybe
for
not
me.
Ice so much.
Yes. Well, I was just thinking like Terra Diplin, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, it depends on what type. And like, if you Terra, then you can't help with other types. But anyway, it's fine. Please stop this, man. Anyway, knockoff, U-turn, defog. One of the better or more common heavy-duty boots runners. Foul play is very useful on this Pokemon, where it doesn't really have a lot of offensive prowess. It's able to take advantage of Pokemon setting up on it. It can Whirlwind as well.
I don't really have a lot to say about this Pokemon. I just think it speaks for itself. Everybody knows what it does.
Overcoat's
Disgusting.
pretty useful in terms of sand, and Big Pex is
Stops
pretty useful
spore
in terms of...
users.
Yeah.
Uh,
Probably the most
I mean,
guaranteed
just
switching
this-
you have on Amoonguss.
I mean, this thing paired up with Pekaroot just makes the team even more annoying.
Yeah, exactly. So
But,
have a
yeah.
utility option like this, good knockoff user, yeah. Jinx picks Mega Venusaur to round out her Firewater Grass Core. This is an interesting pick because it can function in Sun in its base
Before
form,
Megas.
and
Yeah.
if you wanted to run a bulkier version of the Pokemon, you could run something like Growth Mega Venusaur. Or it could just be a functionable Pokemon outside of Sun. You don't have to run this in Sun. So if something happens to Sun, this Pokemon's still around. So there's some benefit to having this rather than the base form, because you're not restricted to using the base form and reliant on Sun as much.
This was somewhat of a snipe for me. I was
really?
looking at this Pokemon without really being sold on it. I wanted to get to my 3rd and 4th round picks before I really made a draft plan, but I was like, okay, if things go the way I want it to, then maybe I'll go with Mega Venusaur.
Right.
And then it got taken from me. I wasn't too upset at the loss. I really only got sniped twice, this and another Pokemon. But this thing is crazy. I really, really love using this Pokemon. Especially Mega Venusaur. Its stats are just crazy. Its HP and speed is already kind of decent. I don't know if it gets Trailblazed, but if it does, good God.
I don't think it does. I don't know.
Well, you keep talking while I look.
Okay. Yeah, I've used this Pokemon before. Last time I used it was in a Gen 7 draft league, where I drafted Zeraora Celesteela in this, and it was pretty fun.
Oh, it does. It gets Trailblazed.
Oh, gravy. So yeah, you can function this Pokemon as a bulkier option in Sun by setting up its speed that way. But yeah, Thick Fat's pretty gross. It's very hard to kill because, you know, Thick Fat negates 2 of its weaknesses if you're not including the Sun. Not saying that Jinx is going to draft Sun, but you know it's probably leaning towards it based on these picks. Like Psychic and Fly are kind of the only 2 left in that regard. And if you don't have one of those options as a reliable break option for this Pokemon, then yeah, Mega Venusaur is one of those matchup chuck Pokemon as well. Very excited to see how Jinx uses this Pokemon because I enjoyed it so much when I drafted it.
I really love this Pokemon.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how it functions in Sun 2 if Sun ends up being an option of the team. But yeah. Dusclops. We have Dusclops with the second last pick of round 3. Mega Banette. So, now that we've seen a couple different tiered Megas, I will highlight that depending on what tier of Mega you draft from, you can get more free points allocated towards you. So, Mega Banette. So, there's 3 Mega tiers. Mega Venusaur is in Mega Tier 1, so you would then lose 40 free points. If you draft Mega Banette in Mega 3, you gain 40 free points. So there's 400 free points per team, meaning that Dusclops now has 440 free points to play with. now that he's drafted Mega Banette. I think Mega Banette is very underrated because Prankster Cotton Guard sets are fun as hell. And
this thing is also like on its own apart from that, just nuts.
it is.
I
Base
mean,
165
people-
attack, Shadow Sneak.
People see its mediocre defenses and speed and think, oh, okay, well, that Pokemon's not that good. It is.
My favorite
Shadow Sneak,
my
Sucker
favorite
Punch,
usage I've
I
done with
think
this
it gets Sword
Pokemon.
Stamp.
Yeah, it does get Sword Sense, I think.
Yeah, it gets Sword Stance. So just Sword Stance, Shadow Sneak, like, oh, I have this thing in PWC, and it's so crazy. Like even if you don't like, even if supported properly, I don't think it needs much support for it to be good, but it's very good.
I once, my favorite moment with this Pokemon, it's one of my favorite megas to draft. It is I was facing a team where the biggest threat to this, four of my Pokemon, or like some amount of Pokemon that I was bringing, was Persian Alola. And I brought this as a counter to Persian Alola with Cotton Guard, and my only attacking move was Dazzling Gleam, and I had Pain Split. It was hilarious. I Cotton Guarded twice, Mega Aerodactyl came in, couldn't touch me, and I was able to Pain Split off the damage that Persian did to me. Oh, it's funny. And I brought like a modest set, or like a plus, I think it was a plus special defense minus attack set, so that the foul play wouldn't do as much. So I couldn't get two shot by foul play. It was funny. Anyway, one of my favorite megas to use.
Just probably the best mega in its tier. I don't know if Steelix was still in.
I think
T3?
Steelix was still 3.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Second best. Maybe third.
Yeah, it's
A lot of lower tier megas went, and I've not seen that from this league before.
Should we move on to the last pick, which is yours of the round?
Yep, let's do it.
All right, so
I think I remember what this was.
Wochien, talk to me.
So I have a bit of a confession, mate. I don't know a lot about this Pokemon.
Leech Seed Ruination. That's it.
I was here. I needed a pick, and I was like, okay, what I really want is a bulky grass. And I was like, okay, Tablets of Ruin, 100 defense, 135 special defense, 85 HP, doesn't get reliable recovery, but you know what? Leech Seed sets are so annoying anyway. Who cares? So I just kind of picked this Pokemon. It's fat, and I wanted a fat team. I wanted a thick team, and it's thick.
I think it also just synergizes well with your picks so far. Like, you have a lot of very good, valuable picks, but they also just like, that is a very fat, synergetic 3 right there. You very heavy utility, like.
And as Cadillac's just pointed out, Wisp passing to this thing.
Yeah.
I just wanted a bulky team, and I was like, okay, Wochien would, subseed. Does it get substitute? Yeah.
Everything gets substitute. What are you kidding?
Oh, I don't know. I'm stupid.
No, you're not.
But its offensive stats aren't bad, so I might surprise some people with some offensive Wochien sets. You know me, I like running stupid sets. It's just a good Pokemon.
It is.
Really?
I'm curious to see how it works in draft. I haven't really seen too much usage of it in draft.
Oh, so look at him. He looks like a little murderer. Next pick.
Sorry. Yes, let's move on. Sorry, I was... okay, so, yes, this is the round 3 picks, as you can see on the screen here. Favorite pick, a little bit biased, but Jirachi and Aegislash, mostly because I helped Jax out with the Aegislash pick and Jirachi's mine. But also, Raging Bolt's pretty cool this round. Just out of sheer interest in the Pokemon. What would you say?
I feel like if I'm really being honest with myself, my favorite pick of the round might be Iron Bundle, just for the rest of the core.
Yeah.
Very good. I could also go with the Swellow.
Pyro's had like Pokemon each round that have been candidates for me for Pokemon that I choose as my favorite, like for what they're doing on the draft. just because of that.
Yeah. I mean, if we're taking these picks in isolation by themselves, like just as picks in general, I'll have to go with Mega Venusaur.
Okay. Fair. Yeah, I'm liking how these
Claude.
drafts are turning out now.
Claude is also very good. Like, I don't think there's, like I said, there's not a single bad team in this draft.
No, it's scary. Everyone's so attuned to this format now, and it's like, even though it's kind of new to us, where it's got Mega Pokemon and Terra Captains, like, it's scary. Everyone's kind of just going ham. Let's hop into for round 4, shall we?
Move on.
You
Let
have
us
drafted
do that.
Gigalith. You've finally dipped your toe into C tier.
Yep. I was scared of losing this Sand Setter in particular because I didn't want Hippowdon, and it turns out nobody else really wanted Sand. So I probably could have waited on this, considering some of the other things that I wanted. I think it was around here.
Well, this is
that-
good. This is a good rock setter, and look at the stats. Like, you got a fat
Yeah.
Pokemon right there. A very tanky
This
Pokemon.
thing setting up Sand, its special defense goes to 120. It's very, very, very fat. It was around here where I kind of decided that I had a Sand abuser in mind. We'll get there. And I just wanted this Sand Setter in particular because I didn't want a high tier Sand Setter. I didn't want to draft Hippopotas either. And I was really just scared of losing it. But there was also other Pokemon I was scared of losing. I kind of took a risk drafting this instead of my Mega, because at the time I was like, okay, well, I'm scared I'll lose my Mega, but I ended up not losing it. There's not much to say about this Pokemon, I feel. Stealth Rocks, Body Press, sets up Sand. It goes boom if you need it to. Yeah. I mean, it's Gigalith. That it is.
Yeah, one of the better Stealth Rock users, in my opinion, where it has sturdy and stuff.
If I ever want to run sturdy in
Yes,
my
yes.
stand stream.
Yes. Dusclops drafts Kilowattrel, so definitely looking to definitely looking to get some rain abusers established here. I think Kilowattrel is a pretty good rain abuser where it has another
Weather
option.
Ball, Hurricane, Thunder. It also its abilities are good. It gets competitive.
A naturally fast electric type as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a threat. Pretty good for B tier as well.
This thing in rain, it's silly. It's a silly little guy. Look at him.
It's really too bad it wasn't C tier, but at the same time,
Oh
this
my
thing as a
God.
Terra Captain would definitely be broken. Well, maybe not.
I think it suffers from not getting defog. I'd like for this thing to get defog, but for some reason it just doesn't. That's really my only gripe with this Pokemon, because it gets Volt Switch and stuff like that. It's very good. I was thinking about grabbing this Pokemon just so I'd have electric type immune to ground.
Yep.
Then it went, and like I said, I don't really consider this a snipe because I wasn't seriously considering picking it up. It wasn't actually till after it was picked, and I was like, okay, I need an electric, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll get Kilowattrel. And Kilowattrel was already picked, and I was like, oh shit.
So this was on your plate.
Yeah. Not really. I mean, I was like, okay, it had already been picked, and I was like, okay, I need an electric. Okay, what about Kilowattrel? Okay, Kilowattrel's already been taken. I need something else.
Darn. Okay, I see. Understood. No, I like this pick. I think it gives the team much needed speed. It establishes that very strong rain abuser option and a fast electric, so it hits a lot of nails in the coffin there. Jinx
Excellent.
finally gets her Sunsetter and grabs Torkoal. I think this is the best Sunsetter she could have drafted, given what she had already drafted. Obviously, Mega Charizard Y could have been an option over Venusaur and drafting Venusaur in B tier. But
Ugh,
I think this road's a little bit better for her, where she now allows herself to have a reliable Stealth Rocker as well. So personally, I'm a bigger fan of Torkoal, and it does have Rapid Spin. It's a very good hazard control option, as well as the utility option given what she has drafted so far. I'm liking this pick a lot, and has pretty decent coverage in Earth Power, Sludge Wave, and other things. I believe could have like Power Gem and Flash Cannon too. I'm not sure. Solar Beam.
I've really only seen this Pokemon come in and click Eruption.
Okay.
that may just be the people I was going up against in my team. It was like, okay, my best option for this team is just spam eruption. But yeah, this it kind of falls into kind of where Pelipper is for Sun, or like where Pelipper is for Rain. This Pokemon is for Sun. It's just so much better than its other option. And typically, when you have a setter of terrain, or not terrain, weather, you want your Pokemon to be bulky rather than offensive, which is what Ninetales is. It's more offensive. Like Ashton said earlier, Rapid Spin, Stealth Rocks, and it's just a good Pokemon. And it's easy. It's easy to swap in and out of. People forget how good of a defensive typing Fire is.
Mhm.
But
Outside of
yes,
Rocks,
it's a good Pokemon on its own. I think even if it didn't get Drought, it'd be good in the lower tiers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this thing gets Sturdy as its hidden ability,
It gets
or
White
maybe Drought's
Smoke,
hidden ability.
and I can't remember if it gets Sturdy or not now. I don't think it does, though. It's something else.
Anyway, it's not important. We're on a timer here. We're 2 hours into the stream,
You're
midway through.
You're good. It's fine. Okay. Iron Boulder. So Dexter decides to draft something that's not fast. I mean, this is a really cool mon. I want to see this used in draft, and you know, I think Dexter definitely is the coach to be able to make the best use of it. So yeah, I'm excited to see what this does. It's one of those other really good versatile offensive Pokemon that has the ability to use Booster Energy. Very cool and unique. Not unique, but you know, interesting offensive typing in Rock and Psychic. As some of you may know, this is based off Tracheon, which is Rock and Fighting. So having that different option there is kind of curious. I don't really know too much about this Pokemon competitively. Like, I don't know if I know what its signature move is.
I don't know much about it myself either. That's all I got. It's fast, it hits hard, it gets a lot of coverage options. It gets a move called Mighty Cleave, which bypasses protection.
Doubles Pokemon, here we go.
Yeah.
Doubles Pokemon incoming.
It gets a bunch of coverage options, and it's wild.
It is. I'm just excited to see this used. I think I want to get through this draft faster, draft stream faster, so I can see it being used faster. Yeah.
Tell them to hurry up and schedule.
Iron Boulder, other Iron B1. Blah, blah, blah.
Next Pokemon.
Next Pokemon. Iron Dynasty drafting Primarina, the second B tier. So these are some very cool cores we're starting to see here. I don't know if I want to call them cores just yet because it's so early, but Primarina Goldengo seems pretty neat. Where
I love Prim so much.
Prim's so good. It's versatile. I've run assault fest sets with Max Spidef before. It's pretty fun.
In drafts, I typically like to have 2 waters and 2 fairies. Offensive and defensive option for both.
Yep. That's what I'm like with waters.
Prim filling in both the offensive and defensive, the offensive water and fairy role. Just very good. I really like this Pokemon. I liked it when it came out. I chose Popplio when Sun and Moon came out, and then it was actually viable and competitive. And around the time it was, I feel like ever since Gen 7, all of the starter Pokemon have been viable and competitive.
Right.
In some way, shape, or form. And
this one's definitely one of the upper echelon, though.
Yeah, Prim is insane. I love Prim.
Yeah, that natural special attack and just overall bulk and defensive typing paired with that is insane. Yeah, should we move on?
Liquid Voice. Yeah,
let's see this other really good Terra option that you had iterated to before. Rhyperior going to GT and the Philadelphia Fampi.
The best one there is.
This thing just Terra. This thing can do so many things. It has so much coverage options. It's so versatile. It could be offensive, it could be defensive. You can Terra Water Lightning Rod, Terra Electric Light, or not Terra Electric, Terra Flying Lightning Rod. It gets Sturdy, it gets Rockhead. You can Terra Head Smash, you can Terra Fire Heat Crash. I mean, this thing is just insane. It is
Terra to make use of Solid Rock.
and it's just, oh, it doesn't get rock head. I'm dumb. It's just nuts. This thing is ew. Ew is all I have to say.
Such good
and the team
stats to
just
be a Terra captain.
and the team just gets better. This is this is Rhyperior is just partly why I rank this team number 1 in my power rankings.
There are 3 Assault Vest users on this team. 4 if you can
Rhyperior,
maybe consider Solo being one.
Rhyperior is just insane. I
Uh,
hate this. I hate this, and I hate you.
I want to face it just to see like how like one-sided it is. Because I'll either like I feel like a lot of drafts would either make this battle really close in this matchup, or they'll just get like 5-0'd. Because I got 5-0'd by Mark like a few times. So
I faced this thing in the PWC a couple seasons ago, and this thing was allowed to Terra. My Terra captain was Reggie Drago, and like this thing was eating dragon energies, like Terra dragon energies. This thing was eating, and it was only Terra water. Just this thing is nuts. Rhyperior is insane.
mm-hmm. No, I'm excited to see how creative DD can be with his Terra captain usage.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Mark. I'm so sorry. Go ahead if you have anything to say.
Oh no, you covered it all. Move to the next. Don't spoil anything with this one.
Yeah, so no. You don't want to give away too much. Interesting.
Tell them how you really feel.
Interesting round 4 pick here from Pyro and the Super Score Bunny, to say the least. Mega Houndoom. I was surprised this went so early, given the fact that a Sunsetter just went, and not to mention a very prominent one. Not that this Pokemon can't function outside of Sun, it's very, very capable of doing that, of course. But Mega Houndoom almost is, I mean, I guess, okay, I can see where Pyro's head's at, because he drafted 3 S tiers, so meaning he only had 40 free points to play with, so he had to draft a Mega 3, and given how fast some of the Mega 3s have been going so far, if it wasn't just Mega Banette so far, I can see why he wanted to get the one that he wanted right away. So I can sort of see why he decided to make this pick now. I'm just surprised to see Mega Houndoom go round 4, because I don't think it's that good.
I was surprised this was his Mega, not Steelix.
Okay.
Mega Steelix, I feel, just offered some good defenses. Not that I think this is bad. I kind of went over this in my PRs. It was just kind of a, huh?
Tony, who?
Pick for me. It's like, yeah, okay, I can see it. Like, it's not bad on its own. I've never seen it outside of Sun. It certainly has the stats to be good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good offensive
outside
fire.
Of Sun. We'll see where it goes. I don't have a lot to say about this Pokemon. I don't really know what it does compared to its normal form.
Its predecessor, yeah. I mean, Solar Power.
Honestly, Houndoom is kind of a Pokemon I forget exists. Even though it was like, this is like a whole nother story I don't want to get into, so I'm not going to go there, but let me look at Houndoom real quick. Looks like it really doesn't do much other than fire off Dark Pulse and Overheat. Sludge Bomb, maybe. It gets Trailblaze, I guess. What it does very well.
It does.
Oh, it gets Rain Dance. Never mind.
I mean, I am curious. For Coco.
Does
yes,
it get
What did you say?
It doesn't get Astonished.
Oh, it's fine. Speaking of Astonish users, Froggerman drafts Spectre.
Ooh.
I think this Pokemon got a huge buff in. Was it Gen 8 that it got Draining Kiss and stuff like that?
I think it was Gen 8.
Yeah. So
no, that's the game it came out in. So if it got it later on, then it would have
been
Gen 9.
Gen 5. Okay, or 9. That. Sorry, Gen 5's on the brain because the Pokemon company is hinting towards a remake for the Gen 5 games after they posted a gif of Reshiram on Twitter. So, spoilers. Probably gonna happen. I hope it happens. I'm excited for it to happen. Anyway, Spectre on a team like this is je ne sais quoi is very good. I like that it is.
Nasty Plot, Grim Nay. Its speed is base 130. Its special attack is 145. Its HP is 100. This thing is knucking fights. It also gets Calm Mind in case you just want it to be a little bit more bulky. Like you said, it gets Draining Kiss, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball. Like, this thing is just insane. It doesn't get Astonish, granted. So you lied to me about that.
I really? Are you sure?
Yes,
I'm gonna check
sure.
again.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. It
Oh
doesn't
well,
get
it lost
Astonish.
stupid ghost type, horrible ghost type shitmon.
It lost Astonish in the generational shift.
It's fine. I
It gets Pain Split, so it has some sort of recovery.
I eventually
It
wanted
can't Terra,
to.
but it still gets Terra Blast, gets Taunt, Substitute.
I eventually wanted to do a
Like
league
sub-
where it is a thing to be able to buy a Terra Captain, like do points, because this would be a really good bond to buy for Terra as a Terra
Jeez,
Captain.
right.
Froggerman, I see you're in the call. Would you like to tell us about Spectre while you're here?
So it started out with Spectre in another draft league that's still going on. I needed the equivalent of an S tier, granted it's points in that league. And I'm kind of like, well, don't really know what any of these other fellas do, so I just picked Spectre, and
I love that.
I'm in love with it because I swept a team of 5 dark types somehow
What?
with it.
Why would you draft
Were you in
five
mono
darks?
type league?
No, it's no.
Somebody
No,
drafted
was it like
5
a
dark
gimmick?
types.
I apologize.
Was it
No,
like a
it's
gimmick
4.
thing?
I apologize.
Oh, still.
I'm just sitting here trying to think, what were those dark?
Sway,
Like maybe
Mandibuzz,
Crocodile?
Krook was one of them. No, it wasn't.
Yeah!
We also had
Oh,
Will
I
Wisp
feel
on
like
the
I'm
set.
smoking crack. But no, it worked out well. It's been doing well for me, and I kind of needed an A tier or S tier. I'm probably gonna change it out later
Okay.
because I have
Oh my God.
something else I want to try.
Pretty solid mon. I mean, if you bring it week 1, I'm excited to see how you use it. Yeah.
Hey Grimes, speaking of week 1, buddy.
Oh, you
Coming
two are the
for you.
opponents
Balls.
week 1?
Ball's in your court, bud. I'm just saying.
We'll discuss this later. You'll see.
Okay, well,
Cooking.
we don't need to take up any more time. We're already like 2.5 hours into this. Nope,
No.
just 2 hours, but I'll be at the
Is there
same.
some
We're still in
banter
round
going
4.
on? Some week 1 banter? No, I'll pass on. Okay, so Jax, yes, back to Mr. Sniped. This is turning out to be a really good team considering the fact Cinderace goes to Jax. That'll be his replacement S tier for what would have been Goldengo. I can't remember if he ended up keeping this after the draft, but
Yeah,
I think this is a really good
he still
option
has
with Urshifu. Awesome. Yeah, this is a really good option
Jax
for Urshifu as a teammate.
has never and will never make any trades to his team because he doesn't care about Pokemon.
Well, so far those 4 likely to come most weeks, if not every week. So pretty cool. Yeah.
This thing
what to
is
say about
just-
this Pokemon? It gives him another.
It does.
Yeah.
It does one thing and one thing very well. Libero's good on its own, but it's fast, gets U-turn, Pyro Ball is annoying. It gets high jump kick. I think this thing gets Gunk Shot. Don't quote me on
It
that.
does get Gunk Shot.
It's just its coverage options are insane. It being able to Libero is annoying.
So, couple things. Cinderace has a partner with Urshifu. One, about Libero, I guess specifically, it's not really about an Urshifu thing, but one.
What doesn't partner with Urshifu?
Libero.
Libero.
Libero is
Liberal.
This is the one of the few Pokemon that can change its type. Like when it clicks its stab move, it doesn't change. Like it doesn't make use of it. And with the nerf to Protein and like those abilities, having a Pokemon that's a monotype that can just spam its stab is pretty cool. I think it's arguably the best one because of that now. So, yeah, and then base 119 speed can use Protein or Libero Gunk Shot to be able to deter fairies. That's pretty cool on its own.
Jax, I don't know if you're still here, but if you would like to tell us anything about this Pokemon in the most robotic way you can, please feel free to do so.
I believe it is just me, you, and Froggerman left in the call at the moment.
Oh, well, everybody. We had 6 people at one point.
It is
Oh,
fine.
but
We had
watch-
7 people at one point.
We'll watch the stream later.
Yes.
You can leave a comment. Leave a comment on YouTube. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe.
Oh, shush.
Follow at Ashton Needs a Buff on twitch.tv/Ashton Needs or Buff Ashton. You can't find me anywhere. Don't look for me.
Hello, Clumsy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so Cinderace is a very good partner for the team. I'm curious to see if he finds something that can fit the speed tier or another speed tier above base 110 speed to match Cinderace, because right now Enamor's is the next best thing. Love this team so far.
Intent. Anyway.
Yes, my 4th round pick. So far, this is very. I have to admit, my draft is looking very top heavy so far. But Ursaluna Blood Moon, I want to use this thing so bad.
Because the rest of the draft is insane.
Just looking at those 4 Pokemon, yeah, I couldn't not. Oh jeez, I'm just smiling ear to ear because first Dragapult. Now I'm drafting like this around it. I'm like, hopefully this works out. But yeah, Ursaluna Blood Moon. What to say?
There is a reason I gave you 2nd place in the power rankings. Dragapult and Ursaluna together.
Right?
They just spam across the 2 Pokemon. They can just spam stabs.
Yeah, Blood Moon and Dragon Darts, Draco Meteor.
I mean, it's just.
What is it? Is Blood Moon the move?
I'm not looking. Who? Dragapult or
no, Ursaluna? Is that Blood Moon the name of it?
You can talk about. I'll go look.
Okay, I think it's Blood Moon. Anyway, yeah, base 140 normal type attack, or base 130, I think. It gets access to Moonlight, so it's basically a special Ursaluna with Moonlight.
135.
I'm sorry, I danced around it. Yeah.
Its special move, Blood Moon, cannot be selected the turn after its use, so it can't be used twice in a row, but it's base 140. Earth Power, Focus Blast, Hyper Voice. Yeah, it gets Moon Blast, gets Moonlight.
I'm sorry, but someone tried to comment during the draft. I didn't say anything about it, but I noticed it and I just kept my mouth shut. Someone said, "Oh, this Pokemon's got to be really shit in draft, or it's underrated or overrated in draft." I'm like, I don't know, man.
This thing also, for some reason, gets Vacuum Wave.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It gets things.
Nuts.
It gets things.
For some reason, its physical coverage is still better. It kept Ursaluna's normal coverage. Like I said, I don't know a lot about this Pokemon because I didn't buy the DLC.
It clicks buttons. That's all you need to know.
Yeah,
it's Ursaluna.
I was actually building a free-for-all set of Ursaluna, a normal one, and spoiler alert, it's a special set.
Oh,
and I was like, wow, this thing gets really terrible special coverage. And that sort of carried over to this Pokemon, but I just next Pokemon.
Yeah, next Pokemon. Rotom Heat for Evil. This is definitely taking shape now. I think Rotom Heat's a pretty good partner for Great Tusk. Yeah, just a really safe pivot, a safe utility pivot. Gives him a start of a fire water grass core with Palafin, a nice Volt Turn core with that.
I think it's a good partner for everything he has so far. It switches into the grasses, the bulky grasses that may switch into Palafin. It swaps in.
He has 2 really good Pokemon that pair with those Pokemon that are grass sweet.
It's offensively threatening to the waters going on Great Tusk.
Yeah, Nasty Plot.
It has Levitate, so it'll come into any grounds looking to get through Galaki. Yeah, it's high value considering what he's already drafted.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, Rotom. Here's to see if there's more Rotom forms.
Rotom.
Let's see. Probably not this round because we only have 1 more pick and it belongs to Cadillacs, and he drafts Iron Crown. So he's really going for the route of new additions.
Newer Pokemon?
Yeah, I mean, Roaring Moon's sort of, it's not DLC, but it's still new. It's Gen 9. Yes.
I don't have a lot to say about this Pokemon. I've not used it, never seen it. I know you have it in PWC.
Yep.
I don't know if you still have it, but it seems it's.
I wish I had more coverage.
Pokemon.
But
yeah,
it's a Steel Fairy, really defensive typing, has access to agility.
Is it Steel?
Or sorry, Sealed Psychic. Blah, blah, blah.
I was about to say.
Shush. No, sorry, that's my mistake. But yeah, I think this is a really good weakness policy user. I'm just gonna say that. Another Pokemon that can potentially abuse.
Does it get Trailblaze?
No, it doesn't. I wish it did.
Does it get agility? Oh, it gets agility. Never
I
mind.
told you it got
Oh, yeah.
agility. I said that.
Oh, if Cadillac's already has Mega Alakazam, and now he has this thing, and he ends up getting a Psychic Terrain user. He doesn't get it in the draft, so I don't know if we'll go over it.
Mhm.
But he ends up picking one up, and it's just yuck. Just yuck.
If he gets
I don't like anything.
Yeah.
I don't like anything Cadillac's does already, and when I know a team's good, that means it's actually better than I can comprehend it to be. Cadillac scares me in many ways.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Next pick.
Set hep. Oh, there's no more picks this round. That is our round 4 cap. Favorite
Really?
Pokemon of the round. You have to pay homage to the fact that DD was able to get the Terra
Rhyperior.
Captain I did. Yeah, Rhyperior.
Rhyperior.
Help.
Rhyperior. I haven't even looked at any of these other Pokemon. I just know it's Rhyperior.
Hello, Minty. Welcome to the VC. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, Rhyperior.
Rhyperior. Hands down, Rhyperior.
No bias. Ursulune was kind of okay too. I just like my team now. So yeah, I'm not gonna waste any more time. I'm already excited. We'll probably take a break here after the 6th round picks have completed, just to give each other
round
an opportunity to stretch our
4.
legs and get some drink. Yeah, this is round 5. We're starting here.
Actually, I'll tell you what. My stepmother is about to come home with groceries, and I'm going to help her carry them in. So if we want to do the break, then that would be great.
Okay, yeah, just give me a heads up. I don't mind doing a whole round by myself either. I'll just try to make it quicker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just
yeah.
wanted to be here because I'm having fun.
Oh, right on. I'm glad you are. I'm glad you're here. Cadillacs kicking off round 5 with Alma Mola. So we have Mega Love Disc. Mega Love Disc is here. This thing needs to go. Look at that
hate
base
you so
HP.
much.
And would I be able to let you know that it has Wish? So everything that's getting a Wish boost off this is getting fully recovered.
This thing. It is the bane of my existence.
Regenerator, Wish, Flip Turn,
Regenerator.
Knockoff, I believe.
Aqua Jet in some cases. Like this thing
Ice-
can run Assault Vest. This thing is more versatile than people give it credit for. They look at its stats, it's like, okay, the HP's high, but it doesn't have much else going for it.
Almond Fish.
This is still a good Pokemon. This thing has Assault Vest set.
Ew.
That's how good this Pokemon is. That is
Ew.
how versatile this Pokemon is. Like, it doesn't just need to Wish Pash.
It's only base 75 attack. Wish Pash.
Wish Pash.
Wish Pash.
Wish Pash, Wish Pash.
I'm also going to preface this round, since we're starting with Alma Mola, which is not a Terra Captain. This is a round for Terra Captains to go. So,
Did I draft a Terra Captain this round?
no.
Yes. No.
No, you did not.
No.
You did not. You did
No.
not.
No.
But you
I
did the
go
next
against
round.
the status quo.
You did the next round.
I'm a hipster.
You're on the wheel, so it technically counts. Yes.
Oh,
So
well,
okay,
fight me.
moving on. Alamola, pretty good mon, very versatile,
Sorry.
bulky wish passer, good momentum, and yeah. Meowscarada. Someone stop this guy.
Oh,
This is really good speed control. I think this pick fits so well. This is such a that's the best way he could have rounded out his Fire Water Grass Core, in my opinion, is Meowscarada. Another one of the type changing Pokemon to go. Greninja's still around. We might see that being picked later. But yeah, Meowscarada is going to get picked here. One of the really good starter Pokemon where it gets a signature move called Flower Trick, which is an always critting move, I believe. Gets
and
U-turn.
it doesn't miss.
And it doesn't miss. Base 70, I think.
Yeah, personally, with a Firewater Grass Core, I prefer my Firewater Grass Core to be defensive versus offensive. But if you're gonna,
Have you seen
honestly, if
Palafin
you are
Hero
going-
stats? It's
I know,
defensive
but
enough.
listen, if you're gonna draft an offensive Firewater Grass Core, then this is it. Like, this
Yeah.
is just insane.
This is one of the
and
better ones.
Meowscarada is a Pokemon. This was the starter I chose whenever I played through Violet. I really like this Pokemon.
I chose Suicune.
It's Crazy Kitty. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
It is
It's the
crazy.
silly
It's
kitty.
Magic Cat. As
Magic
said.
Cat.
Magic
Magic
Cat.
Cats for Magic Cat.
No, this is my
Duck,
favorite
duck, duck.
starter to use competitively, I think, now that I've used it.
Oh, mine's still Prim. Still Prim. Or Charizard.
Yeah, I have a
The
special place
unbeatable
for this
champion
because
Charizard.
when I was in the BBR Summer Scramble tournament, I used this. It was so easy to bring every single battle. You just get speed control. You get like a really safe lead option. You get a really strong Pokemon offensively. So yeah, big fan of Meowscarada here. We're gonna go ahead and move on to my 5th pick of the draft, which is my first Terra Captain in Torterra. So we get Torterra.
Terra.
Terra Torterra, yes.
Terra.
This is another one of those really good Terra Captain options. Now, I do have another ground type, but I felt like where Torterra was going to be my Terra Captain, I felt like it didn't really matter. I just like the idea of having a Shell Smash Sweeper like a Terra. So, and I've been seeing a lot of hype around this Pokemon being a Terra Captain, so I felt, why not?
And the thing about Torterra is that it doesn't necessarily have to be offensive. This is still a base grass type Pokemon that gets Leech Seed. So you could like Terra Steel on this thing for ice types coming in on it.
And Shell Armor's there.
Seed.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this Pokemon is good outside of just Shell Smash. Shell Smash put this thing on the map, but it was still pretty good before that. I've seen Torterra be drafted before Shell Smash a couple times.
I used Rock Polish Torterra in whatever format it was on Showdown before, like on the ladder.
I think that I forgot what I was gonna say.
Sorry.
Shit. I think I remember now. I think it's a hard Pokemon to fit on the draft plans just because it's not water ground.
I wish.
Grass ground, weak. It's got a lot of weaknesses. I can't really look at its defense. Oh, it's got pretty good defenses. It doesn't hit too terribly hard. It's kind of slow. But now that it gets Shell Smash,
like anything above base 100 is above average.
Yeah, but yeah, a lot of people sleep on this Pokemon just because
it's gonna go ham this season. I'm gonna make good use of it. Don't you worry.
Torterra is just crazy.
Torterra, let's go.
Torterra.
What were you gonna say, Clumsy? That's pretty cool that Torterra is your husband's favorite Pokemon.
You want to know something funny, Ash? I thought he was talking about Ash Ketchum.
No. She knows that. Yeah, they
about you.
Yeah, so Torterra is going to go for me here. We're going to move on to Jax's 5th round pick, where he picks his first Terra Captain in Vikavolt. So I hinted towards this pick. I'm just going to take credit for this one because I think it's very important to see the synergy between it and some of his Pokemon. So Urshifu, I really appreciates webs. Your husband has a Turtwig plushie? That's so cool. I want to... Yes. Well, you saw something funny?
Yeah. He said you want to know something funny, and then that thing was funny.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so... Not only does this Pokemon provide Sticky Web support, you have a very potently offensive and potentially defensive Terra option here. Because Vikavolt has been known to run defensive sets before.
I've drafted Vikavolt once, and the best use I had of it was defensive sets. This is a crazy Pokemon. I think the first season of the DPL, was it Tranel that had this Pokemon?
Yes.
Or was it you? Somebody had this Pokemon. They did like really well with it.
It wasn't me.
Somebody had this Pokemon. It was just like,
I think it was Tranel.
Yeah. That's what kind of sold me. Okay, this Pokemon's actually really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was
that's Roost too, doesn't it? Or did it lose Roost?
Well, let me look. You talk about this Pokemon. Go look.
Okay. Yeah. Some pretty decent coverage. I've seen a lot of Terra options on this. Like
it still has Roost, yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, Levitate, electric types are always pretty nice. Roost option, I think. Yeah, no, this is a really good. I think this made sense as a 5th pick for Jax's team, given what he had so far. It was very important.
It's decently bulky. It hits hard. It gets good coverage.
I think it's very bulky.
It gets Iron Defense, Sticky Web Setter, Volt Switch. It doesn't get U-Turn.
That's fine.
But
if you can't Volt Switch, you can Energy Ball onto the ground type. So
this Pokemon
and it's a Terra option, so you can use it as an answer for ground types anyway. So speaking of Pokemon that can use, speaking of electric types that you can use as an option for ground types, Jolteon, very fast electric type with a Terra option.
This was the only snipe I had. I wanted this Pokemon.
Fly, electric bug.
I did too.
I ended up going with a different electric, but yeah, Jolteon.
TD wanted it
It's
too.
kind
Oh
of
no.
kind of like sorry, I lost my train of thought. It's like Rhyperior. It gets Volt Absorb, so you just Terra Water, Terra Flying. Gets a whole new round of resistances. It's good. It's fast. Terra Blast hits hard. I've experimented with this Pokemon before in stored power sets. So you could Terra Psychic stored power. There's not a lot to say about this Pokemon because there's not a lot this Pokemon does, but it being able to Terra makes up for it losing hidden power, which made it like not great. But now
Yes.
it can Terra.
It's so
now
important
it's
with
even
the meta
better.
of this Pokemon. It's so important with the meta of this Pokemon is that shift between losing hidden power and gaining this option, Terra option.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's nice. Frogman, did you have anything to say about this pick?
No, not really. I kind of forgot I drafted it.
You forgot you drafted one of the more potent Terra options.
He took it just so I couldn't have it.
I mean,
I just
yeah.
no, I plan on using it, but I don't remember my other C and D tiers.
That's fair.
I
That's
haven't
fine.
looked at the docs since we finished.
You're fine.
He's going to be learning about the draft. He's going to be learning about his own draft.
Yeah.
He's like, oh,
This is fun for
Pokemon.
me too.
Well,
All right, next.
you're hitting more
next
speed
bit.
tiers, yeah. Pyro with another freaking
Yeah.
electric terrain abuser in
Oh.
Iron Leaves. At least this one.
Pokemon,
Yeah.
if it rounds up his core, this Pokemon really is just around to take care of anything the initial three don't.
Oh yeah, this is a Fire Water Grass Core Ender. True.
And this thing is just, it's nuts. It gets Sword Stance. It already has like base 136, just 130 attack. Fast. It's decently bulky. It's just Virizion, and Virizion was good.
Pretty much, actually. It is true. It's so true. Only Virizion could see itself now, or in the past.
And it's B tier and not A tier like I wanted it to be. But yeah, it's a good
No,
Pokemon.
it's A tier. It's A tier. It was A tier.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
So
then.
it's his first A tier.
Yeah, it's a good Pokemon.
Yeah, it makes sense to be an A. Makes sense on this team, and I think he has now established a speed tier that is lower than Iron Valiant at 116 with this pick, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, he's a very fast team so far.
Well, okay, Bundle.
His Mega Houndoom's pretty
Yeah.
fast, isn't it?
I think I said it was 120. La-dee-dee, la-dee-dee.
Or 115.
Oh man, I'm just bungling this.
No, you're
Okay,
good.
115. 115.
Okay, right on. Tapu Fini for DD and his Philadelphia Fampi.
Yuck.
Just put the nail in the coffin, didn't you? Oh, he's not here. Damn.
I don't know what all we can say about Mark's team. I mean, it just gets disgusting, and I feel like there's nothing to say about Mark's team because it just gets more gross, makes me more sad, I feel like it's like a bunch of kids in middle school all playing like I don't know if this will make sense for our non-American viewers, like the maybe one of you that exists out there, since there's like 6 people here. Like a bunch of middle schoolers playing football, or better yet, basketball. A bunch of middle school kids playing basketball, and all of a sudden, Kobe Bryant shows up. I know that probably didn't make much sense, but yeah, Mark's team's gross. Mark's gross. I hate it here. Yeah. Go ahead, Ash.
No, kill this.
If you can.
I challenge you to kill this Pokemon in one hit.
It's gross.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Finny. I love drafting Finny.
I mean, this thing paired up with Slowking.
I drafted this once with in an Ubers League with Marshadow and Landorus Incarnate and Mega Pinsir, and it was pretty fun.
Just yuck.
Yeah.
Next pick.
Next pick. Terra Frostmoth for iNasty and the London Drapions. His first Terra captain, so this is a Pokemon that definitely benefits from having the Terra option to alleviate some of its weaknesses, such as Rock and Fire. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of this. Quiver Dance with this thing seems, as Terra option, seems really busted. Ice and Bug as an offensive pair is also very good. So curious to see how he decides to use that. I think I could see a lot of Terra Fire options coming or Terra Ground options coming with this Pokemon to be able to alleviate some of the matchups against very potent steals.
Another rule I think needs to be pointed out is you are allowed to bring both your Terra captains within the same battle.
Yes, but you only Terra obviously one. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're only able to Terra one.
Obviously, a lot of mind games you can play there.
Yeah, in prep, absolutely. Yeah, so 2 Terra captains adds a whole nother layer to prepping, for sure. But yeah, Frostmoth is pretty good.
Gets a lot of options, of course, like you mentioned, the Quiver Dance sets, but it also gets some bulky sets because Ice Scales. It gets moves like Stun Spore, Reflect and Light Screen. It gets Calm Mind. I don't know why you'd want to Calm Mind over Quiver Dance, but Weather Ball, Terra Blast, just yuck. Yuck.
Good mon here.
And Defog, so.
Yeah. I like this pick for this team. Let's go to Aaron's Aarons and see. Oh, great. Oh, great. Heatran. Oh, great. Cool. Fantastic.
Oh, great. Yeah.
You can trap in the Pokemon. Great. Lovely. Someone stop this man. Okay, this is also his first very reliable Stealth Rock user. I believe Iron Boulder might also get Stealth Rocks, but this is one that you'll be often more running Stealth Rocks on. This thing's pretty cool. It gets Taunt, Roar, Magma Storm, as previously mentioned, it can trap. Very good defensive typing, not to mention Flash Fire is a pretty useful ability, as well as Flame Body. So make use of that as you will there, Dagster, but yeah, very gross pick.
I hate this Pokemon.
Good coverage too, Earth Power. Power Gem as well.
Every time I have faced this Pokemon in draft, it's been a thorn in my side.
I had this on my team with Masquerada in the BBR Summer Scramble.
It's hard to draft around, or it's well, no. Let me. My brain is dying. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. We are far into this. That's why we need this break at the halfway point.
It's hard to prep around because it's just when you look at Heatran and you're prepping for it and you're like, okay, got to be careful of that, and it's like, okay, well I can do this. Oh, but Heatran gets that, so I got to be careful of Heatran doing that. And the more you look at Heatran, the more you discover. I will say now that this thing and Iron Boulder have both been brought out. These are what are going to end up being like his 2 definitive Lawbreakers in offensive Pokemon. They are both weak to water and ground, which I'm not a fan of, but he does end up picking some good defensive options, and he already has a couple in Dipplin and Mandibuzz. Yeah, I rated this team low in my power rankings, but now that I'm looking at it more and you've explained it to me, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this team is pretty good.
Right.
Yeah, so I guess I'm down to 11. Scoff.
Yeah, so he runs there.
Next book.
Jinx drops Sun Ninetales. Okay. They do different things. One of them is very fast. They have different setup options.
I mentioned this earlier. Torkoal is defensive. Ninetales is offense.
Yes.
Just in case you want to keep up the pressure. Ninetales. I honestly feel like Ninetales is kind of slept on. Like, people make Ninetales out to be not a very good Pokemon.
Because they see how frail it is.
I disagree. Yeah, it's frail, but, base 100 special defense on 75 HP is not too bad. 75 defense isn't too terrible. I do wish I had some more special attack. Maybe take away some of that attack, put it in special attack, but it gets nasty Plot. I have just seen the typical sets I'll see with this thing is Nasty Plot, Solar Beam, and either Fire Blast or Flamethrower, and either Extrasensory or Dark Pulse.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what it does if it's coming.
Right.
But I still feel like it's a very good Pokemon.
It is. I think, does it get Morning
Sun?
Yes. Okay,
no.
So...
Yes. No. Talk about it while I look.
Okay. I don't really know what to say about this. I'm going to be a big spoiler here and say that Jinx did end up deciding to drop this in free agency or grace period.
No, it does not get Morning Sun.
See,
it gets Pain Split.
Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, she did end up making the decision to drop Ninetales for a different B tier in the grace period after the draft, so kind of establishing that she wanted to get a little bit more versatility on her team outside of Sun, so still a good pickup here. It offered her her first Pokemon between Gouging Fire and Walking Wake in terms of speed tier, but yeah, ended up leaving out to the free agency, but it's fine.
I still really
next
like
pick.
Next pick.
Yeah, we have Dusclops
Dusclops.
drafting Barraskewda, so his first real Rain Abuser outside of Kilowattrel, and of course Pelipper itself. Yeah, this makes sense.
Also, Archolingus.
This makes sense. This makes
Archolingus
sense.
abuses Sun.
It's true. It's true. You mean Rain?
But just based off these draft picks alone, I'm starting to notice fast pivots into Archulibin.
You
Yeah.
can't say your children, right? sorry.
Hey, just because I can't say Arlachungus the correct way doesn't mean that I'm not vocabulary goodness. I hate to dip after this since we're about to get in my own draft pick.
No,
but,
you're fine. You're fine.
yeah.
Shall we switch over to that while you dip?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes. Well, I have a couple seconds where I can talk
Okay,
about my
so
own
we
Pokemon.
have your Regieleki as you're closing out
fast.
round 5.
It's fast. Look at those stats: 100 in attack and special attack, can be physical or special base, 200 speed. Wow, look at that thing zoomed. Wow, best
Can't-
Pokemon in Trick Room. for
Can't hit ground
reasons,
types. Fuck yeah.
It's not bulky. Yeah, it can. Shut up. It gets assurance. Gets no coverage. It can
Terra
go boom
Blast
if it
without
needs to.
Terra type. Yes, there you go.
I don't know if it gets astonished, but if it does, automatically best Pokemon. Just yeah, it's Regieleki. It's fast. It does things. Rapid spin. I will return.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this Pokemon. It's kind of sad that it's so highly tiered, where it's an A tier without Terra. A lot of the reason why it's been tiered so high is because before Gen 9, when a lot of their potent threats were, or a lot of potent ground type threats were added, this Pokemon had a lot of versatility. Was able to run screens and transistor electric types were just, or electric type stab was just so strong. But yeah, this Pokemon is going to make an appearance here on the Vish City team, and that we round out our round 5 picks. I really like Meowscarada this round. Bias on that, but yeah, some really good Pokemon for round 5 here. I like Meowscarada. I could see Vikavolt and Jolteon going up there too. Definitely Jolteon. Yeah, a lot of Pokemon here that, you know, put the cherry on top for like certain utilities and stuff. And in Pyro's case with the Iron Leaves, for example, he fills out both the Fire, Water, Grass Core and another option for Electric Terrain Abuse. So yeah, lots of things to cap out utility usage. So yeah, I enjoyed this round a lot. And to continue on from here, we'll jump right on to round 6, where Mr. Grimes decides to pick up Licky as a Terra captain. It's a very interesting, out there Terra option, in my opinion. I think this is a really nice pick. Given the stats that it has, it can be a more defensively used Terra captain, but I also think there's room for it to be an offensive one as well, given that it also has a very large variety of coverage moves in its arsenal. Yeah, this Pokemon's pretty cool. It has Wish as well, so it can be a very nice defensive core member with Sylveon if you decide not to Terra it as well. I mean, you know, why not try to make use of Terra if it works? But yeah, it gets access to some pretty good coverage moves and Earthquake and such to be able to hit the Steel and Rock type Pokemon that otherwise switch into normal types really well. And I do believe it might get knockoff. Please do correct me on that if anyone in chat knows. Yeah, I enjoy this Pokemon a lot. I've used it before. It's a very good Wish Passer. Moving on to Dusclops' 6th pick. He ends up going with Beartic and making that one of his Terra captains. I do apologize as I did forget to put the Terra Orb above that. Please forgive me. But yes, Beartic is a very good Rain Abuser. I think it was a much needed Rain Abuser to add to this team, given that it provided a different type coverage to the Rain Abuse list. Being able to take advantage of some Pokemon that might resist water types, such as dragons, while also being able to outspeed them with Swift Swim is pretty nice. So yeah, looking forward to see how Dusclops takes advantage of those Pokemon in certain matchups. And yeah, really strong Pokemon offensively. If he's able to find a Snow Setter somewhere, he can make use of that as well, being able to get a defense boost from the snow while also getting Slush Rush boost in speed. So curious to see how Beartic becomes more apparent as the draft continues, or if it does. But yeah, very good Terra Captain here. Jinxed, coach of the Sacramento Soul Kings, drafts Rotom Mo as a Terra Captain. I think it's a very good Terra Captain option if you're, even just doing something simple like running Terra Grass to be able to use Terra Blast so you don't have to worry about Leaf Storm lowering your special attack. I think could be fun if you're running like a Nasty Plot set, for example. Yeah, this Pokemon is an interesting Terra Captain given the team composition where there's already a Grass-type Pokemon that abuses the theme of the team in Sun, though it is a Terra Captain, so it's not too big of an issue at all. It's not really an issue either, it's just more so like a synergy issue if you decide to bring Rotom Mo without Terra, if that makes sense. So, yeah, it's a Rotom form, got the typical Will-O-Wisp and a couple coverage moves here and there like Shadow Ball and such, and yeah, it's I don't really know a lot else to say about Rotom-O, but yeah, it can be run defensively, offensively. These Rotom forms go like hotcakes in drafts, so pretty nice of Jinx to establish that she wanted this one at this point of the draft. But yeah, Dagster goes ahead and drafts Electro Desui as a second Terra Captain. He did confide in me his draft plan, and unfortunately got Jolteon Terra taken from him. That would have been his pick of choice. Give him his first electric immunity and so on and so forth. However, I think Electro Desui is a very underrated backup pick where you can run things like Terra Grass Chloroblast, for example, and just completely nuke something that might be there to switch into your electric type moves like a ground type, for example. Yeah, there's just a lot of options that Pokemon with speed tier and the offensive potential of this Pokemon has. So yeah, look out for this Pokemon as a Terra option. iNasty comes in with his 6th round pick by drafting Urshifu Rapid, and he had exclaimed before making this that he was about to surprise everybody with this pick, and I think he did. Not that it was a bad pick for his team, because, I mean, look at his team and look at this pick. I think it makes a huge amount of sense, especially given that one of the partners for Urshifu that's really good is Goldengo, both forms. Yeah, you generally don't see Urshifu Rapid get drafted in singles much, let alone a draft or a draft league that has tiering such as this one, where S tier is filled with so many very potent threats. Not that Urshifu Rapid isn't, I just feel like it gets overshadowed by a lot of other S tier threats. So yeah, I enjoy this pick. I think this is going to definitely put a lot of pressure on teams that don't have a water immunity, where of course Surging Strikes is Urshifu Rapid's unique move, and it hits 3 times and it hits like a truck. So yeah, I can't wait to see what iNasty decides to do with this Pokemon. I was also surprised to see 2 physical fightings on the same draft, where they are pretty similar in the same speed. But you know, I suppose they are different types and such. So yeah, they're able to deal with different things. But just moving on, DD drafts Skarmory. I think he's drafted Skarmory with Soaking. No, he definitely has. He's definitely drafted Skarmory with Soaking before. He does add another flying type to his draft to make a little bit of an electric weakness so far. However, with Swallow being a Terra Captain, I don't think it'll be too big of an issue, especially given that Swallow is typically used as a glass cannon. So yeah, this shouldn't be an issue, and there are 6 more picks to make, so it's really early to call something like draft as it is currently as being, having a certain quality overall, because it's not the full draft. So, I'm sure, given my knowledge of DD as a competent draft league drafter and battler, I'm sure he'll be able to remedy that weakness as the draft continues. Pyro drafts Empoleon as his 6th round pick, and I was kind of excited to see this go after it had been given the competitive ability changed off of what was Defiant before in the most recent DLC. Yeah, pretty excited to see Empoleon being used in competitive. Don't know too much about how effective competitive is used in singles, but I think it could potentially make Empoleon a really good defog response. So really good hazard control on the part of Pyro to draft Empoleon here. I think it makes a lot of sense for his team. Water Steel is a very good defensive typing, and yeah, I can't wait to see how it's used. Oh man, Regigigas. Yeah, I'm excited to see this thing used. If this is actually meaning to stay, Froggerman, I'm not sure if you're still here. Oh no, you're not. That's too bad. But D-tier Regigigas. Look at those stats. Remember about slow start, but Terra Regigigas is gotta be a different beast. It has to be. Yeah. Don't sleep on it. Don't sleep on it. I'm not warning anybody because I don't know what's gonna happen, but if this is a Terra captain, if this is one of Froggerman's dedicated Terra captains, then something's about to happen. Something's about to happen. But yeah, look forward to that. Jax decides to grab Appleton, so going on kind of the route of Dagster
and let me tell you, Regigigas, he is packing. Regigigas may be one of the best Pokemon to ever exist. Regigigas gets Protect now. I know we're talking about Appleton, but we're talking about Regigigas. On top, like, we can't run Confuse Ray, which is unfortunate, but
Sub Protect though.
It gets Protect. It gets Protect. Sub Protect.
And sub. Yeah, someone
So what did I miss?
Just the first 9 or so picks of round 6. We're on the 9th pick actually. Yeah, Appleton's here. I think it's okay as a Terra option. I think it's okay by itself too, but it's not Diplet. I do think that mons are different things, and this having thick fat's pretty nice. But yeah, I think this is a good Terra option, and don't quote me, but I think it'll catch a lot of teams off guard. I think Appleton's a Pokemon that's definitely slept on in draft because people overlook it in prep. So.
Yeah. It being able to Terra is a good thing. Once again, Steel just because it's Quad Weak Ice. Ripen sets, Gluttony sets. Apple Acid would be good for weakening Pokemon. Like, it can Apple Acid lower something special defense, then it can drop into Aegislash, making them think that Aegislash is special, then it just starts Swords Dancing.
Yeah, mind games there. Yeah, this is a very...
Jax is a very mind games coach.
Synergy.
He loves mind games, he loves prediction.
There's a lot of synergy in this team so far. I like it. We're gonna move on to my 6th round pick where I grabbed Terra Espeon. Oh, what could have been? What could have been?
What?
This is a Terra option.
Have been.
I know. I dropped both the psychic types on my team. Grace. And they're both really good for the team. We'll see. We'll see.
Ashton, you want to tell us a little bit about Espeon?
Yes, Espeon. Believe recently it got given Draining Kiss, and after seeing some draft league content from Lord Envy, one of my favorite draft league content creators, he made a showcase of why Terra Ferret Espeon is very good, and when running Draining Kiss, it is even better. So, yeah, Terra Espeon is very nice because you can offensively Terra this Pokemon to be able to run Calm Mind sets, but you can also just run a standard offensive Espeon and run a defensive Terra typing. Because with its natural bulk, it allows it to take advantage of Pokemon that might come to switch in on a Psychic type typically, which is usually a Dark type. And where it has Draining Kiss and Terra Fairy as an option, it's not going to be a good switch in anymore. Yeah, we'll see if anyone else decides to pick up Espeon where I dropped it. It's there, but yeah, that's the whole thought process behind it. Magic Bounce as well.
Yeah. I don't have much to say about this Pokemon. I've never used it.
Would have been fun. But alas.
My evolution expertise typically comes solely from Vaporeon.
Evil comes
there
to his 6th round pick and grabs Mega Steelix. So he arguably picks the best Mega 3 Pokemon. Makes sense where he has 2 S tiers. He's kind of following the same footsteps as Pyro with his draft, ending up grabbing 2 S tiers and immediately thwarting over to the Mega 3 tier to make sure that his draft worked. I see no weaknesses in drafting Mega Steelix right now, other than the fact that you're kind of making yourself a little bit water weak and you're stacking grounds, but you have 2 electric immunities, if you look at it that way. They just kind of do the same thing, which is kind of what makes me hesitant.
Mega Steelix is very niche. For it being a bulky Pokemon, its special defenses is kind of lacking. Well, its special defense is very good, but its HP is kind of low. It's just slow. But it's still a very good Pokemon.
It's still a good Pokemon. Look how bulky it is. Like, especially defensively too. I've been trying so hard to advocate for this being Mega 2 and Mega Aggron being Mega 1. Like, why? Why are they still where they are? Nobody listens to me.
Yeah.
Body Press made these Pokemon disgusting.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Ugh. Still really good. I like Dragon Dance sets. Anyway. Cadillacs rounds out round 6. He brings us to the end of the first half of the draft with Moltres. This is a really cool pick for starting a Fire Water Grass core here. Yeah, Alomomola Moltres just sounds right. First decent recovery option here.
Oddly enough, as much as I wanted to, I've never used Cantonian Moltres. My expertise comes from the Galarian one I love using. But like I said, Fire is a good defensive typing. Fire Flying is also a very good defensive typing. It certainly has its weaknesses, but yeah, it's just fast. It's fast, I guess. Strong. It's got good stats.
Good utility in Defog and Bull-Wisp.
I don't have much to say about this. My brain's still dying.
You're fine. We'll take a break here.
We'll
take a break here. We're at the end of round 6. We'll take about 10-15 minute break. Yeah, this is our round 6 roundup. I was surprised to see Urshifu Rapid go in this round. Yes.
Yeah, I feel like... Well, maybe he was afraid that some people still hadn't made their S tier picks. I know Mark and me hadn't made ours yet. People may still have had points at this part of the draft.
And I think iNasty, well, I'm just gonna say this. I think iNasty sets the tone for how quickly people start scooping up S tiers after this. Because I think they're under. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, my favorite pick from this round. Tough. I'm probably gonna give it. Oh, I was gonna give it to Beartic. Personally, just personally.
I wasn't around for the Empoleon, but I will say this: out of everything on his draft, Empoleon seems to have the weirdest position. Like, it's very good and high value, but it is an electric terrain team, and it's going to be hard to swap Empoleon in on some people who may have electric moves.
Evil just corrected me on why Urshifu was drafted. So apparently iNasty potentially got sniped off Meowscarada, which led him to pick Urshifu. I see. Okay. So Meowscarada was sniped from the round before. Okay. Gotcha. So why just solidify something? Okay, that makes sense. I mean, that's good. late draft Urshifu right there.
Urshifu or Regigigas probably my favorites.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you all for watching up to this point. We're just going to take a quick 10-15 minute break to stretch your legs, grab some water, do all those fine dandy things. And yeah, we'll be
I will
back.
try to offer some form of entertainment while Ashton's doing it.
You don't have to. Feel free to mute if you want. This to be kind of like whatever. Don't feel obligated. I'll have my headset on, so
I'm going to sing Fireworks by Katy Perry while
Please
Ashton
don't.
is gone.
Don't give me copyright claim. All right, we will be right back.
Fireworks. Ashton has no idea I'm saying this. So, how's everyone's day going? You having a good time? It's a nice sunny Saturday here. We are going to watch the Elimination Chamber later. Looking forward to it.
Did you burn the stream down while it was gone?
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to post this to YouTube. You're definitely not getting monetized.
Crud. Okay, you saying?
Yeah.
I don't care. It's fine.
That's
Sure, it's far enough to where anybody
watching.
watching from Twitch, like, isn't watching anymore. If they did. Oh, yes, because they're definitely watching this. How are you? Are you ready?
Yep, let's do it.
I just grabbed some water. Okay, cool. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. We're just going to dive on into the second half here. So, yeah, as you can see, these are the picks round 6. We're going to hop on to the first pick of round 7, which is Tapu Bulu by the New Zealand Breakers, coached by Cadillacs. I think this was a very necessary pick, given that Cadillacs had yet to bring or draft a fairy. He also had yet to draft a grass. I covered both of those, so he was able to establish both his Firewater Grass and Dragonsteel Fairy Core with this pick. And honestly, just hits a sweet cherry that doesn't have, and it's just really solid.
I don't have much expertise on Tapu Bulu. It's another Pokemon I've yet to have the pleasure of drafting myself.
This Pokemon was moved to B tier in Season 4, and was not moved back to A in Season 5. Cadillacs got a good one, I'm just going to say that. Very strong Pokemon, abusing Grassy Terrain. Very bulky Pokemon too, with base 115 defense and base 95 special defense. Has access to Horn Leech to be able to maintain recovery that way. Yeah, just blow something back with Woodhammer. Has fighting coverage now with Close Combat, I believe. So, I could be wrong there.
Yeah. Quick note, there is stuff going on in the background here, and if it is hearable, I will just mute myself for the duration of this.
Yeah, I'll let you know if something comes up.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd hate to be a detriment to the quality.
Bulu's probably going to be one of the better picks in this latter part of the draft, in my opinion. And definitely going to be the best one in the round, in my opinion. So, yeah, Tapu Bulu just a really great pickup here. Evil drafts
did end up
Screamtail.
dropping.
Sorry. Yeah, I was surprised to hear that he dropped Bulu, but he had a draft plan in mind and he ended up exerting it in free agency. Yeah, Evil drafts Screamtail as his A-tier pick. So he gets that A-tier... Scream Tams. He gets that elusive A-tier that he's been missing so far. Oh, thank you for the woot, Minty. Yes, so very fast utilitarian fairy type for this team, and I think it fits really well. Having some bulky, slower Pokemon like Steelix, Great Tusk, Palafin, Rotom Heat, Dragalge are all going to benefit from this Pokemon's ability to Wish Pass and set up screens for them. Because being able to get this Pokemon in is going to be very helpful.
I have this Pokemon in PWC, and it's like one of the staples of my team. This Pokemon is insane. I was on the fence of drafting it just because I didn't think that much of it, but now that I did, I'm glad I did.
Yeah, right?
Its defenses are insane. Its attacking stats aren't great, but I still managed to 3-shot. What was it? It was another fairy. There was some other like moderately bulky fairy I was able to 3-shot with like Dazzling Gleam.
That's pretty good.
It gets Calm Mind, it gets Bulk Up, and it gets like all the coverage moves under the sun. Literally because photosynthesis.
Imagine.
It's fast. It's fast, it's bulky, it's
This
utility.
team's just missing a Sunsetter.
It's got it
And,
all. Well, there's
Charizard
Vulpix
Mega's
available.
not. He can't afford Charizard Mega, and as of this point,
Well.
Ninetales and Torkoal are drafted by Jinxed.
yeah. Vulpix there.
Yep, Vulpix is there. We'll have to see. But I end up picking Mega
hint,
Absol.
hint.
Hint, hint, hint. So Mega Absol is going to be my Mega of choice here. I ended up making this pick because I felt like it allowed me to take advantage of my team's weakness to bulkier psychics outside of Dragapult. So I felt like it was my best interest to grab something that, one, gave me a little bit an extra helping option of hazard control, and two, allowed me to deal with those bulky psychics. So at least in my draft plan, I think my team as it sits now is okay at dealing with bulky psychics, but in my entire draft plan, I felt like it was necessary to establish a really good dark type. So yeah, that was the thinking behind this Pokemon.
I've used Mega Absol once.
It has Sword Stance.
Yeah, Sword Stance, Sucker Punch. Wild.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Very much a glass cannon.
It gets some weird special coverage, oddly enough.
It does. And it has good special attack to
It gets
back it
Fire
up.
Blast, Flamethrower, Ice Beam. And it's still, yeah, it's a good special attack stat. I think it gets Quick Attack.
Yep.
Slash. I mean, it's just...
Slash hands.
I'm blanking. Slash hands.
Yeah, so Mega Absol was my, at the time, my Mega choice. I did end up dropping this too. But yeah, you will see why at the end. Jax drafts Mega Blastoise. He did not know for the life of him that this thing was still around. And I told him, I said, hey, is there any chance you've looked into Mega Blastoise yet? Because you don't have water type. He said, I honestly forgot this was still around. So he drafted this, and I'm glad he did, because look at his team and look at it. It is amazing as a partner. Very bulky pivot and a rapid spinner that he much needed.
He came to me and said, hey, what do you think my next pick should be? I guess it was before he consulted you.
Yep.
And I was trying to talk him into Don Bozo. Because for some reason that thing is B tier and available. And then you went with Mega Blastoise. And I guess in hindsight, this was a better option.
I think this is a better utility option. It gives him more versatility, given what his team's... that's kind of the theme of his team is so far. Like, Aegislash is a very defensive, versatile, defensive slash... or bulky, offensive, versatile Pokemon. Blastoise is very much one and the same. Vikavolt is very much one and the same. Urshifu can be seen as that as well. So, kind of establish a little bit more of that as well, and give him a Fire, Water, Grass Core addition that he very much needed.
Yeah,
in Dondozo, I was I know you were trying to sell Dondozo to me as well at one point, like for my draft. I like Dondozo, but I don't know if I like how predictable it is. It is very good at what it does, though, but yeah, it wasn't as versatile as something else that I had in mind.
Oh,
anyway.
hint, foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. Froggerman drafts Mega Gardevoir.
Yep. I
like Mega Gardevoir. Very offensive Pokemon. I think it's a very decent partner with a lot of the things that he's drafted so far. A lot of these Pokemon are really good on their own, I've noticed, on Froggerman's team.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have the most obvious synergy, which maybe I am just blind and alluding to the fact that I can't see the team synergy yet, but Mega Gardevoir, definitely a good piece to this puzzle.
Another one of the really good Megas that are out there.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a Mega Tier 1, so unfortunately that means he does have 40 less free points to deal with. And given that he has made 2 A-tier selections already, he only has 120 points left, meaning that he would have to delve into the C-tier and D-tier side of things for his last 2. But it's okay.
Still a good Pokemon.
Absolutely. We're well worth the investment. Pyro drafts Slowbro Galar as his second B tier under Empoleon. So getting the budget option for the Regenerator boys there. I think it's still a really good Pokemon. It has one of the unique abilities there. I think it's Quick Draw is its ability.
Draw.
Yeah. So if you're able to run Quick Draw and Quick Claw at the same time, you know, you're almost guaranteed a priority move every single time, and that could be very important in a make or break situation. So, you know, we'll have to see what Pyro decides to do with this Pokemon.
It's a very versatile Pokemon. It's a lot of coverage options on both the physical and special side.
Would personally kind of wish to see it be a little bit more defensively versed, as its stats aren't the exact same as the others. It's a little bit more offensively versed, which is not a bad thing, but I like the bulky.
it gets shell sidearm,
Yep.
which is really good.
Unique move
Once
to it.
again, yeah, it just options with this
Very
Pokemon.
much. Yep. And moving on
Drafted
to
it
DD,
before.
as previously stated, there was an S tier pick made in round 5 or round 6. This is the start of the S tiering. This is where it all kicks off, because DD decides to swoop his first one up by drafting Kyurem.
This is where drafting Slowking really comes into play, because Chili Reception into Kyurem.
Yes, we're all seeing this now. We're all seeing how this Chili Reception will come into play here. This Pokemon makes so much sense on this team. It's a bulky offensive Pokemon, has its recovery on its own terms. Very good offensive typings, I must add. Ice and Dragon are something that you don't see very often together. Yeah, a lot of great coverage moves, a lot of versatility with this Pokemon. You can run so many different things with this. Choice Scarf, Choice Specs, Sub Roost, Leftovers, Heavy Duty Boot Sets, Life Orb is an option. You can run Dragon Dance, I believe.
Yeah, it just hits like a truck.
It hits like a truck. Yeah, there's not one Pokemon, I believe, that can deal with this in terms of what it has for coverage. I mean,
Pray.
there are things that can deal with it. Yeah. Yeah, this thing's great. Very overlooked Pokemon too. Like, a lot of Pokemon are getting picked that are overlooked generally in the draft. But yeah, iNasty drafting Reuniclus, so he gets his A tier that he's been missing. Very bulky pair with Goldengo and Clodsire.
Reuniclus.
Applehands.jpg.
Applehands.jpg in the
Generator.
One of the best generator Pokemon around.
Magic Card.
It also gets other good abilities, like this thing is just good.
Overcoat, yeah, Magic Card. It gets lots of coverage.
It's one of the best Trick Room sweepers around.
Yes, I was just about to say Trick Room. Yep.
That sets up Trick Room itself and just spams Psychic and Shadow Ball.
It almost makes you wonder if this is part of the creation of a new mode for this team, is this addition of a Trick Room Pokemon.
Ooh, hint.
Dagster grabbing Gastrodon for his first B tier, finally delving into that B tier for him. I think this makes a lot of sense, given that I find, even though Terras allow for more coverage to be brought into play, having a lot of 4x weak Pokemon together is not a bad thing in draft format, because you have Pokemon that have coverage moves and they have to bring selective coverage moves for those Pokemon. So Gastrodon being quad weak to grass, well, you have Heatran. Gastrodon or Heatran being quad weak to ground, you have to, prep accordingly for that. So yeah. So yeah, there's a lot to say about how Dagster's going forward with the knowledge of how to create multiple layers of this defensive backbone that is this draft. Yeah, this is just gross. Jinx picks up Ting Lu for her A tier, so she's getting her first look into an A tier Pokemon here, and I think this one makes a lot of sense for her, as it provides her with a very solid hazard setting option, as well as giving her a reliable psychic immunity, ground type to deter any electric types that might look to thwart this team. Yeah, very reliable electric immunity and psychic immunity here. Generally a very bulky mon. I love Ting Lu. I've drafted it in the second most recent iteration of the Doubles League, and had a lot of fun with it there. And I also have it currently in the PWC. So yeah, I can advocate for this Pokemon being really good. It has access to moves that can help it against deterring fairy types like Heavy Slam. I enjoy this mon very much.
I don't have much to say about this Pokemon.
Yeah, fair
I've
enough.
never used it myself. I have
it's very
drafted its counterpart in Wo-Chien.
It's very, very good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ground type, dark type.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dusclops drafts Ferrothorn on his rain team. Typical. No, but typical of rain teams. Yeah, obviously, big outlying weakness to Ferrothorn is that it's quad weak to fire. That is basically neutered by the fact that rain exists on this draft. So, good luck.
Yeah, it's around here where I'm looking at the draft and seeing not many high tier options for outside of rain.
Hmm.
I
mean, Bear Scoot is pretty good.
I personally didn't. I think Ferrothorn is the best steal you can have on a rain team. I personally didn't like this pick on top of our Charlodon.
Okay.
And we can kind of, or our Charligudu. We'll kind of get into that as the draft goes on.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Ferrothorn's a really good Pokemon. But
gives him reliable hazards. His first pick that has reliable hazards. I guess Arcaludon does get Stealth Rock. Yeah.
I have tried this thing as an offensive tool a couple times, running Curse Sets and Sword Snakes.
I've run Curse Jar Ball on this thing. It's fun. You pick up Drifblim as your first D tier. Close out the round. I was shocked that you didn't make this a Terra Captain. But then I saw what you picked after that, and I was not surprised anymore.
Yeah, I was debating making this Terra Captain over Licky at one point, just making that trade. It's immune to fighting, immune to normal, immune to ground. It's fat. It got something that I really wanted it for. I cannot remember what it was.
Strength Sap?
My hand. No. Nope, that's Drifloon, not Drifloon. I'm on Showdown.
Well, it gives you your first ground immunity.
Yeah, that it gets Destiny Bond. It gets, Strength Sap. I was only going to get it if it got reliable
Strength Sap, you turd.
And it gets Strength Sap.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's just a good lower tier Pokemon.
Yeah, something about Calm Mind, Will-O-Wisp, Strength Sap sets is the creme de la creme.
It also gets some good abilities in Aftermath, Unburden, and Flare Boost.
It does. And great uses of Unburden if you had made it a Terra Captain. Or if you got a Terrain Setter, so we'll have to see if you pick up a Terrain Setter later.
Oh, maybe. Hint.
This looks like a round 3 draft. Like, look at all these Pokemon. Except for Drifblim. Look at all these Pokemon.
Drifblim.
Like, this looks like it could have been the third round of the draft, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I like Kyurem this round and Bulu. Actually, no, Bulu for sure. Yeah, Bulu, Kyurem, and Tinglu are all up there for me this round.
Kyurem, Reuniclus, and Screamed Hams for me.
Screamed Hams. Fair enough. No bias. This is your Terra Captain that you're holding out on. Sigalith. Want to talk about it?
Oh, the wondrous joys of the Pokemon known as Sigalith.
Did you say that because of Wonderlands?
Yes.
Okay.
Wonderskin.
Wonderskin. Fuck.
I remember this thing from Black and White and encountering it in the wild, and it was just such a pain to deal with.
Minty said, still processing the hostile turd comment that I made to you because I called you a turd after I mentioned Strength Sap, and you said Strength Sap after I said Strength Sap. As if you just realized that it was Strength Sap.
Yeah, it was Strength Sap, but it just gets so many different. Yeah, so many sets. It gets Wonderskin, it gets Magic Guard, it gets Tinted Lens. You know, there's offensive, defensive sets on top of being able to Terra. It gets utility options. You can run Calm Mind sets, you can run Stored Power sets, you can just run offensive sets. There is, of course, Assault Vest. It's just so much you can do with this Pokemon. It's so versatile, and I've never used it. And I just saw that it was able to tear, and I was like, yoink.
Am I supposed to not reveal that it has cosmic power as well?
Oh, Ashton. Why reveal all the fun? And like, yeah, dipping into its usually useless moves of Dream Eater, the Cosmic Power, Gravity.
I'm surprised Cosmic Power is usually used move on this.
I mean, and of course you could have Wonder Card Psycho Shift.
Yeah.
Set up any status element you really want to.
You can have a burn, and you can have a burn.
And yeah, this thing's just knucking foot. And also
Alright.
it gets synchronized. It gets synchronized on top of being able to tear.
True. Yikes. So Dusclops is going full gear Rain with these last few picks by driving Meritic, Fairthorn, and now Terra Dreadnought. This is a scary Terra Captain. Very scary Terra Captain. You just click one button. It's kind of like the Torterra effect, except rain. So, yeah, this is way scarier than Torterra with Shell Smash, in my opinion.
He has this here now, but later in the grace period, he picks up Mega Swampert. I'm surprised he did not end up dropping this thing. Even though, you know,
it's too threatening
it is
to
a terror. Yeah, but I'd argue that so is Swampert. And I don't like weather teams that aren't
Yours
require the weather to be good.
Yeah. I just totally switched screens to the music and it showed up on the stream. I'm so professional. Love me.
Oh, so professional. I got a lot of background noise though. So professional.
I love you. Don't worry.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Dreadnought gets picked. Jinx grabs Tinkaton. This seemed
F
like
it, we could get on hammer. F it, we could get on hammer. F it,
Yeah.
we could get on hammer.
I so professional. Yes. I like Tinkaton. It's basically just Junior Mega Mawile. Don't at me. I don't care what you say.
It's a very good Pokemon. I wish its stats were better. For some reason, its stats just aren't that good.
Listen, Mega Mawile sets with Spadef are not bad, and that seems like the prominent stat on Tinkaton. I think this is a good Pokemon.
Well,
this is definitely good for C tier.
surprisingly fast, and it doesn't hit that hard.
Mhm.
Like I'd expect it to have a higher attack stat.
And where it's a steel type, be
special attack
slower.
stat.
Yeah.
But however, it does get Sword Stance. I'm pretty sure it gets Calm Mind. Gigaton Hammer hurts.
Mm-hmm. It's knockoff and
There's
rocks.
Draining Kiss.
Encore.
There's Draining Kiss I can do. Like I've drafted this before.
I want to draft it.
I've drafted it as a B tier Pokemon, and it's worth it as a B tier. And it being able to tear in C tier is insane.
Right.
So yeah,
It's
next
a
pick.
good Pokemon. Yeah, I think this is definitely like a missing type pick, because to this point it's hard to draft a steel type on a Sun team, but this is definitely a okay one, because if Jinx ever gets into a situation where she is trying to function with this Pokemon outside of Sun, this Pokemon by itself is just really good. It can also just be a really reliable Stealth Rock user on top of Tinglu, so yeah, I like this Pokemon. Dagster drafts Uxie as a second B tier, giving him another reliable utility option / Stealth Rock user / lot of things. Calm Mind setup Pokemon, another Balkymon, of course. Yeah, Levitate Pokemon, another ground immunity. Oh no, yes, he does Mandibuzz. Okay, a ground immunity that cores Mandibuzz. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, fat. Gets a lot of coverage as well.
I think this is the only Lake trio I've dipped my toe in as far as usage. I've used Mesprit. The Azoth is the only one I haven't used.
Oh, I've used Azoth and Mesmer more than Uxie.
Personally, this is my favorite of the three.
Okay.
Just because it's decently fast. It's got good defenses, and you can just set up with it, and it becomes better. It's not immediately threatening, which isn't a problem because it doesn't have to be. I know one of the craziest sets I've ever ran was a skill swap set
Goodness.
Because I was using it to counter a Nidoqueen.
Oh
So
gosh.
I skill swapped Sheer Force and just started using Sheer Force Psychic.
Oh my gosh. Get out of here.
And it just goes ham.
Goes ham.
It goes levitating hams.
iNasty grabs Talonflame. This was definitely something I was looking into drafting. It wasn't a snipe though.
I debated drafting this so many times.
Good round 8 pickup for this team.
I was seriously thinking about it multiple occasions of just picking up Talonflame because I needed a fast defogger. It would have filled that gap, and looking back on it, I kind of regret not picking it up.
Me too.
But yeah, Heisenberg.
Heisenberg.
I love this. I love this Pokemon. Swords Dance, Flame Charge, like Flare Blitz. I mean, Gale Wings isn't as strong as it used to be.
Still good.
You know,
kind of forced run boots,
really
unfortunately, but yeah, it's super good.
It's a really good Pokemon. I really like Talonflame. I really started falling in love with it just recently because I'm playing through Y again, and like my favorite Pokemon on my team right now is a Talonflame I named Heisenberg. But yeah.
DD grabbing Annihilate, so he's really trying to establish his 2 S tiers after seeing the Urshifu go, seeing how it might have worried some other coaches. So yeah,
I just
Annihilate
say,
in Mr. Train.
Yuck.
Rage
yuck.
Fist.
Yuck.
I have this in the PWC, and I'm very happy to be using it there. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to use it to its full potential as I'm currently 0-2, so I'm going to try to turn that around there, but
hey.
Yeah, Annihilate. This is a really good fit for this team. Typing wise,
really good fit for the team.
Yeah,
like,
typing wise.
It's just here I start. I don't know what to say about Mark's team anymore. It's just it gets better with each pick.
It hits a speed tier that's perfectly between Finny and Kyurem, I believe. And this Pokemon synergizes so well. Like Finny Annihilate is very good.
Going silent.
Yeah, this is a good pick. Quillfish Asui for Pyro.
Back.
Welcome back. Man, interesting pick here. I've never thought to use this Pokemon, but I imagine that it is a very good Eviolite Mon with Intimidate. It gets Toxic Spikes.
Overquill.
I guess Toxic Spikes, Haze, Foul Play. I'm sure it gets really good coverage.
Gets 3 good abilities. Its coverage, it's fairly decent. I don't think it's as good as Overquills, or it may be the same.
It's bulkier Overquill with less
offense.
It's
meant to be bulky. Like it sets up Toxic Spikes and Toxic.
I think in ways this is better than Overquill.
Yeah, I could see it just for it being able to use a Violite.
I'm glad that they added more Poison Dark types to this game, because that seems like one of the better typing combinations, and Skuntank, Makalola, and Drapion were all fought over in draft, so having this available too is good.
Thank
good
God
for me.
Nobody has to draft Skuntank anymore.
Good for me, wink wink, not judge, Skuntank.
Hint.
Froggerman grabs Araquanid, so he's also grabbing a Webs user, which makes sense given that he has Mega Gardevoir and Thundurus are both good Webs abusers, maybe even Gudra, depending on the matchup. Yeah, seems really good. Gives him a Water-type Pokemon. Really bulky Water-type Pokemon, too. It kind of covers a lot of the... Actually, no, he has Gudra. I was gonna say his team seems very especially defensively weak. But Regigigas is there, Gudra's there, Gardevoir's there. Never mind, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm tired. So yeah, Araquanid is a very good pick for this team. I always liked the ability Water Bubble on this Pokemon because it was basically just a extra stab on top of the stab. And doesn't Water Bubble make it so that Fire type moves are weakened, or no? Certain damage is halved. I can't remember. Something.
Yeah, it makes Fire type moves weaker and it can't get burned.
Can't get burned. Okay. Yeah, I like this Pokemon. I think Araquanid's one of the best web setters. as well. That's important to note, I guess.
Definitely agree with that.
Jax picks up Frigraph. This is I'm taking the onus for this one too. This and Aegislash are so good together. They're so good. You have a Pokemon that is weak to Sucker Punch that can't get Sucker Punched. So if ever you have a Pokemon that's a Dark type that is starting Sucker Punch towards one of the two team members in Aegislash or Frigraph, Frigraph is one that is weak to that move that is immune to it. It is a very good Trick Room Mon. It is immune to Ghost moves for Aegislash. I believe it has Wish. I'm not sure. I think it has Wish. I think it was the whole purpose for this pick was Wish, actually. Yeah, it has Wish. Yeah, this Mon's great. I was going to convince him to drop Appleton and pick this up as a Terra Captain too, but honestly, it's fine by itself. I told him at the end of the draft too, like, it was an option, but... yeah, I like this pick. What do you guys think? Yeah, I don't know, this is a really good Mon. I'm just gonna go to mine because I'm really excited for it. I grabbed Lycanroc Dusk. No, you're good, you're good. Yeah, I grabbed Lycanroc. Wait, I'm a dick. This was the pick I sniped you on Cadillacs.
Oh, it's all good. It's just a really strong Mon. I would love to have it too, but
base 110.
I waited too long.
Yeah, base 110 speed, base 117 plus Tough Claws. Really good coverage. A little bit frail, but obviously it's not meant to be anything but like a glass cannon. Yeah, this Pokemon hits like a very hard truck. I don't know why I had to say it like that. Yeah, I was looking at the draft order and I can't remember if you were, yeah, you were next. I was like, what are the chances you pick that first or Tauros Paldea first? And then I sniped you of Lycanroc, and then as I picked Tauros, somebody like on the other side of my draft was like, oh, you snapped that for me. I'm like, oh wow, okay, damn.
Yeah, you definitely timed that right.
I guess. Usually, I don't know, like either Lycanroc goes or doesn't. I was like, maybe I grab it now because it might go and it was in my plan. I just thought it fit well with the pieces I had so far. Just like the missing speed tier and yeah. So Lycanroc Dust goes here. Evil picks up our kind of staple point of last season, which is Zoroark Asui. There's a big, well, not really big, but it was a little bit of a debacle on where this Pokemon did belong in terms of tiering last season. Ended up getting changed from A to B this season. I ended up going relatively middle ground of the draft, so curious to see how Evil continues to build his draft, given that he now has this Pokemon as a potential gimmick. Not that it is only meant to be a gimmick, but it is a very strong Pokemon on its own, of course. Yeah, I'm curious to see what team members he drafts around this to be able to use as puppets to make use of illusion. I don't know, what are your experiences with this Pokemon? Because you drafted last season Cadillacs. What do you feel about Zoroark?
Yeah, I was pretty adamant that I didn't think it should be B. It was really new at the time, but I thought it was going to be insanely good with the immunities and illusion. And it was a little underwhelming. It wasn't bad. I think it went even that season.
Yep.
Or maybe one worse than even, but it just, I don't know. It was never quite strong enough. I think you just have to really pick the right things around it.
Right.
So like, I really like the way the one guy used it that plays on YouTube with Pokemon and Envy against Envy's team. That's the one I watched where he used No Grassy Train Rillaboom to trick somebody into thinking it was Zoroark.
Oh my goodness.
And leave their Mon in to die to Rillaboom's Woodhammer. So
oh my goodness.
You have to use it in really creative ways. But I think it's a lot better than regular Zoroark.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Its typing is certainly better than normal Zoroark's.
Well, it's got more offensive stats, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, base 125 special
think
attack,
so.
that's higher than Zoroark's, like, Unova.
115.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's Bitter Malice do
Yeah.
again? Isn't that the one that lowers special attack? Or no?
I'll look.
It's base 75 lowers physical attack. I
Physical attack.
believe. So it's a little weaker than Shadow Ball, but it lowers physical attack.
Yeah, a little bit of utility in that side of things rather than the chance of special defense drop. Yeah, this Pokemon could see a lot of uses on this team.
Nice Pokemon.
A nice Pokemon. Cadillacs, you're drafting Serena this round. I think. I like this pick. I was curious to see Bulu and Serena go back-to-back, though.
Yeah.
Did you have,
I
like,
think...
a grace period plan in mind, and this was part of the piece of that?
Yeah, I think both Indeedee got sniped before this, right?
Not yet.
I think that was...
I
I think I
either
had
of them have gone
made
yet.
a decision to change Bulu, and would pick this knowing I was going to do that. I should have picked Indeedee first, because that was more important to my draft. I just figured it would keep falling.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't remember, honestly, what I was going to do over Bulu in that case, because I had to entirely pivot once Indeedee was gone to get Lele.
Yeah.
So...
Right, yeah. There's a lot of snipes this draft.
I'm gonna add to the professionalism of this stream. Cadillacs, how much longer are you gonna be around? Because it might be advantageous for me to pass along my color commentary and duties over to you.
I'm good to stay around until the end of the draft stream.
Shoot.
Okay.
I'm chilling.
Ashton, I will politely pass my color commentary duties over to him. Things are getting quite hectic.
No, okay, keep it over here. Yeah, take care. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you
Yep.
for allowing me to sully this part of the stream with my dog water opinions.
No, they're very good opinions. Thank you very much. Every input is good input from you, so thanks. All right, here we have the recap for round 8. You're good.
Sorry.
You're good.
In hindsight, I should have made Serena a Terramon, but I thought I would be drafting other things to Terra later, and I had to change the plan. So
Did you
it was
think
kinda too
about it
late.
during Grace, like swapping one of your newly acquainted Terra Pokemon for Serena?
I guess I didn't realize we could, but
Oh shoot.
I'm cool with it. I landed on 2 D tiers that I liked getting Terra on anyway. So
I mean, nothing.
yeah, dude, that thing's gonna be busted. Trust.
Trust.
Technician, Terra normal population bomb is coming every week.
Lord Lifton. This is quite the line of Pokemon for round 8, I'll have to say. I kind of like Dreadnought and Farigiraf here. I also don't like, yeah, there's a lot of good Pokemon here. Yeah, there's nothing that really didn't make sense given everybody's team. So I think everyone's really solidifying or filling out the remaining pieces really well. Now we're heading over to round 9 for your wheel pick, where you pick up Gligar. I want to talk about Gligar. Gligar is pretty interesting. It did unfortunately lose Roost, I believe, but it has
Since national deck.
yeah. Sorry, your mic cut out there. I love
I
the Calyx.
think it does get Rex. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me at all? Or am
Yeah,
I just...
I can hear you now. Yep.
Okay. I believe it gets Roost. It's got Defog. Stealth Rock Spikes is really nice on 1 Mon. It basically is baby Gliscor. I'm just
Baby
going to have it do
Gliscor.
Gliscor things. Yeah.
Very bulky
But
Pokemon.
since it gets Roost, yeah. Oh yeah, it pivots. It's got a good typing. It sets up rocks and spikes.
Decent coverage too.
So I'm excited to use it, and especially late in this draft because I just got some really heavy hitters in my top 3. I was focused on getting things that can, facilitate those Mons most.
Absolutely.
That was kind of my priority.
This is definitely one of those mons that can do that. I think it pairs well with a lot of the other Pokemon that can facilitate, like Alomomola to as use it as an example. Very good core there.
Yeah.
Evil grabs Cinccino in C tier. So this is something I was kind of surprised that he didn't opt to bring a second Terra Captain, because at this point he doesn't have any D tiers, but this was his second C tier, and I was like, oh geez, Cinccino with Terra kind of sounds scary, right? Because, you know, it's already kind of a very good Pokemon with Technician and Skill Link, and you know, all those coverage moves that it gets to take advantage of both those things. So yeah, I was kind of surprised, but I can see why he opted to make his other Terra Pokemon that Terra Captain. That we'll eventually see later, but yeah, this Pokemon's pretty cool. It pivots its base 115 speed, already hitting a speed tier that's in the upper echelon of speed tiers. It gives him another speed tier Pokemon above Screamtail and below Meowscarada, so kind of solidifying that gap a little bit better. Yeah, I enjoy this pick. You run Choice Band 6 with it.
It's a solid one.
Mm-hmm.
I would have preferred to Terra it too. I think his other Terramons are good. I just think Cinccino would be crazy. I mean, being able to Terra it, rock or grass, whatever is most efficient, like, coverage with Bullet Seed and Rock Blast is just huge. But
right on. Yes.
I don't know.
Hello Tree, how are you? Welcome. Yeah, no, there's lots of things this thing can do. It can be very annoying too, like dying to 5-hit moves. But yeah, this Pokemon's definitely a good option for a lot of drafts. I ended up drafting Taurus Blaze here, as I previously stated. I kind of let the cat out of the bag there, but yeah, I felt like I was in crunch time for a fire type, and this was the best one in the highest tier that I could find that fit with my team at this point. I wanted something kind of tanky offensive. This allowed me to it gave me another physically offensive deterrent against my team, other than you know, like Will-O-Wisp Dragapult, because I felt like that was the only other thing. So having an Intimidate Pokemon was kind of important to me, especially one that was versatile. So I was thinking behind Taurus Blaze. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone, getting my fighting type and my fire type, so that was kind of nice. But yeah, pretty happy with this pick here. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. It has good coverage though.
Yeah, it seemed like a great fit for your team. Covers a lot, gives you a good Intimidate user. Unfortunately, Aqua's the only one with pivoting, I think, but still.
That one gets flipped
very
does
useful. Yeah.
Okay. Jax picks up Pheasantipity. I think this is a really good pick for him. I keep saying that, but I'm kind of biased because I was helping him make some picks. But I felt like Toxic Chain Pokemon next to Single Strike Urshifu is a very threatening thing on paper. Yes, I'm talking. Fill out your Ashton Bingo card. I'm talking about Pokemon. Yes, I kind of helped him with the Pheasantipity pick here too, so I am biased, but yeah, it gave him a speed tier fill between Enamorus and I believe Blastoise is the next fastest thing, so still a little bit of a bridge to gap there, or a gap to bridge. I just said that backwards. But yeah, I think Toxic Chain with Urshifu is pretty nice. Oh yeah, no, Urshifu's slower than Pheasantipity. What am I saying? I like Pheasantipity. I used it in the BBR Summer Scramble as well. It was a fun Pokemon to build with. In my first battle, I brought a double kick set to combat a King Gambit. So there was that. But yeah, there's some hidden tech with this Pokemon. It has Roost. It's one of the few Pokemon that's not a flying type that has Roost. I think I said that in the last draft stream I did. Yeah, overall really cool Pokemon. And Froggerman goes along with the goes along with the theme of getting the poison dark types. He got the Quillfish Hisui's father in Overquill. He got Overquill. Yeah, this Pokemon is just basically a much more offensive, versatile version of Quillfish Hisui. Just more or less the same things. Can be a Toxic Spikes user. I believe it does get some form of physical setup. Might get Sword Stance, I'm not sure. Has a fair bit of coverage. I believe it might get Drill Run if I'm not mistaken. That's kind of an oddball. I could be wrong there. Maybe Bulldoze is the correct one I'm thinking of. But, yeah, I've always wanted to use this Pokemon ever since I saw that it was a thing. And yeah, I'm curious to see how other people make use of the new Poison Dark types. Yeah, Froggerman gets his second of 2 B tiers. He can only afford 1 C tier and well, he could afford 3 C tiers actually, given his free points. Yeah, he might only have C tiers left. That's pretty cool.
Hi, Mr. Grimes here, former color commentator. I just want to say about Overquill. It's a really good mon.
It's a really good mon. Okay, thank you for your input, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator. Yes. Yeah. Mr. Grimes just kind of put the cherry on top there. It's a very good mon. Wouldn't want to hug it though. Moving on to Pyro, grabbing another dark type in Persian Alola. This one, of course, does a very different job than Quillfish Hisui, and that is a fast pivot Pokemon. Has a very versatile kit. It can Parting Shot. I believe it has Thunder Wave as well. Has a decent amount of coverage actually, considering it is a you know, such a I don't know how to describe Persian Alola. I mean, I guess it's based off of a Gen 1 Pokemon, which has a lot of coverage, so could just be kind of following the tracks of that theme. Yeah, I like this Pokemon. Fur Coat's pretty nasty, doubling its defense. It can run, I think it has Technician as well, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Parting Shot's pretty nice. It gets access to things like Thunderbolt and Power Gem. So yeah, pretty good mon. I've used it before. It outspeeds a lot of Pokemon that are slower than it that it can pivot in. It could be another fast pivot for this team, which I think is very important. So yeah, Tapu Koko and Iron Bundle aren't like forced to bring pivoting moves to pivot into like Iron Valley and stuff, so it's pretty nice. Didi grabs Audino. So this is a very good budget D tier pick in my opinion. A lot of people kind of overlook Audino or sleep on Audino. It's a very bulky Pokemon. I mean, look at those defenses. Yeah, getting access to things. I can't remember if it still has Heal Bell, where Heal Bell was taken away on a lot of Pokemon. I think the only Pokemon that have Heal Bell now are like Chansey, Blissey, and maybe like one other Pokemon that I'm not thinking of.
Call me crazy, but I think it lost Heal Bell and gained Aromatherapy.
Are you sure? If that's
I'm
silly.
9,000% sure.
That's silly if it
I'm
did.
pretty sure they can still use them in Nat decks.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's where in Nat decks format they can still use Heal Bell.
True. So yeah, I know it's pretty cool mon. Not really the most great offensively. Its Mega Form is really where it got the most offensive potential. Even that is still not really known for being that. So.
Also, you had mentioned how people sleep on Audino, and I'd like to disagree. I feel like every draft I've ever been in, somebody has drafted Audino.
I thought you were gonna say something about the Dream World, and I was about to slap you.
Yeah, Audino gets Super Hyper Beam Blast in Dream World, and it's broken.
Yeah. Yeah, Audino's pretty good. Very fat Pokemon to pair with a lot of these Pokemon so far. Like, I feel like Slowking Audino is just a very disgusting Regenerator Core 2. So, slapping is wild. Yeah, I like this pick for this team. Gives him another Trick Room user too, which I failed to mention. Electros going to Inasty. I think this is another Pokemon that could potentially benefit from Terra, though it would kind of hinder it in a sense that it would no longer have no weaknesses, where it's an Electric type that has Levitate. I don't know, I just think it could be a potential Pokemon that could benefit from having a coverage move that could hit something that it couldn't normally hit, like maybe Terra Ice or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if you just give it Terra to use the coverage it does have.
Yes.
It's got pretty good coverage already. So like Terra Fire into some team that's got a good grass spawn,
Mm.
you know, or Terra Flying versus
Tapu team.
Mega Venusaur team, or yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Mega Venusaur for sure, for sure.
Not me. Don't bring anything against me.
No. Of course, no. We're not counter prepping at all here. Or counter teaming. Yeah, Electros is pretty cool. Another one of those electric types that's famous for having both U-turn and Volt Switch. Has a very good amount of coverage, as Cadillac said. I've always liked running it in black and white playthroughs too. I think it's just a cool Pokemon. So, I really didn't like how the animation changed from it being a little tap dancer to like an actual eel. I really wish he stayed as a tap dancer personally, but it's fine. Speaking of Gen 5 Pokemon, Dexter drafting Mienshao for his round 9 pick. I think that's a pretty good pick. I mean, a regenerator Pokemon with a lot of offensive prowess as well. It's pretty nice. Has a decent amount of coverage. I think it has knockoff as well, so good utility. It might have gotten triple axle at some point as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I believe this was B tier. So even though it's shown as a free pick, it is a 100-point Pokemon. So kind of leading to believe that Dagster's going to be picking a Mega 3 Pokemon with the remaining points that he has left in his free picks, because he can only really afford a D tier at this point as a free pick, where he spent 400 points right now. So he's kind of in the illegal zone. So we'll have to see what Mega Pokemon he ends up making up for that, to accommodate that. But a really good mon here. Jinx grabs Hitmontop. I think this is very important for her, given that she didn't have any removal until this pick. I guess Rotamo does have access to Defog, but it's not really a reliable defogger in my opinion, especially on a team where Sun is so prominent and is a grass type, although it is a Terra Captain.
Torkoal?
Oh yeah, right, Rapid Spin, right? Oh,
Torkoal
I forgot
spins.
about Rapid Spins.
He's a
right.
spinny boy.
Right. I forgot about that one. Yeah, I was super worried because I didn't see
I'm
Defog
pretty sure
anywhere.
that, but
yeah.
I do agree, having to run it.
Right. Yeah, so at least it alleviates Torkoal's role. Like, it can spend more time focusing on abusing Sun by itself rather than being a utility
I have
Pokemon.
to spin them?
Mm-hmm.
Right, but you want to also put the Heat Rock on.
It's true. Yeah.
On it. Hey, do I put Boots and have it be a spinner? Do I put the Heat Rock so I can have more Sun?
Mm-hmm.
And Hitmontop can kind of cover that difference. Let it run Heat Rock more.
True.
I think.
Yeah, fair point. Just something too, like a lot of bulky Pokemon covering Hitmontop's weaknesses on this team. Like, Tinkaton's very good at covering both flying and psychic types. Yeah, I'm liking a couple of these partner combinations here on this team. Especially with the support that Hitmontop gives with being a Rapid Spinner and having Intimidate. You can see a lot of benefit from having a lot of the pieces come into play here. Okay, Dusclops grabbing Raikou. I was kind of surprised at this pick given that he already has Kilowattrel. I felt like the B tier slot could have potentially been used for something a little bit on the different side of things, where I didn't really feel like he needed this role filled. But, you know, Raikou does do things a little bit differently. Can benefit from Rain, of course, too. I believe it does have access to Weather Ball, if I'm not mistaken, so there's that. Yeah, I was just kind of curious about this pick. I mean, I guess it and Kilowattrel don't share the same weaknesses. But, yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe if it was going to be an electric type, it would be a physical one. Just where Kilowattrel's already special, but, you know, it doesn't have to be one way or the other. Yeah. It does fill a speed tier gap between Kilowattrel and, what's the next fastest thing here? Arcaludon? There's something in his draft at some point that this is an important speed tier bridge.
I think Arcalubus is the next fastest Pokemon.
Okay, right on. Arcalubus, right. Yes. Yeah, I was just curious about this one, but it's a really good Pokemon. I like Recon. I think it's a very good value pick in B as well. B tier.
Yeah, I think it seems like an odd fit, but it could be really good in rain. I think it still gets Scald since it's Nat Dex.
Yeah, it does get Scald, I believe. Yeah, right. I forgot about that. Weather Ball is, yeah, not necessarily required.
I'd rather run Scald, get some burns, you know?
Get some burns, get some burns. I wish I had some burns for my week 2 in the PWC. Anyway, Mr. Grimes grabbing Arcanine Hisui. What did you want to say about Arcanine there, Mr. Grimes? If you're still there.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former color commentator. So the reason I had went with Arcanine Hisui over the normal version was of sand. I would be able to get that special defense buff since Arcanine Hisuian was part rock, even though I really thought the normal Arcanine would have fit the draft better.
Mm-hmm.
So the only reason I chose Hisuian over the normal version, I was kind of scared that I would lose both versions of Arcanine, which is why I waited so long to draft it, just to see if anybody else in the draft would dictate which one I got. But then they both made it back to me, and at this point in the draft, this was really my second to last time picking.
Yeah.
Because I got the wheel pick, so I was like, well, I'll just go ahead and grab the other 2 Pokemon that I want, that I'm not really scared of losing, or that aren't my S and Mega, because at this point I was like, okay, nobody's picking my S or my Mega that I wanted, and I just went with it because it was a decently bulky Fire type in A tier, and of course, Arcanine is a good enough Pokemon. It speaks for itself. You know, it gets Rock Head in its Hisuian form, so Head Smash, Flare Blitz, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, scary.
It gets Intimidate. It gets Intimidate also, so it can intimidate something on top of being in the sand and get the special defense buff.
Yeah, like look at those stats.
Yeah, Arcanine Hisui, I just felt it fit the sand team better, and it was a unique sand abuser. I didn't necessarily want to draft it because it was weak to both ground and water.
Right.
Or it had the double weakness to ground and water, but I feel like I could run that risk in benefit of it being better in sand.
Mm-hmm. That was a really good pickup for you. I think it fits your team very well. Like you said, it does get that benefit from sand, excuse me. And so with that, we round out our round 9 picks. Personally, I'm liking the Tauros Blaze pick here, no bias, and the Audino, as well as the Pheasantipity. I think those were the kind of big eye catchers for me in terms of how they worked.
I agree. I think the Tauros Blaze pick just fit your team so well. Made a lot of sense there.
Oh, thanks.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator. I just want to say that my favorite pick of the round, no bias, is Hisui and Arcanine.
Mr. Grimes out. Yes, that's fair. It's also a really good pick. I think it fits your team very well. It definitely gave you a missing piece that you were looking for there. So, and it did it very, very well. It's a very strong Pokemon. I'm not looking to take a head smash, not gonna lie. So please don't. Yeah, this was a very good round. I think a lot of these Pokemon were definitely pieces to fill missing links between defensive and offensive roles here. So mostly defensive I'm seeing here, kind of a trend in this round, other than things like Cinccino and Persian. So yeah. Wheezing going to Mr. Grimes, and spoiler, I believe. No, you didn't drop this. You still have this.
So when it came to Wheezing, this was the last Pokemon I had added to my draft plan. I realized at the end of the draft plan, I was like, oh no, I don't have a poison. Oh no, my team's really weak to ground, so I don't want to pick up another poison. And then I just looked through the tier and I was like, oh, Wheezing is a poison and it gets Levitate. So that way I could have it as a levitating Pokemon also, and have it be able to soak up toxic spikes as needed. Also, neutralizing gas is a very good ability in itself. But not really a whole lot I have to say about Wheezing. I've never used it before. I've looked at it a couple times while drafting, but never picked it up. I was recently told that this Pokemon being able to use toxic spikes paired up with my S tier that I drafted was very good. So I'm excited to use that duo together.
No.
It doesn't really do anything outside of being able to soak up toxic spikes or levitating, and also being able to set up toxic spikes because I'm inexperienced with wheezing in itself. Once again, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator.
Right on. Thank you for the input, Wheezing. I mean, Mr. Grimes. Wheezing. Yes, Wheezing. Yeah, he's pretty much hit the nail in the coffin. So with that, I'm just going to skip on ahead. Crawdons. This is a Pokemon that makes a lot of sense in this team. Not that any of the others didn't, but oh my god, scary adaptability bond in the rain. Please don't. Cadillacs, you know a thing or two about Crawdon.
Yeah, I guess so. It's, I mean, it's gonna be crazy, and the fact that it's C tier was probably a miss. I did not catch that was in C tier, else I might have found a way to draft it.
Right.
But I mean, adaptability, jet in the rain, plus just general 125 base attack, dark moves, mostly knockoff probably, but still, it's just, I think the biggest factor is that you have to build a switch in 2 water types because his team is rain,
Yeah.
and then you lose that switch in because it gets knocked off and loses like half of its health plus its item.
Yeah.
So you have to, like my team, let's say, I'm probably going to have to bring a physically defensive Almamola,
Yeah.
and it's just not going to get to have an item
Yeah.
because it's going to get knocked off by Crawdon early in the game, almost guaranteed. But I still need it physically defensive to cover all the other things on that team. So it's just tough. It's a really good fit on Rain.
It's a very scary fit in rain. Yeah. I have to find a water absorber now that I've seen this cancer. I mean, scary. Scariness. Yeah. Indeedy Mail for Jinxed, grabbing her second Terra Captain. This is a very scary Terra option. Psychic Terrain boosted Indeedy Mail with Stab and Terra could be very threatening. It's also very cool type combination, and a potentially fat partner with Ting Lu. Yeah, this is a really solid pick. It doesn't necessarily mesh with Sun, but it's also just a Pokemon that can be added to a lot of different teams and be a very threatening Pokemon by itself. So I like this pickup a lot. I think, yeah, Terra with Terrain is pretty busted. So here's to see how effective it is week to week for Jinx.
I think it's going to be really strong.
Me too.
And I'm sad.
I know. I feel bad now that you said that you wanted it with him on the. Or I mean, you don't have that yet. I mean, you don't have that. Mega Audino for Dagster. So, as previously iterated in the last round, he had hit the 400 point threshold, so he needed to establish his Mega 3 right away, and ended up going with Audino Mega. Makes a lot of sense with his team, gives him a Wish Passer, a couple types they didn't have yet, Normal and Fairy. Yes. One of the more offensive, or it's the offensive form of Audino, so he can run, Calm Mind Test more effectively on this Pokemon. Yeah. Decent coverage too. Really like this Pokemon as a Wish Passer.
I've drafted it. I've drafted it and regular Audino. And it's just hard to keep any pressure, any offensive pressure with it. I mean, I know you're saying it's more offensive, but it wants to Wish Pass, and it just can't be scary enough to make things switch out as it ever Wish Passes.
Right, exactly.
So whatever you're bringing in is just going to take damage. So it can be used very well. I just found it very hard to use well.
Fair enough. I can see that. iNasty picks up something that I'm very happy he picked up, which is Drampa in D tier with Terra. This is a Pokemon that I wanted to use as a C-move holder in Gen 7 Draft League, but I never really stuck out as an opportunity. this is a Pokemon that has a lot of potential, and in my opinion is a fan favorite. But yeah, I'm excited to see how Inasi manages to use this now that he has a little bit of a Trick Room core going on here with Reuniclus, Clodsire, and potentially Electros, and now Drampa in the mix. I can see the Trick Room mode forming. This would definitely be at the forefront of that, in my opinion. Berserk Drampa with Terra sounds very fun. Base 135 special attack. Yeah, DD grabs Electivire in round 10. I like Electivire. I've used it in doubles numerous amount of times. In singles, it's definitely no slouch. I think it could have definitely been argued to be a C tier Pokemon. This is a D tier pick. Yeah, this thing belongs on almost any team as a insane amount of coverage moves, insane amount of versatility as well. It can be used bulkily, can be used offensively, in numerous amount of ways. So I think the versatility of this Pokemon fits on a team like Mark's for sure. Have anything you want to add about Electivire, Cadillacs, or Mr. Grimes?
I think it'll be a really solid pick. I just haven't used it much. I wish Supercell Slam was a bigger buff than it ended up being. Because it's just bad, but...
Yeah, if you miss.
Sorry, car drove by me.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator and Arkingus enthusiast. I just want to say, when it comes to Electivire, I think it's kind of slept on as an electric type because it's not as good as other electric types. Typically, when people want an electric type, they want something really fast.
Yeah.
And even though Electivire doesn't necessarily fit that bill, it is very strong offensively. It has an argument that it can be used. No, what did I say? It can be used physically, and has an argument that it can be used specially. Its bulk isn't bad, and like you had mentioned earlier, its coverage is very good. Once again, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grimes. Oricorio Sensu is a Terra captain for the Super Score Bunny. I like this pick. I've fortunately been at the wrong end of learning that Oricorio with Terra is busted. So I did end up separating the Oricorio farms in my leagues because I think otherwise they would have had to shift to a completely different tier, and I didn't really want to burden the coaches of this league with that same thing that I had to be burdened with. So yeah, Terra Oricorio is monstrous. Even if you know that it is a ghost type or whatever type it ends up being, this thing can go crazy. Minty says, by the way, Mr. Grimes, that the mini intro and outro kills her every time. So, I hope you're happy with how you're doing with that. Yeah, there's Quiver Dance sets you can do with this Pokemon, chair to any type, and then your Revelation Dance becomes...
Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator, I just want to say to Minty, thank you for your kind words, or your not kind words. I wasn't exactly paying attention because I'm currently driving, but just the fact that I have made a small impact on your day means the world to me. Once again, thank you, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator.
That's so awesome. I'm sorry, I'm getting a kick out of this too. Froggerman, coach of the Ylander.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator. I accidentally hung up and I apologize.
I didn't even hear it. It's okay. Streamer mode. Yeah, Indeedee female. So both Indeedee forms going as Cadillacs iterated. They were kind of sniped from him in terms of what his plans were for grace period. Oh, Mr. Grimes, Minty says they are meant to be kind. He wanted me to tell you. So take that information how you will. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator. You were saying something right before I hung up, and I would like to know what it was. I apologize.
Oh, crud. I was saying that Minty says that they were meant to be kind, her comments.
Oh, thank you so much, Minty. Thank you so
much. Tree says, I should probably stop listening. I'm gonna start taking Hi, I'm Mr. Grimes. Yeah, and DD female could have been a potential Terra captain option for this.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator. I would like to know what that comment was about my name again, please.
Oh yes, the tree in chat says, I'm gonna start taking hi, I'm Mr. Crimes. I should probably stop listening.
Thank you. That means the world to me. Thank you.
Means the world to me. Oh Christ. Yeah, so in DD female goes as previously iterated or hinted to. I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah, that could have been a potential Terra option. I can see why it wasn't. Regigigas seems like it has a lot of potential, but very strong option here. I kind of wonder. It does benefit Spectrier a lot, but I don't know if it is the most a little bit redundant with Conkeldurr, which seems to be like the focal point of this draft. I'm kind of curious as to, you know, whether or not this might be a little bit of a hindrance in terms of certain situations, but you know, I'm sure Frogman is more than capable of working around that kind of thing. So yeah, still a really strong pickup. Jack's coach at the Louisville Chatdots grabs Zygar 10%. Gives him his first electric immunity of the draft. Another base 110 and above Pokemon to pair with Cinderace, which I thought was very important, as I was also helping him try to figure out what to pick in B tier alongside Vecidipity. I thought this is the best fit for him. Yeah, it seems like a really strong pick. I don't know how often it'll come for him or how often it'll be make an appearance, but 1000 Arrows is always a really strong option, as it hits literally everything neutrally or better. Unless it is a grass type or something like that. I should have iterated that. But yeah, hits flying types is what I meant to say. Neutrally or better. So yeah, very strong mon here. I ended up going with Lantern for my first D tier pick. I thought this was essential because I wanted to establish a pivot core between Togekiss and this. I think it's a very slept on Pokemon as well. Very high value in D tier, where it has Volt Absorb and Water Absorb to provide immunities in certain matchups. It has a decent amount of coverage as well. It did in...
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator here. I just want to say that I desperately tried to talk Ashton into taking Don Bozo, but he just would not bite. He was very adamant of Lantern, and he honestly sold Lantern to me. I looked into it after he was talking about Lantern. I was like, yeah, Volt Absorb and Water Absorb. We got to prep for one or both of those. We really got to keep that in mind while battling. I think it gets Wish also.
No, it doesn't.
It has a really...
It had Heal
Oh, well, that's... it has a really fat HP stat. Yeah, go Lantern. Once again, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator.
Fucking loved them. I fucking loved the intros. Do you have anything you want to add?
I like Lantern for your team. Yeah, I like Lantern better than Dondozo for your team. I mean, I think objectively Dondozo is a better water type.
Yes.
But the pivoting and the way you like to play, I think the ability to switch and the extra typing to help with that added coverage, it's just crucial. It's big. So,
sorry,
I think it's right there.
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm laughing. She's fucking getting me.
I know. I've been on mute laughing about it too.
I should mute. I'm
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator. I would just like to know what the messages say. I cannot read them at the moment. I'm still currently driving.
No worries. After the message from Tree about taking, Minty said that she's dead, and Tree said hype, and I said, hi there, Mr. Grimes, in quotations, imitating you.
Oh, thank you so much. That means the world to me. Every time one of my loyal fans say something about my unique intro, it warms my heart. Thank you so much. Once again, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator.
All right, I think we're gonna keep going here. Evil of the Vietnam Venomoth drives Cryogonal. Don't believe he had a... Oh no, he had Great Tusk. I was gonna say, I don't believe he had a spinner up to this point, but this is a really solid D tier given, you know, what speed tier he was missing between, I believe, Zoroark and Palafin. I can't remember how fast Zoroark is. And it might not even, they might even be like the same speed, like within one base speed of each other. So
I think Zoroark's 110,
110.
and Paladin's 100. So marginally different.
Ash not listening to Mr. Grimes about picking a Pokemon is wild. I already decided on answer before he made the suggestion. Otherwise I would have. But well, I would consider it. But yeah. Yeah, so Crocodile's pretty cool. It gets freeze dry and stuff. Pretty high speed F as well. You draft Hitmonlee to pair with your Tapu Bulu at this point. Make it your Terra Captain as well. I think that's a very strong, very strong option.
Yeah, at this point I had already restructured to a Tapu Lele based team in my own plans, but yeah, I think it's one of the strongest Terra Captains. It's basically Baby Sneasler.
Pretty much.
With a terrain. IMO.
Did you want to let loose what Pokemon so far that you have drafted you ended up dropping?
Bulu and Iron Crown.
Right.
I think.
Yeah, I remember the Iron
Yeah,
Crown.
for Gobalion and Lele.
Right. So Junior Iron Crown, and some might say better Iron Crown. We'll see. But yeah, that's a really solid pick. I think it's a very threatening pick too, because you can run like bulk up and get if you just bring it in at the right time, it could just sweep. So very scary.
The biggest thing is it got Sword Stance in this generation.
Did it? Oh, I didn't know that. Sheesh, we should have moved that.
Oh.
Wasn't it D tier as well?
Yeah.
Oh lord, that should have been moved. Christ. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, in pre-tier changes, I saw it was D tier, and I thought, well, I could either put it in tier change, or I could just plan to draft it.
Yeah.
So.
Goodness, and you can't get priority option. Oh my god. Okay, this is getting worse if I more think about it. God. This is a very cool round. The most scary pick is probably the Crawdont. My favorite pick is probably the Drampa, just because I like the Pokemon. I think Terra Drampa has a lot of potential. But yeah, Crawdont definitely really scary in the rain.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator here. I just want to say that my favorite pick of the round, as much as I don't think it really, as much as I think it's kind of redundant on the rain team, I want to go with Crawdont just because I really like it, and I think it's kind of an underrated Pokemon. Adaptability, rain boosted Aqua Jets are gonna suck. Also, like Cadillac said, swapping into knockoff. This thing can also just Sword Stance and then start firing off rain boosted, adaptability boosted Aqua Jets.
Yeah.
Crawdont's, it's a good Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's kind of slept on a lot because it's in B tier. And there's also just a lot of really good Pokemon in B tier, especially ones that can abuse rain. Like, for example, Dreadnaught's there now. But yeah, I would like to say that my favorite pick was Crawdont.
Was it
once again,
C-tier?
Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator.
I thought it managed to stay in C tier even.
I
Which
don't
felt
know.
crazy to me.
I would have been too scared to make it tier. Oh no, I should have. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm bad at figuring out what's broken. You want to talk about Smeargle?
Yeah, it's super broken.
Sure
when
about
I
that.
figured I wouldn't get into EV, I had to make a new plan, and I wanted to do Terra Smeargle because I was running some calcs with, look, 20 attack doesn't matter when you've got Terra Normal Technician boosted Population Bomb. Some of those calcs still go crazy, so watch out. There's going to be a lot of Shell Smash, Burning Bulwark, Power Trip.
You're just gonna have like
Pop Bomb.
You're just gonna have like 5 Pokemon that counter Dragapult because I'm gonna have to bring Dragapult to have an immunity to Population Bomb.
No, you just run Power Trip because then you get 6 boosts on Power Trip and it's 180 base power.
Oh no!
With Shell Smash.
God damn
So
it!
it's gonna be Shell Smashing and Population Bombing everything.
No, please.
Great. I'm very excited.
I'm bringing Focus Sash. I have to. There's no option.
Dang.
There's no other option.
Well, I'll have to find a different multi-hit move then.
God damn it! It's not like I have triple
What
X on
multi-hit?
Serena.
I'll run Icicle Spear. There you go.
Oh no! Oh man, it's too powerful. It's too powerful. Nobody knows too.
Yeah, but we'll see. I mean, I might bring hazards at some point, but I'm trying my best not to just bring like hazard stack Terra Ghost lead. Because it's tempting to just bring sticky webs and spikes and say like,
have fun,
go out and die.
Yeah, go forth and prosper. Yeah. Archeops, D tier legend here. This is a scary Terra pick. Base 140 attack before Defeatist. The only trick about this Pokemon is Defeatist, of course, but with heavy duty boots, this Pokemon is very overlooked. Yeah. This was a really smart pick up by Evil. Gave him a, his first... Is that his first? Oh no, Rotom Heat is his first. Oh no, he has Krogano as well, right. First flying type, I guess. So, Step flying type. Yeah, Acrobatics could go ham. Yeah. This Pokemon's scary.
I think it's really good for D tier.
Mm.
Defeatist sucks, but
yeah,
you know, still
before
for a D tier pick that might come once or twice a season when it's really good.
Yeah,
seems worthwhile.
It does. It does. One of the better D tier Terra options. I draft Skuntank. Yay, my boy Pepe Le Pew. He's back. My favorite Pokemon to draft.
Pikachu.
Yes. Yeah, nobody would expected this. Yeah, Skuntank is just. I like Skuntank in draft. It's my favorite Pokemon in general, but yeah, Skuntank is pretty cool. Gets some decent coverage. Defog, Poison Dark is a very fun typing. Decent utility Pokemon. It gets Nasty Plot too. Yeah, I like it. Acid Spray as well. Don't really know what else to say about it, other than the fact that I was able to kill a Skarmory, a Tapu Lele, and a Mega Heracross in the same game with it, so I'm pretty happy.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator here. I just want to say that I have Skuntank over in the PWC. Thanks for the recommendation, Ashton. And it does live up to the hype. Like, it gets Trailblaze now, so you can kind of surpass the speed.
What?
And it also gets some better physical options. It gets Temper Flare now.
Does it really get Trailblaze? Hold on.
Yeah, it gets Trailblaze.
That's fun.
Yeah, but it can be used physical and special. It gets Nasty Plot, like Ashton mentioned. My best set that I had used was a defensive set with I think it was Sucker Punch I had on there, but I walled Toxicroak with that thing. Worked out very well. Yeah, Skuntank, good Pokemon. We're gonna commission for it to be moved to C tier pretty soon. Once again, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator.
Start the petition.
Don't touch my boy.
D tier.
No. I want Lantern Skuntank Forever D. Anyway.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator here. If we're gonna keep going up the ladder, I would like to throw in that maybe we should just ban it altogether. The Chimecho ban did not go through. But you know, I think the Skuntank ban will. Once again, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator.
I hate it here. Lycanroc Midnight Form going to Jax. I suggest this to him just because he had hit every essential type in his draft that he needed to, as well as filled all the roles. Felt like it was important for him to establish some lower base stat totals in his team, as well as hit some missing speed tiers. So Lycanroc being base 82 speed and having the rock type is able to do that for him. It's honestly really not a bad choice Pokemon. Like Choice Scarf, Choice Band is really strong on this thing. Especially where it gets no guard, you're able to hit 100% of your stone edges. Very threatening. Yeah, not really much else to say. It has pretty decent coverage, about the same coverage as the other Lycanroc forms, but in the little bit lower end of speed, it makes it the worst one. But still a really solid Pokemon.
No Accelerock either, I don't think.
Yeah, no Accelerock, I think you're right. Yeah. Decidueye Hisui going to the Atlanta Gudras. I think that's a really good pickup given how it fits the team. You mean you have a Pokemon like Gudra Hisui next to it, and basically all of its weaknesses are taken care of. So it's pretty nice there. I don't really know what all Decidueye Hisui does, but I know it has a unique... Isn't it like Spirit Arrows or something?
Triple arrows.
Triple Arrows.
It can flinch, raise crit chance, and floor defense.
Okay.
I believe are the 3 effects it can do for 20% each.
Jeez. Okay. Pretty scary stuff. Pyro drafts Sandslash as a Terra option. Now, someone forgot to say their Terra captain, so I had to make this one up because it was the only thing that he hadn't drafted, that he had drafted after Oricorio Sensu that was an eligible pick, or was the next thing. It was the next thing after Oricorio Sensu that was eligible to make a Terra captain. So I ended up going with that, and he didn't establish that Quillfish or Persian were Terra captains, so Sandslash was it. So that's why you see the Terra Orb over Sandslash. He ended up switching that in Grace, but yeah, I mean, Sandslash is a pretty good pick. It has Rapid Spin. It's okay for D tier. I mean, it kind of is just there to fill the role of being a spinner and a electric immunity. But I mean, base 100 attack is no slouch. I'm sure it does stuff. Don't really know too much about it competitively, other than its predecessor, Sandslash Alola, which is a Hail Sweeper. But yeah, Sandslash. Mega Beedrill going to DD. This was a very surprising Mega pick. At the same time, I wasn't surprised because I felt like, given what was left, I didn't really have many solid options that did better jobs at fitting his team. So, you know, it didn't hurt to add another pivot, and especially one that was more or less a glass cannon, where he didn't really have that kind of role filled outside of Swallow. So having a physical version of that is pretty nice. Excuse me. Yeah, Mega Beedrill is a very fun mon to use if you can get it in the right situations. You basically just get a free U-turn every time something comes in that's weak to U-turn, because this is one of the few Pokemon that U-turn threatens to kill with. So, yeah, Mega Beedrill is a pretty fun Pokemon. Knuckle Stack goes to the London Drapion for their second last pick of the draft. This, yeah, again, kind of fitting the theme of where Jax's draft was headed. They kind of hit every single typing and role that they wanted, so they're trying to establish some missing defensive key / type that they didn't have. Yeah, Dakosak is pretty good Pokemon. Salt Cure, of course, is what it's well known for, as well as Purifying Salt ability, being made for it to not have to worry about being statused. So, how you know be a drill tree. Yeah, that is the Mega variant of that one, and it's a lot better. They made a Mega form to help him out a little bit. But yeah, Knacklesak's really good. Salt Cure, Recover, and Purifying Salt are what it's best known for. It can also run things like Iron Defense and Body Press, which are very potent. So yeah, definitely a very strong Pokemon to grab in D tier. Dagster and the Arons drafting their first D tier with Excelgor. So a lot of Pokemon on Dexter's team are a little bit slower, and he didn't really have, you know, a solid Final Gambit user, which he really needed. I don't know. He's made a knack of using Excelgor, and he didn't have a bug type yet, so he decided to go for something that was able to fill both of those things for him. Yeah, he does have Iron Boulder, I guess, and Electro, but for the most part, his team is very slow, so he wanted to grab just another fast Pokemon. Yeah, Excelgor seems like a very good pivot in this format, and Final Gambit can definitely catch something off guard, I think. So, can't wait to see how he manages to use Excelgor should he come during certain weeks. Minior goes for Jinx as her last free pick. This could have definitely been a Terra option for this draft, and I can't remember if she opted to make that change in free agency. I don't think she did. I think she kept in DD and then switched Rotom Mode down for Tinkaton as her other Terra option. But yeah, Shell Smash Minior is definitely a very strong Pokemon. I opted to... I didn't choose her Minior's shield form stats. I opted to go for the core form stats because Minior is really more well known for that. So yeah, as you can see there, base 110, 20 speeds, nothing, no slouch. Base 100 offensive stats, and typically minions would like to run Shell Smash, so when you see those stats, just be aware that they're going to be at +2, so very, very threatening stuff there. But yeah, Minoret's got decent coverage, can be mixed attacks with special and physical. Yeah, overall just a really, really strong Pokemon and can throw some teams for a whirl.
Yeah, I think that would have been a really good Terra choice too.
Right.
But our team just has 3 or 4 really good Terra choices.
Definitely. And that's before her Grace period changes. So yeah, I'm excited to see where a lot of these teams go in Grace. Dusclops drafts Mantine. I really don't know if he needs Mantine, to be honest. He's got all the water types he needs, and Pelipper's got the same typings as Mantine, but hey, I'm not the one drafting Rain, so. Mantine's got Swift Swim, and it's very bulky on the special side. Can be made physically defensive as well. I believe it does get Curse, so there is that if you ever wanted to run that. Yeah, this is a solid option on a Rain team. It's not really a sweeping Pokemon, as you can tell by its offensive stats, but it can benefit from Rain, so I think that's important to note. It does get Roost as well, so it does give him another form of recovery. But I do fear that this team is very electric weak, so we'll have to see what Dusclops does to counteract that week to week.
Yeah, I think Ludicolo was in the same tier. I think that would have made a lot more sense, if you ask me.
That's what Mr. Grimes, I believe, said, or somebody, or Dagster, it might have been Dagster anyway. Somebody made the comment that Ludicolo would have made a lot of sense on the team, but yeah. Mega Slowbro goes for Vish City. Mr. Grimes, do you want to talk about this pick?
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator here. When it came to Mega Slowbro, I knew I wanted an offensive and defensive water. And spoiler, my next pick is my offensive water.
Are you sure it's not this one?
But I was looking at the Megas. After Venusaur left, I was kind of looking at the Megas like, there's not really any Megas I wanted here. I didn't even want to do Megas in the first place. And then I just kind of landed on Slowbro because it was fat. And I thought, this thing might pair up well with Wo-Chien in some way. Wo-Chien's Mega Slowbro Iron Treads, I thought that might be a little disgusting bulky core there.
Yeah.
I understand, and also I don't have to Mega it, so I can keep using Regenerator on normal Slowbro. There wasn't much thought behind Mega Slowbro other than it's fat and I can use Regenerator despite being Mega.
That makes sense. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of thought behind those eyes anyway.
Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator.
Yeah, I really like that pick too. I've used it in the past, and it's so good at the Regenerator teleporting feature sighting still. And then you can also run more bulky combined physically defensive setup sets since it has whatever the shell thing is that doesn't let you get crit.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I can't remember the name of that ability. But
Shell Armor?
Shell Armor, there you go.
Is that the one that it is?
Yeah, it's just a beast.
Yeah.
It's a really good mod.
Yeah, it has a lot of coverage too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's got fire, ice. I mean, Psychic Water is pretty decent anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, and with that, we round out our round 11 picks. Yeah. I think Smeargle was the best one. I mean, it is. It's good.
Same. Conversation over. We're ready.
Yes. Enough said. Smeargle, easy. All right, round 12, last round of the draft. Dracovish, the mascot.
Yeah.
Going to Mr. Grimes.
Oh, man.
Had to
I can't believe this didn't go anywhere. It's so good, and he's got sand.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator here. I have always really wanted to use this thing in draft and haven't really gotten around to it. I used it once on a Rain team. I thought since the metagame had kind of changed since then, because I think I did do this like early Gen 8 whenever I used Dracovish for the first time. I'd have to use it in Sand this time, even though I kind of wanted to use it on Rain. But Dracovish, it's not necessarily a one-trick pony. It's not just Fish's Rend and Sand. It gets Strong Jaw, so people can expect Sand Stream, or what's it called? Sand Rush? Yeah, Sand Rush.
Sand Rush, yeah.
And start firing off Strong Jaw boosted moves. It gets Water Absorb, so it has some defensive utility. It also has a really good typing. Its stats aren't terrible. Its defensive stats are pretty good. I don't know if its defensive stats really justify an S tier Pokemon, but I feel like under the right circumstances, Dracovish is very good. And the bread and butter, Fish's Rend. Base 160 base power move if it hits first.
225 with Strong Jaw.
Yeah, it's it's Dracovish.
Lord help us.
There's so many different versatility sets I can go for depending on what I need it to do. But yeah, Dracovish is nuts. Once again, Mr. Grimes, former.
Cut off midway. Yeah, I've used this before in Draft 2. Very fun mon. You don't really have to think when you prep with it. You just kind of pick the item and build around it. That's it.
Yeah. I think one of the seasons I drafted it and Doug Trio. Sorry. Trucks with big trailers just drove past.
I thought somebody just had a crash.
No, he's got a trailer of sheep on the back of his truck.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I drafted it in Doug Trio one season, and literally every week they came, and Doug Trio was built to trap whatever took Fish's Rend the best, and that was it. Choice Scarf every week.
Yep.
And then a Doug Trio that tried to trap whatever was going to try to switch into Fish's Rend. And I think 3 or 4 of the weeks, all I ran was Fish's Rend and Sleep Talk in case something ran like Hypnosis or something.
Oh my Lord.
Didn't even bother running coverage. Wasn't gonna click it.
Man.
It's hilarious. It's such a good one.
No, it is. Raichu Alola, another electric type for this rain team. It kind of seems out of place, but speedster wise, it does fill a gap, but Raikou also seems out of place, so not sure. Not sure how to feel about this, but I feel like Raichu is fine on its own, but I don't like drafting Pokemon that could be better off somewhere else, which I think this Pokemon would be better off on Pyro's team where it has Tapu Koko, but it's fine. It's still a really good Pokemon, it has a lot of coverage, like Focus Blast, Grass Knot. I think it gets Surf as well, so yeah, we'll see if Dusclops decides keep that here or switch it in Grace. Jinxed drafts Haunter for her last pick. She needed a Ghost type or a Spin Blocker, and this was one of the better ones in D tier left, because it's basically just Gengar with a little bit less potent defenses, and I guess offenses too, and speed, I guess. It's just slightly worse Gengar. It does have Levitate, so maybe it is like equivalent, but that's a stretch, so I won't say that. But yeah, still able to do a lot of things that Gengar can do. Has a lot of decent coverage moves. Yeah, it's an alright Pokemon. I don't know if it's a Pokemon that I draft to bring multiple weeks, if not more than 1 or 2 weeks, maybe. But we'll see. I'm not the coach of the Sacramento Slow Kings. I don't know how good Hunter might look in certain matchups, but yeah, we'll have to see. Dagster drafts Wug Trio. This is a very hype pick in my opinion. I was hoping somebody would draft the little red Diglets in a rock, little sunburnt Diglets. I think this was kind of one of those situations where Dagster knew that he had everything they needed and he wanted something that either filled a speed tier or gave him an extra roll for a certain type. I think this did a little bit of both, where he had a defensive water, he wanted an offensive water, and this thing has a speed tier that allows it to run things like Choice Band a little bit more comfortably with base 120 speed and base 100 attack. I think it's nothing to shake your head at. and turn away, but definitely on the weaker side of things in terms of defenses. Very frail with only base 35 HP and base 50 and 70 defenses. But beware, because it's got a fast speed tier and it can run Choice Band. So Triple Dive's its unique move. But I don't know if it's better than like Wave Crash or whatever else it has, or Liquidation maybe.
No, I think Liquidation is just stronger.
Yeah, it's just stronger.
Unfortunately.
And it can't miss. Or it's
Yeah.
100% accurate opposed to Triple Dive, right?
I honestly couldn't tell you
Yeah, I
what
can't
Triple Dive's accuracy is.
I think it's like 90 or 95.
Sorry.
I could be wrong. No, you're good.
Yeah.
Inest drafts
Hey,
more
Mr.
Grim.
Grimes, former co-commentator here. I just want to say about Wug Trio is that the thing with Triple Dive is it like breaks sub and focus sash and stuff like that. So that's its like little niche it has there. Once again, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grimes. Yes, as I was saying, Morgrim gets drafted by the London Drapion here, or is picked up by the London Drapion. I think this Pokemon has a lot of utility, both singles and doubles. Obviously, it's more well known for being a prankster, screen setter in VGC and stuff like that. Just doubles in general. Its fully evolved form, Grimmsnarl, is a little bit better in singles in the sense that it can be used a little bit more offensively. But there's a lot of utility that this Pokemon provides for Inesty's team here, in the sense that it can pivot out with Parting Shot and set screens where needed for a lot of his very strong wall breakers. So yeah, very good pickup here. I'm curious to see if he manages to make use of Morgrim for the things that it's good for in certain weeks and catch some people off guard. DD drafts Virizion for his last pick. I think every single pick that DD has made so far is capable of coming. Sunbird Diglets. I just noticed that. Yeah, Virizion is just another addition to that. I think it's very capable of coming in more than a couple weeks. Gave him a grass type that he very well needed, a fighting type that I guess no, he had Annihilate, but never mind. But yeah, it was one of the best ground types or grass types left in Virizion's tier, so it makes a lot of sense why you'd want to draft that. But what can I say about Virizion? It has really relatively average to above average stats. Has decent coverage. It can run Sword Stance, I believe it has. Maybe Calm Mind as well. I'm not too sure. I've drafted it, but it was a long time ago. Yeah, seems like a decent Pokemon.
Yeah, it's solid.
Very solid. Fills the gaps. Furret is the last pick for the Super Score Bunny. Pyro, I see you joined the call with us. Do you want to describe your Furret pick?
Yeah. Should I describe other picks too or not?
No, just Furret.
Okay, so Spinner. I don't have one. Tidy Up is just Dragon Dance plus Spin, and not really planning to do too much Hazard stack. I mean, Empo gets rocks, I think. I don't even know. Empo's just cool, but yeah, this thing's gonna give me Tidy Up. It can do some good damage. Used it in another low tier league, and it did some good damage for its low tier. Its typing's not that great, but you can't really go wrong with a low tier normal type, but it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's alright. It's a D tier, you can't really do much with it.
Right on. Yeah, it filled the roles on paper.
Oh, I have Sand Slash. Oh, well. It's another Spinner. Why not?
Yeah, Tidy Up's still cool. There's going to be weeks where somebody doesn't have a good Steel type, and it's actually going to be a threat with Tidy Up.
I feel like it has a
Not
fire
just-
though. I think it has like Fire Punch, but it's not that great. Yeah, I can look. It doesn't. Yeah, it has Fire Punch.
I think so. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, it has Fire Punch and Brick Break.
So what we're saying is, don't sleep on Furret, guys.
Oh, it has Dynamic Punch too. If I want to just miss.
There you go.
Let's go.
Right on. All right, we're gonna move on to the Atlantic Gruger's final pick, Grafaiai. So this is the one I really like. It's not really known for doing anything else besides. I mean, personally, I know it for being a good doubles partner with Pokemon like Regigigas and Slacking. But otherwise, I guess it has pretty average offensive stats, very above average speed, so it can be used as a utility pivot, and a good check to fairies. So, yeah, possibly a good Pokemon. I'll have to see how it gets used in doubles, and I'm sure Froggerman's able to. Is more than capable of making good use out of it.
I think it's really good. Sorry to cut in, but
you're good.
it's also pretty solid on Burdenmon, because I believe it's paired up with Indeedee, right? Sorry, I can't look at the roster right now. It's Grafai. I think that's something it does well.
I didn't even see that, the Indeedee, Grafai, and Burden thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crap.
It was my like backup if somebody stole Hitmon League to pull Grafai as my own Burdenmon. I think it does that really well, personally. The attack stat's pretty good. It's got good coverage moves. So that's probably why it was picked there, if I had to guess.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Sorry, I kind of skipped ahead while you were talking, which I should have gone back earlier, but Jax drafted Lapras, and I think that's just a very good value D pick. Those stats are very good for a D tier Pokemon. A lot of the Pokemon's base stat total are a lot lower in that tier. So given that Lapras was there, it was kind of a no-brainer. Yeah, it just seemed like the right fit. Or one of the best Pokemon left available in D tier for Jax, and it gave him an Ice type, really. That was the only thinking. And you know, it's got a good amount of coverage. Doesn't have any reliable recovery, but you know, it's a really decent Pokemon. I had an opportunity to battle against Danza, who's a draft league coach in the Toka Minorities Draft League channel in a draft league, where he drafted Lapras, and he ended up bringing it with, I believe, 3 ice moves or 3 water moves and Ice Shard. Well, I just know one of them was Ice Shard, and yeah, it was pretty hilarious. Like, I got 4-0'd with an Ice Shard Lapras team. It was it's pretty cool, but yeah, Lapras got some heat. I ended up going with Regice because it was a C tier Pokemon and I needed an Ice type, and that was really it. I kind of, at this point in the draft, right before my last pick, I kind of decided what I wanted to drop in Grace, and Regice was just something for filler that I thought, if I didn't have an opportunity to, was at least okay. And it's something that's honestly really good. You know, it's got really high base special defense, which is pretty busted, but yeah, it's really just a good tanky offensive Pokemon. Decent coverage.
Tanky ice types are the best.
Yes.
All those resistances.
All those resistances, yes. Heavy duty boots to at least mitigate rocks so that I can resist everything else, yes.
Red dice to resist ice types, I see you.
Yes. We'll see. I unfortunately, for any Regice hardcore wannabe Regice fans, you know, I ended up dropping it, but I apologize. Evil and the Vienna Venomous drafted Masharna for their final pick. Getting to the last 2 picks here. Masharna is a very good D tier Pokemon. I loved using it in the Doubles League. It's just such a good Pokemon. Defensively, it's a bulky offensive threat too, with base 107 special attack. Has Moonlight for recovery. Very good Trick Room Abuser with its base speed of below 30 base speed, so it underspeeds a lot of things. Yeah, just very solid option. I believe it did get shunned a little bit in terms of coverage by losing Signal Beam. I mean, I'm not that it's a huge thing, but I believe in Gen 8 to lose access to Signal Beam, correct me if I'm wrong, but still a really solid Pokemon. One of the better low-tier Trick Room users. Did you want to talk about your Muck Pick Cadillacs?
Sure. It's a grounded poison. It can set up T-spikes. It's fairly bulky. pretty solid physical attacker with poison touch. It does the same things Alolan Mike does, just worse, but in a cheaper tier.
It is. It's still a
So-
monster. Like, those monster stats there.
Yeah.
Like base 105 attack.
I don't know how often it's gonna make it to games, but it gives me the option to run T spikes and absorb T spikes, which is crucial.
Right. And with that, we've rounded out our entire draft. So this is the recap of round 12. Sorry, the thing didn't load right away. Yes, so these are the round 12 picks. I personally very much like that TSU decided to close out, or Grimes decided to close out his draft with an offensive water. So for that reason, I think Dracovish is probably my favorite one. Very easy to pick Dracovish out of what's been drafted in this round. I think a lot of these things are kind of just like fillers for a lot of people, if not just like, they're D tiers. They're D tiers. But yeah, I mean, Dracovish and Lapras are both pretty good here. Yeah, so that concludes our draft. So what I'm going
Hi,
to...
Mr. Grimes here, former co-commentator. I just want to say, my favorite pick from the last round was definitely Dracovish. It is the best mon in existence behind Melmetal and Glaceon.
Right on. Sorry, I was distracted with something.
Personally, I prefer Furret.
Furret? Okay.
Go the D tier pick.
Hi, Mr.
Yeah,
Grimes
I
here,
think-
former co-commentator. You're wrong.
Dude, it walked for like months before a Diamond and Pearl remake came out. Can't take that away.
Right on. So what I'm going to be doing now is I have a slide made here to showcase everybody's teams post the grace period. So for any of you who've been closely following your favorite team throughout the draft so far, here is what those teams have turned into. So as you might see, there are a couple different changes for different teams. One notable one for me personally is I ended up dropping Espeon, Jirachi, and Regice, and ended up picking up Bronzong, Mega Glalie, and Masquerain. I'm missing something I dropped because I also picked up Darkrai. What did I drop? So I dropped Regice, Jirachi, Espeon, and Mega Absol. That's what it was. Right, okay. Yeah, so there, yeah. If anybody has any interesting like notices about teams that have changed, what are some of your big surprises? And what are some things that you wished you would have seen somebody change if they hadn't changed something? One thing also.
Hi,
noteworthy-
Mr. Grimes
Oh,
here,
dear.
former co-commentator. I just want to talk about that rain team. Very good as a rain team. I would have liked to have seen them pick up another rain setter, so it's not just all that pressure on Pelipper and Archulawalala to appear every single game. Something to handle dragons on that team. Maybe another rain setter. Maybe picking up Politoed, picking up Ludicolo, dropping Mantine. I feel like there's still a couple trades that can be made to have that team go from what I'd consider to just be okay to being really good. But some strong teams here. Remember, we built Vish City. We built it on rock and roll. This has been Mr. Grimes, your former co-commentator, signing off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grimes, former co-commentator. I appreciate both you and Cadillacs for joining me here today. And with that, that'll be the end of the draft stream. And I appreciate all of you who have been watching. Thank you all very much for staying tuned the whole way. And we will see you for the regular season content.
Thanks, Ashton.
Yes, thank you guys. I appreciate the help with this. I couldn't have done it without you. So, all right. Thank you all for watching, and be sure to stay tuned because the Halifax Hunt Tales is going to be posting Draft League content for this season. All right. Peace, everybody.